The party eventually halted their looting operation roughly half an hour after it began. By then, most of the items they were uncovering were little more than junk by their standards and no longer justified the effort required to dig them out. We found 20 mid-grade berserk stones, a little over 200 low-grade stones, and a few thousand shards, Eleanor reported. I won't know the exact value of the other items we gathered until I investigate the local market. But judging by what we've seen, Brieger was fairly poor. Well, that's not too surprising, Zora commented. The whole reason they set up the toll gate in the first place was because they were short on money. Alex didn't immediately know how to respond. To be fair to Brieger, the women were unconsciously judging him against the haul they had acquired from the temple at Barnsel Fortress, where they had found nearly 1,000 berserk stones, and more than 300 of which were mid-grade. By comparison, anything would seem lacking. Alex, however, felt that Brieger could actually be considered wealthy, given the standards of the wildlands. Well, not that it matters, he shrugged, then smirked. The money is ours now. He gestured to the party. Let's head back. Just before they left, Kavikin carried out one of Alex's final orders. He tied a rope around both Brieger's corpse and the body of the burly toll man, then secured the other end to his horse. As the group galloped back toward their inn, Brieger's corpse was dragged openly behind them. It was a vicious announcement to the entirety of Camp Red Rock, one that made it abundantly clear that one of its powerhouses had fallen, and precisely who was responsible. Word spread through the camp at an astonishing speed. By the time they arrived, Alex's party had already climbed to second place on the list of factions not to offend within Camp Red Rock, ranking above both Bram's and Rolf's groups, and second only to the copper-skinned orcs led by Asgrug. Alex had the two corpses displayed prominently on the fence outside their inn. The sight made the innkeeper and the other guests deeply uncomfortable, but no one dared voice a complaint. And with that, Alex firmly established his party's reputation within Camp Red Rock. Just as the sun hung high in the sky, nearing the peak of noon, Bram and Rolf arrived at the inn. A subtle fluctuation passed through their eyes when they saw a former colleague hanging from the fence. Just the night before, the man had been sitting at the casino table, gambling with them. Now, less than half a day later, he hung dead, stripped of much of his dignity. Such was the cruelty of the wildlands. And to think the one who played this hand was an outsider, they both thought. Alex's ruthlessness did not repel them. On the contrary, it only strengthened their conviction. In the wildlands, cruelty was not a flaw. It was a qualification, and decisiveness was the hallmark of a capable leader. They ordered their men to remain outside the inn before stepping inside. They were immediately met by the innkeeper. "You're here to meet young Master Alex, correct?" the orc asked. "Yes," Rolf replied. "He's been expecting you. I'll lead you to his room." Rolf and Bram exchanged a glance. Subtle glints flickered in their eyes. "Please." The innkeeper led them upstairs to Alex's suite. Before they could knock, the door opened. "Alex has been expecting you," Zora said calmly, stepping aside to usher them in. Rolf and Bram entered as the innkeeper quietly took his leave. The suite itself was simple but respectable. One living room, a bedroom, and a private washroom. By Camp Red Rock standards, this was the height of luxury unless one built their own residence. Alex and Eleanor sat together on a wide sofa, a book laid open on the table in front of them. Yadara stood by the window, gazing outside with quiet vigilance. Alex looked up from the book. "You're here," he said. "Young Master Alex." Rolf and Bram greeted in unison. "Kulme. Sit." Alex gestured toward the two empty seats opposite him. As they settled in, Zora brought out cups and poured tea for them. The fragrance instantly caught their attention. "What kind of tea is this?" Bram thought. "Just breathing it makes my spirit feel lighter." "A tea like this? I've never even heard of it," Rolf mused. "Is this from the sky above skies?" He took it as yet another unintended hint of Alex's and his party's true identity. Rolf wasn't entirely wrong. It was a hint to Alex and his party's true identity, just not the identity Rolf believed it to be. And more importantly, It wasn't nearly as unintended as they assumed. Alex had deliberately asked Zora to serve the tea to observe their reactions. Humans are not born liars. Lying is a learned behavior. As such, the truth always leaks subconsciously, one way or another. Alex remembered that quote from his past life. He didn't fully agree with it, but he acknowledged there was truth in it. Surprise, followed by resolve, Alex read from their expressions. The tea is from Pangaea, an unknown place to them. Even there, it is a high-class product. According to the information we gathered, these two are experienced men. Even if they can't identify the tea, they will recognize its value. Hence the initial surprise. And since that surprise strengthened their resolve rather than making them cautious, their decision must be anchored in a preconceived belief, one that this tea reinforces. If they recognize the tea as valuable, then logically they must conclude it can only be obtained by someone with influence or a powerful background. And since their resolve hardened instead of wavering, that means they already believed I possess such a background. Alex's eyes flashed as the chain of reasoning concluded. I'm a straightforward person, Alex said calmly, and I believe the two of you are busy men. In that case, let's not waste time circling the issue. He looked at them directly, his gaze unwavering. What do you want from me? He asked. And what are you offering in exchange? Rolf and Bram were momentarily thrown off balance. They had expected polite pleasantries, some measured probing, before reaching the heart of the matter. But Alex jumped all of that. They exchanged a glance. Their expressions grew solemn. Since you have spoken so candidly, I will do the same. Rolf said slowly, we wish to obtain the favor of your family. He paused, then continued with conviction. We wish to step into the sky beyond skies. As for what we have to offer, Bram took over, his voice firm. We offer everything we possess. Our resources, our networks, our loyalty. We will do whatever you require of us. A flicker of shock passed through Alex, Eleanor, and Zora. However, none of them allowed it to show. Their expressions remained perfectly neutral, as if Rolf and Bram's declaration had not shaken them in the slightest. Yadara had anticipated such this moment. That was precisely why she had chosen to sit by the window in the first place. She wasn't confident she could completely suppress a visible reaction if she were seated directly across from the guests. Alex had refused to let her leave the room altogether, so she settled for the next best option, remaining slightly out of their direct line of sight. That said, the women were veiled regardless. Even if their expressions had changed, it would have been difficult to tell. Alex calmly lifted the teacup Zora had poured for him and took a measured sip. Every movement was deliberate, refined, and flawless, the epitome of etiquette. Only after placing the cup back onto its saucer did he finally look at the two men. I suspected you would ask me to help you leave the wildlands, Alex said slowly. But this... His gaze sharpened. What kind of family do you think mine is, he asked. What kind of place do you believe the sky beyond skies to be? And what makes you think that anything you have to offer would be enough to take you there? What kind of family do you think mine is, he asked. What kind of place do you believe the sky beyond skies to be? And what makes you think that anything you have to offer would be enough to take you there? Rolf replied without hesitation. Your family, we suspect, he said, his voice firm with conviction, is one of the sorcerer aristocracies, those who retreated into the subworlds at the end of the era of antiquity to protect and preserve the world's lineage. He continued, eyes burning with certainty. The sky beyond skies is the unseen core of the world, formed and governed by the influence of these sorcerer aristocracies. It is said that those acknowledged by it are granted entry into a haven unlike anything beneath the heavens. Rolf's voice lowered, reverent. The sky beyond skies is the assembly of the world's true rulers, above empires and only beneath the deities. I see. So that's how you people view that place. Alex murmured to himself before lifting his gaze to the two men. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, he continued calmly. Where I come from isn't as glamorous as you've painted it to be. His eyes hardened slightly. It's a cutthroat world where resources and power are firmly held by entrenched old ones. Young ones like me are forced to leave, to claw for opportunities elsewhere. That is why I am here, to acquire resources, to gain strength, and one day return to kick those old fogies off their thrones. He paused, letting the words settle. I don't know what fairy tales you tell yourselves down here, but even I would find it difficult to return at my current standing, much less bring others along. Bram and Rolf's expressions dimmed. Disappointment welled in their eyes, heavy and unmistakable. Alex gently placed his teacup and saucer onto the table. Then he looked at them again. However, he said evenly, while I cannot take you to my family as I am now, that does not mean I cannot help you. Both men stiffened. What do you mean, young Master Alex? Rolf asked quickly. For what I can tell, what you truly desire isn't to reach that place, he said. What you want is to rise, to improve your lot in life, to move beyond this. Alex gestured toward the window, toward Camp Red Rock, beyond it. If that is your goal, then there is no need to go to that place at all. He met their eyes, his voice calm and absolute. I am sufficient to take you beyond this backwater and show you a far larger world. The faint hope that had nearly died in their eyes suddenly reignited. Yes, Rolf said after a moment, his voice solemn and sincere. You are right, young Master Alex. He clenched his fist lightly. I rose from a back alley rat, a weasel, to become a boss within Camp Red Rock. I thought I would be satisfied, but now I realize I'm not. I don't want to be shackled to this place anymore. I want to continue rising. He lowered his head slightly. Show me the way, young Master Alex. I will not hesitate to follow. Bram nodded in silence, his expression firm, his resolve matching Rolf's without the need for words. Alex interlocked his fingers over his knees. Your words sound pleasant, he said calmly, but words are what I trust the least. I value actions over worded promises, and so far, I have seen little that would make me trust you enough to consider you my people. He paused briefly, then added almost immediately, but that can change. As things stand, I could raise your strength immediately, perhaps even help you take over Camp Red Rock, Alex continued. However, such power would be hollow. It would be nothing more than sand piled on the shore, easily swept away when a storm comes. I'm certain that isn't the kind of power or growth you're seeking. Both underbosses nodded gravely. In that case, Alex said, this becomes a matter of time. Time, Rolf parroted, his brows lifting slightly. Yes, time, Alex affirmed. I need time to acquire the resources and strength necessary to place myself in a position where uplifting others is meaningful. At the same time, he continued evenly, you will also need time to convince me that you are worth uplifting. We will do everything we can to prove our loyalty, Bram said quickly. Alex shook his head. I do not need loyalty alone. I need competence as well. His voice hardened slightly. I will require vast resources, influence, and power to return home and claim my rightful place. If I am to divert even a fraction of what I acquire to a subordinate or partner, then that individual must prove more than loyalty to me. They must prove they have the competence not to squander whatever I give. He looked at them steadily. Neither can be lacking. We understand, Rolf said solemnly. Then tell us, what must we do to prove our competence? Alex shook his head again. Recognizing one's own strengths and weaknesses is itself a form of competence, he said. I am not here to tell you what you can offer. That is for you to decide. You should instead ask yourselves this, Alex continued. Based on the end goal I've shared with you, what can you bring to the table that would be of genuine use to me? Bram and Rolf's eyes flashed. In that moment, both the question and its answer were a show of competence. One from Alex and the other from the two men. I have created a network for myself spanning Camp Red Rock and the nearby settlements, Rolf said quickly. There is nothing that happens anywhere in this region that I do not know, or would not come to know within a day at most. If given enough time and resources, he continued, I believe I can extend this network across the entire wildlands. Alex acknowledged this with a simple nod before turning his gaze to Bram. I was an adventurer before I settled down here, Bram said. Adventurers are a tight-knit group. I can open doors within those circles for you. He quickly added, "It may not sound as grand as owning an information network, but what I offer includes access to the Adventurer Association's information channels, and much more. Their reach spans the entire continent, or at least every place where adventurers are active. This kind of access isn't something a novice adventurer can grant." After listening to both men, Alex nodded again, his expression unreadable. "I will take your respective strengths under consideration," he said. "Over time, we will see how useful your claims truly are." He paused briefly, then continued. "For now, I require information. I want a detailed breakdown of item prices within Camp Red Rock and the surrounding settlements, as well as a comprehensive dossier on matters an outsider like myself should be aware of before heading deeper into the heart of the wildlands." "I will have it ready before nightfall," Rolf promised immediately. "Hold on," Alex said calmly, raising a hand. "I'm not asking this of you for free." He leaned back slightly. "I will evaluate the value of whatever you bring me. In exchange, I will transfer everything I acquired from Brieger, including his rights to land within the camp, and more importantly, control over the oasis's distributary. Until I can fully trust you, our relationship will remain transactional," Alex continued evenly. "Likewise, if you encounter trouble, I will not intervene, even if I am capable of doing so." "Do you understand?" he asked. "We do," both men replied with solemn nods. "We will do our utmost to prove ourselves worthy." "I will be waiting for that day," Alex said. With that, the discussion concluded. Rolf and Bram rose and departed swiftly, eager to prepare what Alex had requested. Once they were gone, Eleanor turned to Zora and said lightly, "You were right, big sis. He really should be called Silver Tongue instead." The women burst into laughter at Alex's expense, causing him to smile wryly as he shook his head. A couple of hours later, the women left the inn accompanied by the Fury soldiers, leaving behind Alex and his followers. The women's goal, particularly Eleanor's, was to scout out the market and determine the prices of goods within the camp and possibly across the greater wildlands. While Rolf had promised to provide a report on the goods traded within Camp Red Rock, Eleanor felt it more prudent to do some legwork herself rather than rely entirely on another person's information. "We're of little help here, big sis. My time would have been better spent watching over Master," Eudara said quietly to Zora while Eleanor haggled with a merchant. "You were the one who said we shouldn't all leave him alone." Watching Eleanor in action, one would scarcely believe she was the daughter of a noble house. Never mind an imperial princess of one of, if not the strongest empires in a world or plane stronger than this one. All Eudara and Zora could do to help was observe and remain quiet. Somehow, they even found themselves feeling a little sorry for the merchants on the receiving end of Eleanor's negotiations. "I dragged us all out because Alex needs space in his own head," Zora explained calmly. "He'd be conscious of our presence if any of us stayed behind, and that would interfere with his thought process." "Is this because of the meeting with the orc chief, Asgrug?" Eudara asked. Zora nodded. "But not only that. More than just the copper-skinned orc chief and leader of this settlement. Asgrug represents the leadership hierarchy of the wildlands itself. In that sense, he's a test, one that reflects what Alex will face when he begins rubbing shoulders with the higher-ups of these lands. For that, he needs to prepare. And how things go with Asgrug will likely have a major impact on how we're received in other settlements throughout the wildlands." The three women and their guards attracted no small amount of attention as they moved through the market. Even while veiled, the women stirred greed and lust in certain unsavory characters who watched them haggle and purchase goods. It had been a long time since women with such peerless bearing had roamed the markets of Camp Red Rock, let alone women who so casually displayed wealth. However, just as some of these individuals considered acting on their darker impulses, the lion head crest of the Fury family, emblazoned on the guard's armor, caused them to pause. By now, the lion head crest had spread throughout Camp Red Rock as a symbol that inspired caution, fear, and respect, maintained from a safe distance. It was the crest of the sorcerer who had hunted down Brieger, one of the camp's underbosses, and killed him in his own courtyard. According to rumors, none of the women within the Lionhead Sorcerer's party were ordinary either. Just the mere presence of both a sorcerer and a priestess among them was enough to deter most unsavory characters from taking action. After Eleanor finished haggling with a meat merchant, she moved on to a rare garment stall. Yadara, Zora, and the Fury Knights followed as a matter of course. Yadara used the moment to ask quietly, "Why does it feel like Master has to walk on eggshells around this Asgrug? Is meeting him really that important?" Taking this camp would be far easier than taking the Upper Barnsel Fortress, especially now that we have the remaining powers on our side, Yadara added thoughtfully. "That's a very funny proposition, little sis." Eleanor laughed softly and pulled Yadara into a brief hug. "Alex can't do that, and even if he could, he wouldn't." She said this before stepping ahead to speak with the garment merchant. Yadara turned to Zora, confusion written all over her face. "It's exactly as Eleanor said," Zora replied calmly. "Alex wouldn't want to take over this camp, even if he had the means. True, the orcs have only an army of about 500, roughly the same as the Greater Barnsel Fortress. And yes, we might receive support from the camp's other powers. But you're overlooking something important." She glanced around before continuing. "Individually, the orcs here are stronger than the soldiers stationed at the Barnsel Fortress. And collectively, they've managed to maintain a semblance of order in the wildlands for years. You simply can't compare the two forces. And as for the underbosses," Zora smirked faintly, "let's just say it's far too early to trust them." "Udara Frouned. Is something wrong with them?" she asked. "Not exactly," Zora replied. "It's just that when an opportunity seems too good to be true, caution is warranted. Attacking an entrenched power with allies we don't fully control would be an unnecessary risk." Yadara considered this carefully before nodding. "I think I understand," she said. "You should," Zora replied. "These are the kinds of decisions you'll soon need to make, before such matters ever needs to reach Alex." Udara nodded solemnly. "I understand why Master wouldn't attack," she said slowly. "But why do you insist say he wouldn't do so even if he could?" "Look around," Zora said. "What do you think of this place?" Yadara scanned the surroundings. Her brows slowly furrowed. "It can't compare to the villages back home," she said after a moment. "It can't even compare to Baron Helton's fiefdom." "Exactly," Zora replied. "Even by wildland standards, this is a backwater, one with little to nothing of true value. There's nothing here worth risking our people's lives for, as well as nothing worth plunging the locals into chaos over." She paused, then added quietly, "You see it too, don't you? Despite being a noble, Alex cares far too much about common folk. Abnormally so. He wouldn't do anything that would push them further down unless there was a far greater good, or value, to justify it." "I see." Yadara nodded slowly, looking around once more. "There's nothing in Camp Red Rock that Master would truly want to possess. At least, nothing worth destroying what little order exists here." "Exactly." Zora smiled. "Whatever he wants from this place can most likely be obtained through trade and diplomacy." Realization dawned on Yadara as fragments of past teachings began clicking into place. "Then the real issue," Yadara said thoughtfully, "is how to conduct that trade and diplomacy in a way that brings us the greatest benefit at the least cost." Trade and diplomacy work differently in the wildlands, which means the first major leader Master negotiates with becomes extremely important. She looked up at Zora. "Since that leader is Orc Tribe Chief Asgarug, the outcome of that meeting will set the benchmark and the precedent for all future dealings here. Is that right?" A pleased smile bloomed on Zora's face. "That's exactly right," she said. She continued, "Not everything has to be resolved through battle. Alex is the type to exhaust non-violent options before resorting to force. That means when gathering information, your scouting team, and whatever intelligence organization it eventually grows into shouldn't focus solely on military possibilities. You also need to consider economic, political, and diplomatic paths." Udara nodded solemnly. This was something both Alan Holder and Alpha had tried to teach her before, but seeing it applied so clearly in a real situation made the lesson finally settle. She committed it to heart. "Thank you, big sis," Yudara said sincerely. "Don't mention it." Zora smiled, then teased lightly. "See? You don't have to stick to Alex alone. You can learn and have fun with us too." Udara blushed faintly. "I'll keep that in mind." While the women were away shopping, Alex ran through a number of possible scenarios and how he would respond to them. He didn't form anything too rigid. Instead, his plans were deliberately broad and flexible so they could adapt to most situations likely to arise during his meeting with Asgrug. Once he was satisfied, Alex prompted Omni-Rune. The gate to sanctuary space opened, and he walked through. Nothing had changed within. The familiar, powerful connection to the world of runes returned to him instantly. "Too bad it's limited to here," he sighed inwardly. He moved to the storage area and conducted a brief inventory of the Pangean specialties he had stored away. After some consideration, he set aside a few items, not overly powerful, but unique and valuable enough to pique Asgrug's interest. He made a mental note of the selections, then exited the pocket dimension. The women returned to the inn just as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Alex was already preparing to leave for his meeting. "Be careful," Zora said. "I always am," Alex replied with a faint smile. Eleanor quickly handed him a small sheet of paper filled with her most important observations from the market tour. Alex skimmed through it swiftly, then returned it to her with a nod of approval. Bringing only Mogul and Kavikin with him, Alex departed for his meeting with Camp Red Rock's ruler. When he arrived at the gates of the mansion that served as Asgrug's castle within the camp, the shaman was already waiting. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the orc led Alex inside. They entered the dining hall, a vast chamber dominated by a long dining table, with a single seat placed at either end. Standing at the far end of the room was a bald, middle-aged orc. His presence was oppressive. Raw power and threat radiated from his muscular and burly frame, while his ferocious features, accentuated by large tusks and a jagged scar running down one side of his face, made him an imposing sight. The veteran rank aura emanating from the man confirmed Alex's suspicions. This was none other than Asgrug, clan chief of the copper-skinned orcs and the undisputed ruler of Camp Red Rock. After exchanging pleasantries, Alex and Asgrug did not speak further. Instead, Asgrug gestured for him to take a seat at the table and begin the meal. The moment they sat, a group of youthful human females wheeled in carts laden with food, swiftly arranging trays across the long table. When Alex requested milk and honey, or water, in place of the alcohol set before him, both the women and the orcs in the room looked at him oddly. Asgrug, however, merely raised a hand, signaling for the request to be fulfilled. Alex inclined his head slightly in appreciation toward the orcs seated opposite him. Water from the oasis was brought to him, and only after that did the two begin to eat, while their respective retinues stood by the walls in silent observation. The meal was entirely meat-based. Roasted bird, barbecued skewers, roasted meat thighs, grilled steak, and boiled meat broth, with only minimal seasoning and sparse vegetables. Alex suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. He was reminded of the day he had first transmigrated into this life, when he had been dragged straight into a dinner with his father of this life, Earl Drake Fury, a man who could only show his affection through tough words and veiled actions, because that was the only way he knew how. For someone who had been an orphan in his previous life, having a stand-up man like Drake Fury as his father in this one was something Alex remained deeply grateful for. With that thought in mind, Alex ate with genuine relish. Of course, the food before him could not compare to the richness of that first meal he had shared with his father. However, unlike back then, nothing now constrained him from eating his fill. Taking a page from Earl Drake's mannerisms that day, Alex ate with impeccable etiquette, even as he consumed plainly roasted and barbecued meat, so lightly seasoned that Finn would scarcely consider it food. Even as the plates were chipped, the wine glasses cracked, and the table bore obvious signs of crude repair, none of it dampened Alex's mood or diminished the image he projected. The way he ate, calm, composed, and assured, was so captivating that even the orcs, who cared little for table etiquette, found themselves quietly entranced. Even more unfathomable and wholly unexpected, Alex matched Asgrug's eating volume pound for pound. In fact, anyone watching closely could tell that Alex was deliberately controlling how much he consumed. Had he not done so, he would have eaten more than Asgrug, which would have constituted a breach of etiquette. For orcs, who held eating in high regard, a human capable of matching their clan chief bite for bite commanded far more respect than merely being the leader of the party that had killed Brieger, one of Camp Red Rock's powerhouses. Within half an hour, a full buffalo, a cockatrice, and several other beasts Alex couldn't even identify were completely wiped off the table by the two of them. For Asgrug, this was business as usual. So, it was impossible for the other orcs in the room not to steal glances at Alex, quietly wondering where all that food was going. Even Kavakin and Mogul, standing behind him, found themselves harboring the same curiosity. Alex nearly chuckled. Compared to what I used to eat per meal back at the Enclave, in volume and energy content, this isn't actually all that much, he thought. Thanks to his bloodline, Alex could eat enormous quantities when necessary. Bloating was never an issue. Everything he consumed was digested in record time, converted efficiently into physical strength for his body and mana for his mana heart. It was a broken ability Merlin had carefully fostered within him. Fortunately, while his intake far exceeded that of an ordinary human, it remained manageable. His dietary needs were tied to total energy expenditure rather than simple satiety. As long as he regularly meditated to replenish his mana heart, he wouldn't need to eat like this every time. The reason he went this far now was simple. This was not merely a meal, but a test. An orc test. That was why Asgrug had invited him to eat without saying a word. The dinner table itself was a battlefield of dominance. By matching Asgrug's volume, Alex gave the clan chief face within his own castle. At the same time, he made sure Asgrug, and every orc present, understood the implication. He would be respectful, but he would likewise not allow anyone to look down upon him. When the maids finished clearing the table, Asgrug's gaze settled on the human youth across from him. After a brief pause, a small smile tugged at his lips. "Very good," he said. "It seems our shaman was not wrong when he informed me that you possess a deep understanding of our culture. In that case, human sorcerer, let us speak as equals." "Thank you. I would appreciate that, tribe chief," Alex replied. He deliberately addressed Asgrug by his tribal title rather than his position as Camp Red Rock's ruler, since they were adhering to orc custom. That small courtesy pleased Asgrug once again. "I've heard what transpired between you and Brieger," Asgrug continued. "While I should frown upon your actions, since they endangered the fragile order we have worked to maintain in this part of the wildlands, I find that I cannot." He paused, then admitted bluntly, "I respect the guts it took to do it." Then, a subtle pressure descended on Alex. "But now that you have removed Brieger," Asgrug asked calmly, "what do you intend to do next?" The pressure pressed down on Alex, testing him. An ordinary mage at his level would have stiffened, maybe being unable to even speak. Alex suspected sorcerers of this world would also feel the same discomfort under the orc chief's presence. But he did not. To him, it felt little more than a passing breeze. "To be frank," Alex replied evenly, "I don't care about Camp Red Rock. My party and I came here for trade, primarily to acquire resources that are difficult or impossible to obtain elsewhere. I would not have bothered with Brieger at all if he hadn't crossed my bottom line." "You expect me to believe that," Asgrug said, his gaze sharpening, "when you met with Rolf and Bram immediately after?" The pressure intensified. This time, it was no longer subtle. Kavakin and Mogul felt it. They instantly took up guarded stances, ready to strike back if it came to it. Alex lifted a hand to calm them down without even looking back. The two hulks of the expedition party reluctantly relaxed their stance. Alex leaned back into his chair, interlocking his fingers atop his thighs, his posture relaxed to the point of provocation. If I intended to plot against you, he said casually, you would never see it coming. His crimson eyes met Asgrug's without flinching. The fact that I held the meeting in your inn was intentional. It was my way of letting you know such a discussion would take place. A show of respect intended to proactively ease your concerns before they ever formed. Asgrug stared at Alex for a long moment before finally nodding. He withdrew his pressure and spoke evenly. Then you would have no reason not to tell me why Rolf and Bram came looking for you. Alex let out a slow chuckle. His left hand moved from his lap to the armrest, where he propped his chin lazily. There's no need to pretend to be a concerned territorial lord, Alex replied. You don't care about nobodies like Rolf and Bram. Why don't you ask what you actually want to ask? Asgrug's eyes flashed. Very well, the orc said. Anyone with eyes can tell from your bearing and entourage that you are no ordinary individual. From Rolf and Bram's behavior alone, I can already guess where you are from. His gaze sharpened. You cannot blame me for growing concerned when someone of your caliber suddenly appears in my territory. Understandable, Alex replied calmly. In that case, Asgrug continued, let me ask you plainly. Why are you here? Already told you. To trade for Rezaur. Don't insult me with surface answers, Asgrug interrupted. Why would someone of your caliber enter the wildlands personally? Whatever resources you seek, your family's influence should be more than enough to acquire them from the civilized world. Alex's expression cooled. The faint amusement vanished from his eyes. Why is a peak 3-star combat master, someone on the verge of becoming a combat saint, pretending to be a mere 1-star combat master, hiding in a backwater like this, when you can make a name for yourself in the civilized world? The room froze. Asgrug's pressure flared violently. This time, Alex met it head-on. His bloodline pressure surged forth, cold, regal, and mad, colliding directly with Asgrug's force, canceling it out. A ripple passed through the minds of the orcs lining the walls as disbelief spread across their faces. A gold-ranked sorcerer had neutralized their tribe chief's pressure. Asgrug's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in surprise. You don't want to reveal your reason, Alex said evenly. That's fine. His crimson gaze locked onto Asgrug's. But don't ask others to reveal their secrets if you're not prepared to bear your own. A faint, cold smile curved his lips. That's just proper etiquette. The dining hall descended into a heavy, oppressive silence. Both sides looked on subtly, watching their respective leaders, ready to act at a single word. Meanwhile, Alex and Asgrug stared at each other as if locked in a childish staring contest, though nothing about it was childish. Alex maintained a calm, serene expression, his posture relaxed. Across from him, Asgrug searched relentlessly for a flaw or a crack, any weakness at all, yet found none. Ha ha! Asgrug suddenly burst into laughter, diffusing the situation. Very well, he said. I will take your word and believe that you harbor no nefarious intentions toward my tribe's Camp Red Rock. Alex simply nodded, neither relieved nor triumphant. Asgrug's gaze then swept over Alex's body. Tell me, the orc asked abruptly, are you truly a sorcerer? Alex's brows lifted in surprise, clearly not expecting the question. Seeing his reaction, Asgrug quickly clarified. Forgive me, I do not mean to pry. It's just that your physique, it resembles a warrior's body more than a mage's. Even your footsteps carry the subconscious rhythm of someone trained in a warrior's movement technique. Realization dawned on Alex. So that's what you meant, he said with a small nod. Indeed, he understood the confusion. Standing close to 190 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders and a physique honed by his bloodline, and his admittedly limited combat training under the Dark Knight Jared, Alex was undeniably outside the norm for a mage. While he was arguably on the smaller side for a warrior, he was far too solidly built for what most imagined when they thought of Verdantian sorcerers or even Pangean mages. Honestly, Alex said evenly, my innate talent as a warrior exceeds my innate talent as a sorcerer, as my physique suggests. However, my disposition and mindset align far better with the sorcerer's path. That is why I chose it. He paused briefly before adding, "In the long run, disposition and mental aptitude matter far more than raw, innate talent after all." "I see." Asgrug nodded, seemingly satisfied. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Then, as a sorcerer, you must be capable of producing the magical artifacts you require, right? Or is it the responsibility of the other sorcerers in your party, seeing as you are busy with the responsibility of leading your party?" Alex shook his head. Being a sorcerer alone does not mean one can craft all magical artifacts, he explained calmly. There are many categories of artifacts, and each requires specialized craftsmen. He continued, "Most magical weapons are produced by forge smiths. Accessories and intricate devices often require the input of material alchemy expertise from an alchemist. Enchanting spells onto objects requires the techniques of an enchanter. Sigil-based items fall under the purview of a talisman master. Beyond that, many artifacts are best handled by even more specialized professions. Magical swordsmiths, golem alchemists, arcane enchanters, specialized elemental talisman masters, and so on." Alex's gaze was steady as he concluded, "The world of magical craftsmanship is in its own an entire domain. Simply being a sorcerer does not grant mastery over every corner of it." Alex's explanation left Asgrug genuinely stunned. Before today, neither he nor his tribe possessed more than fragmented knowledge about magical artifacts, scraps picked up from passing travelers and wandering adventurers. It didn't help that magical class orcs were exceedingly rare within the Copperskin tribe. Any orc who did awaken magical aptitude was invariably guided down the path of an orc shaman. As a result, shamanic magic had become the tribe's sole preserved magical tradition. Knowledge of other magical disciplines had either been lost to time or never existed within the tribe to begin with. "If you can tell me what kind of artifact you require, or what purpose it is meant to serve," Alex said calmly, "I might be able to provide something suitable." Asgrug did not answer immediately. "I need a means, artifact, or otherwise, that can increase my strength and the strength of my tribe," he said at last, "even if only temporarily." He rose from his seat and walked to the window, gazing out over Camp Red Rock. "Just north of here lies a berserk beast nest," he continued. "We have been trying to eradicate it for over a decade, but with little luck. We have barely been able to contain it." His voice hardened. "In that time, I have lost 2 of my children, a disciple, and a close friend to it." He turned back toward Alex. "As you surely know, if left unchecked, a berserk beast nest will continue to grow, both in size and danger posed by it. Soon, my tribe will no longer be able to defend Camp Red Rock. If that happens, we will be forced to abandon it and move elsewhere." His tusks clenched slightly. "That would mean the loss of one of the few stable settlements available in the wildlands, not to mention the increased danger the berserk beast nest will pose." Asgrug exhaled slowly. "The clergy do not enter the wildlands, and even if they did, they would not spare resources for a settlement as insignificant as ours. We are alone." He met Alex's gaze directly. "That is why I have come to accept something I once resisted. That if we were to deal with the threat at our gates, we must rely on magical artifacts supplied by sorcerers, despite our history with your kind." He returned to his seat. "Can you help us?" Asgrug asked. "And more importantly, will you?" Alex fell silent. "The way he speaks of a berserk beast nest," Alex mused. "This isn't just a gathering of beasts, nor a common breeding ground. There's something unique about these nests in Verdantis, something I don't yet understand." His eyes narrowed slightly. "In that case, I do possess items that can aid a combat force in general," Alex said evenly. "For instance, we carry healing scrolls and potions capable of treating severe injuries, and even saving lives. There are also mana potions that can replenish one's reserves, allowing warriors to fight longer without exhaustion." Asgrug's eyes flashed. The orc chief barely restrained himself long enough to allow Alex to continue. "As for more specialized methods to directly increase an individual's strength," Alex paused briefly. "That becomes more complicated." "Complicated how?" Asgrug asked at once. Any method that can safely and reliably enhance someone's strength, especially someone of your caliber, even temporarily, is both rare and prohibitively expensive, Alex replied. It is not something just anyone possesses, sorcerer or otherwise. Asgrug's expression darkened slightly. Fortunately, Alex continued, I do have access to one such method. Truly, Asgrug's eyes lit up once more. Alex nodded, though his expression remained solemn. However, you should be warned. This method is still undergoing testing and has not been proven completely safe. The risks are significant enough that I do not use it recklessly, even on my own people, despite having witnessed its power firsthand. He met Asgrug's gaze directly. That said, if you are willing to bear the risk, I am confident it can push you fully into the realm of a combat saint, short of forming a saintly domain, of course. Asgrug, predictably, latched onto the promise rather than the warning. How much will the potions, scrolls, and this method cost? He asked. These are not commodities that can be exchanged for mere berserk stones, Alex replied calmly. They are valuable assets that can only be traded for materials or items of equivalent, or combined, worth. If you can truly demonstrate the means you've promised, Asgrug said after a brief pause, I will open my tribe's vault to you. Alex blinked in faint surprise. You are not concerned that I might deceive you? He asked. Asgrug snorted. You are a sorcerer, are you not? Your kind's pride would not allow you to sully yourselves by cheating in a trade. Alex nodded his head, outwardly impassive. So sorcerers of this world are bound by pride to that extent, he noted inwardly. That's a useful knowledge to keep note of. I did not personally discuss prices for the goods we sell, Alex said. That responsibility lies with others in my party. If it pleases you, I will inform the appropriate person. She will compile a full inventory of what we can offer. He continued, Tomorrow, she will accompany me to examine your vault and select what our side considers a fair exchange. If necessary, we can negotiate further afterward. Very well, Asgrug said. We will conclude matters tomorrow. With that, the discussion at the dinner table came to an end. Alex left Asgrug's mansion with his 2 hulking bodyguards, deep in thought. He hadn't been entirely truthful with the orc chief. In truth, he could have quoted Asgrug a price for the healing scrolls and potions. Thanks to the small note Eleanor had passed him before the meeting, Alex already had a rough understanding of the goods and their relative value within Camp Red Rock. However, the reason he chose not to do so was simple. He needed time. Time he could use to investigate the berserk beast nest Asgrug had mentioned. Who knows? Alex mused inwardly. That nest might very well be a massive opportunity, just waiting to be exploited. Alex returned to the inn to find his wives sorting through piles of books and parchment scrolls. What's all this? Alex asked as he entered their suite. They were sent over by Rolf, Zora replied. They contain the information you requested. We've been sorting them into general knowledge, intelligence and security, and economic information. Oh, I see. Alex nodded, then asked, Is there anything on berserk beast nests? Berserk beast nests? The women tilted their heads. Yadara suddenly began searching through her pile before pulling out a couple of books. These are the documents on beasts from what I've sorted so far, she said, handing them to him. This one covers beast distribution, while this one is a bestiary focuses on individual beasts, their characteristics, nature, and habitats. Alex skimmed through the first book and quickly found a brief section mentioning berserk beast nests. The information was sparse, almost as if it was common knowledge, and no one bothered explaining it in detail. How was your meeting with the leader of the camp? Zora asked. Alex paused his reading and told them about his meeting with Asgrug, along with his suspicions. Actually, it's a good thing you didn't discuss prices with him, Eleanor said. Leaders usually only discuss the broad terms of an agreement. Minor details like pricing are left to subordinates. It reinforces a leader's standing and provides plausible deniability if things go wrong. That mostly applies to rulers. I'm just a party leader. Alex shrugged. You're going to become a ruler one day. It's better to get into the habit early, Eleanor replied. Alex didn't feel the need to turn it into a back and forth, so he simply nodded. Besides, she wasn't wrong. It was just that this was a perspective only someone raised as royalty could apply so naturally. In his current position, it wasn't something he could yet use universally. Master, did you find the information on Berserk Beast Nest you were looking for? Yudara asked. A little, Alex nodded. But it's all fragmented. I'd have to piece it together myself, and even then, it wouldn't be reliable. He thought for a moment before adding, it seems to be common knowledge here. Send a scout team to dig deeper, but have them be discreet. If we start openly asking about something everyone knows, it might draw unnecessary attention. Don't worry, Yudara said confidently. I have just the people for the job. Havel and 2 of the 5 crossbowmen in Yudara's scouting party came to mind. She quickly sent word to the 3 of them, and they left immediately. The trio headed mostly for taverns. Alcohol loosened lips, dulled minds, and blurred memories. The exact combination they were looking for in their intelligence sources. Meanwhile, Alex and his wives returned to sifting through the piles of documents, sorting and categorizing them. About an hour later, Havel and the 2 crossbowmen returned with their findings. Combining their report with the scant information he had gleaned from the documents, Alex slowly pieced together a clearer picture of what a berserk beast nest truly was. Now, that's interesting, he muttered unconsciously as Havel and the scouts left the suite. Alex's fury, don't think about it, Zora immediately said. Huh? Alex snapped out his thoughts. Did I say that out loud? You did, Eleanor replied. Yudara nodded in agreement. We shouldn't go near that berserk beast nest, Zora said with a frown. It's not our fight. At this point, Alex could even bring himself to be surprised that Zora had figured out what he was thinking. Still, he wasn't about to back down so easily. But it could be, Alex replied calmly. As long as we're on this plane, we could run into a berserk beast nest at any time. This is an opportunity to learn more about them and prepare while we don't have much at stake. He paused briefly before adding, besides, I have a duty to a customer who will be testing my product. Don't worry, I won't force anyone, he continued. I'll put it to the party. Anyone who wants to come can join me. Those who don't can stay behind and explore the camp and its surroundings. You really think anyone would stay behind if you go? Zora rolled her eyes. After a moment, she asked, You won't be giving him the current iteration, will you? Of course not, Alex replied flatly. It's common sense to keep the best for yourself and sell lower quality versions to others. Zora waved her hand. Fine, do what you want. It's not like we can stop you anyway. Alex grinned at her, then turned to Eleanor. It'll be on you tomorrow, he said. Try not to fleece the orcs too badly, all right? I'll do my best, Eleanor replied. The next day, Alex returned to Asgrug's castle, this time accompanied by Eleanor. Once Asgrug learned that Eleanor was a priest, he immediately came to his own conclusion regarding the origin of the healing scrolls. After all, in this world, only the clergy possess the ability to heal. As a result, his attitude towards her shifted noticeably. He treated Eleanor with deep respect, even going so far as to accord her greater courtesy than Alex himself. Mogul and Kavikin placed a heavy box behind Alex and Eleanor. Alex opened it, revealing the neatly arranged healing scrolls and potions within. Asgrug's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Between the sorcerer and the priest standing before him, Asgrug trusted them enough that he did not request a demonstration of the item's effects. He accepted Eleanor's explanation at face value. A group of orcs stepped forward and carried the box away. Asgrug and the shaman then led Alex and his party deeper into the castle, arriving at a vault hidden within its depths. The vault was clearly magical in nature and could only be opened by the orc shaman. Even then, the massive doors were immensely heavy, requiring someone of the tribe chief's strength to lift and pull them open. Inside, a wide array of valuable resources lay piled together in careless heaps. This was the accumulated wealth of Asgrug's tribe over many years. In truth, many of the items here were things the tribe did not fully understand. They only knew the items were valuable, and so they were simply stored away here. Almost immediately, Alex noticed a tray holding 5 high gray berserk stones. Asgrug expected the humans to go straight for them, yet Eleanor merely glanced at the stones for a moment before calmly looking away. Berserk stones can be obtained anytime, the Imperial Princess thought to herself. With a sharp, mercantile glint in her eyes, she began carefully sifting through the piles, selecting items she deemed truly worthwhile. Amorphous red steel. This much could easily fetch 250,000 gold coins. Gold sand shaker mandrake, a key ingredient for regeneration potions. Sandscotch brass. Deathworm tears. Deathworm stone heart. Deathworm teeth. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Blood cactus, a one-eyed rock lizard soul eye. Eleanor continued selecting resource after resource, all the while subtly observing the reactions of the 2 orcs present in the vault. It didn't take long for her to confirm her suspicion. From their expressions and the careless manner in which the items were stored, it was clear that the orcs did not truly understand the value of most of what lay within the vault. No, I need to take these resources out of their hands, Eleanor thought coldly. At this rate, they'll just let them rot away in this excuse of a vault. By the time she was done, she had effectively cleared the vault of resources worth at least 5 million gold coins. That was, of course, assuming they could be brought back to Pangaea. Even so, there were more than a few materials among her selections that could be put to immediate use right here in Verdanus. Eleanor glanced at the items gathered in her wish basket. They barely filled the sack they had brought along. Yet every single item within was worth more than its weight in gold. "This is all you are taking?" Asgrug frowned. For a moment, Alex and Eleanor both thought the orc chief was about to haggle. "Are you sure this is enough?" Asgrug asked instead. "These are the only items here that hold value to us," Eleanor replied smoothly. "And we can only carry so much." Asgrug's brows furrowed even deeper. As a proud orc chief, he did not appreciate the feeling that he might be cheating his trading partners, especially not guests he respected. Alex stepped in before the atmosphere could sour. "Do not worry, tribe chief. This will suffice for now," he said calmly. "We can discuss further remuneration once the other side of the trade has been completed." Since it was the human himself saying so, Asgrug could only let the matter drop. Eleanor shot Alex a sideways glance, but he subtly shook his head. One shouldn't be too greedy. Reluctantly, Eleanor accepted it. After all, the combined value of the items they were selling to the orcs barely reached 100,000 gold coins, and more than half of that value came from the special item Alex intended to use to fulfill the orc chief's desire for greater strength. In this single trade, they had potentially recouped most of the cost Alex spent on the interplanar gate itself. With profits like these, it was no wonder the nobility of Pangaea were obsessed with interplanar expeditions, trade, and conquest. "For the other part of the deal, I will need a clean room," Alex said to Asgrug. Asgrug turned to the shaman, who gave a short nod. "Please, follow me," the shaman said. The orc led the group out of the vault and through a series of corridors until they stopped before a sealed door. Behind it was a spotless room, its purpose unclear, clean enough that it was obvious it was rarely used, yet maintained meticulously. Alex took a bag from Mogul, who had been carrying it slung over one shoulder. Inside the satchel was a golden box, decorated with cheap yet dazzling gemstones. The box was so ostentatious that Alex nearly scowled. Every instinct in his body rejected something so gaudy. Unfortunately, Eleanor had been very insistent on using this particular container. Suppressing a sigh, Alex solemnly placed the box before Asgrug. The orc chief's eyes immediately lit up. Asgrug might not understand human society in depth, but he did know one thing. Humans like to hide truly valuable items in overly shiny, exaggerated containers to display their worth. Alex felt the urge to sneer at the expression on Asgrug's face, but restrained himself, made more difficult by the fact that Eleanor was watching him from the side with barely concealed amusement. He opened the box. Inside lay a single scroll. "This is a sigil tattoo scroll," Alex said evenly. "With it, I will brand a sigil onto your body, one that can temporarily increase your strength. He closed the box with a soft click. But I want you to listen carefully. Alex continued, his tone turning grave. There is risk involved at every stage of using this item. First, the branding itself can fail. If it does, your strength will not increase, it will decrease. Second, even if the branding succeeds, the sigil requires a tremendous amount of energy to function. You must feed it energy stones or crystals. If you do not, it will draw directly from your vitality and life force. Finally, Alex paused. Because this product is still in its testing phase, this particular sigil can only be activated 3 times before it degrades completely. After that, I cannot guarantee that you will ever be able to brand another sigil tattoo again. I understand the... No, you don't. Alex cut Asgrug off sharply. You are a tribal leader, he said coldly. Your decisions carry weight beyond yourself. You cannot afford to act on impulse. He met Asgrug's gaze directly. You need to think clearly before making a choice you may never be able to take back. Asgrug was taken aback. In all his years, he had never met a trader who seemed so intent on convincing a customer not to buy his own product. Strangely enough, that only made Asgrug trust Alex more. I've already thought about it, Asgrug said calmly. Even if something happens to me, a successor is already prepared to lead the tribe. Yes, the tribe will weaken if I fall, but that outcome will not be much different from what awaits us if we fail to deal with that nest. He clenched his fist. Besides, as a man, no, as a person, if I do not kill the beast leading that nest, if I do not take vengeance for those we lost, I will never be able to forgive myself. And if I cannot forgive myself, the door to combat Saint will forever remain closed to me. I see. Alex sighed softly. Well then, if you still choose to proceed despite my warnings, I will do as you wish, he said. But I will be frank. From this point onward, I bear no responsibility for whatever happens. He fixed Asgrug with a steady gaze. Is that clear? Asgrug nodded without hesitation. He turned to the shaman. Let me known to the tribe that this was my decision, Asgrug ordered. The humans warned me, but I chose not to listen. This is the path I have chosen, and I alone will bear the consequences. As you command, my tribal chief, the shaman replied solemnly. Then let us begin, Alex said. The sigil will be branded directly onto your skin. It will not be painless. No pain can be greater than a parent burying a child, Asgrug replied evenly, nor a master burying his disciple, nor a brother burying a brother. He lifted his chin. I am ready, sorcerer. Understood. Asgrug removed his armor and coverings, revealing a broad, muscular torso layered with dense muscle and scar tissue. Without a doubt, the so-called sigil tattoo was, in truth, a rune tattoo. When Asgrug had asked for a method to increase his strength, Alex had immediately thought of the earlier rune tattoo iterations stored within Sanctuary space, prototypes created back at the Dragonhold Enclave. They had been deemed failures, discarded versions, or transitional steps toward his current RuneTech products. Now, one of those discarded paths was about to be tested on a tribal chief standing at the edge of sainthood, or ruin. Asgrug's thirst for power provided Alex with the perfect opportunity to confirm whether rune tattoos could be bound in Verdantis without first finding a workaround for the plane's rejection of his RuneTech platform. The direct inscribing method I use for Zora is off the table, Alex thought. But the scroll grafting method I use for myself and the earlier Ox subjects should still work, at least in theory. The rune tattoos had already been completed within a rune scroll. They existed as fully formed greater runes, sealed and stabilized. However, Alex could not be certain whether the final grafting of a rune into a living host would be accepted by Verdantis rules. After all, the grafting process itself was still a method foreign to this plane, or at least to the best of his knowledge. Alex shifted his gaze to Asgrug, now standing bare to the waist before him, before turning to the table beside them. There, Eleanor had finished combining several alchemical liquids, forming a viscous grafting concoction designed to initiate rune adhesion. although Alex was using one of his earlier, more disposable rune tattoo iterations, he still opted to use Eleanor's upgraded grafting solution to maximize the chance of success. Once she was done, Eleanor handed the concoction to him. Asgrug possessed only one rune slot. However, it was unusually large, spanning most of his back. While this meant he could never bear more than one rune tattoo, it also meant his body had an exceptionally high tolerance for the rune that would be bound to him. In essence, Fortune had made Asgrug the perfect test subject. Alex dipped a brush into the concoction and carefully smeared it across Asgrug's back. He pushed his truth-seeker eyes to their limits, ensuring the liquid spread evenly across the entire rune slot. Only after confirming the distribution did he relax slightly. "So far, so good," Alex muttered. He reached into the jewel-decorated golden chest and retrieved the rune tattoo scroll. "Prepare yourself," he said calmly. "This is going to hurt a lot." Unfurling the scroll, Alex pressed it firmly against Asgrug's back and began chanting the modified grafting incantation. Thanks to the sheer size of the rune slot, precision placement was far less restrictive than usual. Now, all that remained was to see whether Verdantis would allow the binding or reject it outright. Asgrug groaned as the process began, though he quickly forced the sound down his throat. The greater rune on the scroll lit up. At the same time, the scroll itself melted, turning into a viscous, molten substance, like glowing magma, while the rune floated atop it, intact and luminous. Asgrug's muffled groan grew louder as the molten scroll sank into his skin, acting as a conduit, a port that slotted the greater rune directly into his body's natural rune slot. Alex couldn't help but look at the orc with a hint of respect. He had personally endured the agony of binding a rune this way. He knew exactly how unbearable the pain could be. And that was after everything. The rune, the scroll, even the grafting concoction had been meticulously customized for his own body. Asgrug had no such luxury. Alex was effectively forcing a general-purpose rune scroll onto the orc's body. Worse still, the most crucial component, the bee scroll used in the grafting, was far inferior to the crystal stag bee scroll Alex had used for himself, one specifically chosen to reduce rejection and pain. Asgrug was enduring the full brunt of the process. Yet despite that, he grit his teeth and bore it, making less noise than Alex himself had during his own grafting. Within minutes, the process was complete. But to Asgrug, those minutes had felt like an eternity. Etched across his back now was a lifelike strength rune, one Alex estimated would increase Asgrug's raw physical power by anywhere between 50 to 100%, albeit at the cost of reduced stability. Alex retrieved the final item from the golden chest, a mid-grade mana stone, and pressed it against the rune. The stone's mana was instantly drained. It shattered into fine dust, and in its place, the rune came alive, glowing with a soft, mystic luster. "So this is a rune tattoo," Eleanor muttered inwardly. It was the first time she had witnessed Alex's unique rune tattoo grafting process firsthand. Through his truth-seeker eyes, Alex watched as the rune's internal ports unfurled, connecting seamlessly to Asgrug's mana pathways within the rune slot. The system locked into place. The rune was ready, capable of amplifying Asgrug's strength whenever activated. "How do you feel?" Alex asked calmly. "Winded, but otherwise fine," Asgrug replied. Then, as the memory of the pain caught up with him, his complexion paled slightly. "I can now understand why you were so cautious," he said hoarsely. "That was not something meant for the faint of heart. Try to feel out the sigil on your back," Alex said calmly. "Connect with it until you get the sense that you can activate it at will." He quickly added a warning, "But don't activate it. Don't forget, you only have 3 uses. Don't worry, you're a combat master. Even without activating it, you should be able to tell whether it's functional or not." Asgrug followed Alex's instructions, withdrawing his senses inward. His perception traced along his energy pathways, flowing naturally until it reached his back, where it connected with the rune tattoo. Asgrug's eyes snapped open, filled with unmistakable surprise. I can feel it, he said slowly. The power, waiting to be unleashed. He inhaled deeply. With this much power, I can temporarily double my strength for at least a few minutes. Although Alex had already told him this, feeling it for himself was something else entirely. Asgrug looked at Alex with renewed seriousness. This is worth more than what you've taken from our vault, he said firmly. I cannot allow you to be shortchanged. Alex opened his mouth to respond, but Asgrug cut him off. No, this cannot stand. Wait for our expedition to return. If we survive, I will ensure you are properly compensated for what you are due. Alex paused, then smiled faintly. I'm not stopping you from compensating me if you believe you should, he said. However, I have another proposition. Proposition. Asgrug asked. Alex nodded. My party and I have never entered a berserk beast nest before. Perks of coming from family like mine. His gaze sharpened. I would like us to accompany you into the nest to hunt the berserk beast within. He continued. For what you've told me, you'll need all the help you can get. And it just so happens that my party can provide a great deal of it. 2 sorcerers, a priest, and warriors of their caliber. Asgrug's eyes lit up. If you are offering, he said without hesitation, then I have no reason to refuse. He extended his hand, beaming broadly. Though his ferocious features and protruding tusks did little to help portray the intended effect. Alex didn't mind and shook the orc's hand firmly. The deal was sealed. I will ensure you are well compensated for your services, Asgrug said. I would expect nothing less from a respectable orc chief such as yourself, Alex replied with a smile. Berserk beast nests. They were more than mere locations where berserk beasts were born. They were a phenomenon unique to Verdanus. When berserk beasts gathered, whether of the same species or different ones, there existed a chance of triggering a spatial anomaly. Once the conditions were met, a pocket dimension would form, overlapping with a region of real space. This pocket dimension could be anywhere from 10 to 100 times larger than the physical area occupied in reality. In other words, a space that should only contain 1,000 beasts could, if left unchecked, conceal tens or even hundreds of thousands within. Berserk beast nests were specialized habitats seemingly created by the natural laws of Verdanus itself. Environments that not only supported but actively encouraged the proliferation of berserk beasts. Yet paradoxically, depending on one's perspective, these nests were also among the most valuable resource nodes in the wildlands, an otherwise barren and unforgiving region. According to Eleanor's market survey, even in the heart of an arid desert ecology, meat was surprisingly abundant within Camp Red Rock. The reason was simple. The camp fed on the nearby berserk beast nest. However, this reliance came with a steep cost. Despite regular hunting and culling, the beast population within the nest had ballooned far beyond safe levels. It now posed a direct threat not only to Camp Red Rock, but also to several nearby settlements. It was well documented that every berserk beast nest possessed a maximum carrying capacity. Once that limit was exceeded, the pocket dimension would destabilize and eventually rupture, spilling its contents into the real world. And when that happened, the result was often a beast tide, an uncontrolled surge of frenzied berserk beasts flooding into real space, attacking the nearest living settlements, whether of intelligent races or other beasts, with mindless aggression. Thus, when properly managed, a berserk beast nest could be a blessing. But when neglected, it became a ticking time bomb. One of Alex's expedition party's long-term goals was to secure territory of their own. And as he had already told Zora, owning land on Verdanus meant accepting a harsh truth. A berserk beast nest could appear on your doorstep at any time. Gaining first-hand experience with such a nest, especially in a situation where retreat was still possible, was an opportunity too valuable to ignore. But contrary to what Alex had claimed, that wasn't the full reason he intended to enter the nest. The major reason why he wanted to enter the nest was because the description of berserk beast nests reminded him of something deeply familiar. Something any avid web novel reader or RPG gamer from his previous life would immediately recognize. Dungeons. Alex and his expedition party joined Asgrug and his nest-quelling force. At first, Alex had assumed Asgrug would rely solely on his orc warriors. However, he quickly realized he was mistaken. The orc chief's army, if it could even be called that, was composed not only of orcs, but of a wide variety of sapient races. The group was made up primarily of adventurers rallied by the copper-skinned orc tribe. This wasn't particularly difficult, nor was it expensive. After all, adventurers were a class of people who made their living traveling the world, entering nests, hunting berserk beasts, and scavenging resources hidden within those dangerous spaces. In fact, rather than paying them, Asgrug actually charged a modest fee to allow these adventurers to hunt within the nest, as was standard practice. This arrangement further reinforced Alex's growing impression. This really is a dungeon, he thought. Even so, Asgrug made no attempt to rally the entire group into a single, cohesive unit. Alex silently approved of the decision. Looking at the adventurers present, there was a chaotic mix of the competent, the reckless, and the outright unruly. Attempting to centralize command over such a group would have been a fool's errand from the very start. Let's go. Alex moved closer to the orc's position. Given that Alex's party was currently one of the hottest topics in Camp Red Rock, their movement inevitably drew attention. A small commotion followed them, enough to draw Asgrug's gaze. The orc chief nodded once in acknowledgement. Alex returned the nod and walked up beside him. "What is your objective?" Alex asked quietly. "Do you intend merely to thin the nest numbers and kill the alpha, or are you planning to eliminate the nest entirely?" Asgrug raised an eyebrow. Destroying a berserk beast nest through conventional means was no simple task. There were generally only two recognized methods. The first required a high-ranking professional, someone capable of manipulating laws through their domain, to sever the pocket dimension's tether to real space, causing it to collapse naturally over time. The second method was far more common. It involved completely subjugating the nest, wiping out every single beast within, after which a priest would use specialized rites of the clergy to break down the residual space and dissolve the pocket dimension. This was the method most settlements relied upon. Just as Asgrug was about to say that they lacked the means to destroy the nest, his eyes flicked briefly toward Eleanor among Alex's party. Whatever words he had been about to speak were swallowed back into his throat. The former, Asgrug said instead. "As much as I want to destroy the nest, Camp Red Rock is dependent on it for food. The beasts in the surrounding regions are far too dangerous for most to hunt, and even then, their numbers are nowhere near sufficient." "Understood," Alex replied. Contrary to what Asgrug assumed, Alex had only been asking out of curiosity. While Alex believed Eleanor might be capable of collapsing the nest, since priests were known to possess such methods, he couldn't be certain. He hadn't asked in order to volunteer Eleanor's services, but simply to clarify Asgrug's intentions. Soon, it was time to enter the nest. For this operation, Camp Red Rock had committed a force of roughly 600 combatants. Asgrug led the charge with his 200-strong orc army, the most disciplined and cohesive unit present. Under his command, they advanced boldly and entered the nest as a single formation. Behind them, the 400 adventurers were far less organized. They entered in loose clusters, each party moving at its own pace. Some particularly confident, or perhaps insane, adventurers even chose to enter alone. Alex and his expedition party were among the first to pass through the entrance. The nest's gateway lay at the mouth of a narrow valley between two low hills, opening into what appeared to be a barren plain. The moment they crossed the threshold, the narrow valley behind them shimmered and vanished like a mirage. Alex felt a familiar energy wash over his body. Spatial energy. Ahead of them now stretched a vast desert plain, extending as far as the eye could see. Ruhr, what had been a quiet landscape, erupted into a cacophony of beastly roars echoing across the sand. Asgrug and his orc army had already surged ahead, moving decisively toward the alpha berserk beast at the top of the nest food chain. Alex, however, had no intention of following them. "All right," he said calmly. "We're here for one thing, to experience this berserk beast nest. We'll move along the periphery. Stay out of the main clashes, letting the orcs and adventurers do their thing. He looked back at his people. Understood. Yes, sir, the party replied in unison. Alex nodded. Then, with a faint smile, he said, Good. Let's go hunting. The nest was far larger than Alex and his party had initially assumed. Before long, they found themselves completely separated from the 600-strong force, with no other parties in sight, as far as the eye could see. They had already traveled a significant distance, yet there was still no sign of the nest's boundary. It put into perspective just how vast this pocket space truly was, far larger than Alex's sanctuary space. The difference, however, was fundamental. The sanctuary space was mobile, tethered to Alex himself, while a berserk beast nest space was static, anchored permanently to the location where it had formed. Although they were isolated from other groups, they were far from alone. Berserk beasts were everywhere. So many, in fact, that the party rarely managed more than 5 minutes of rest between battles. Fortunately, the beasts here aren't particularly strong, Alex thought. Most of the creatures they encountered were Class 0 or Class 1. The strongest beast they had faced so far was only Class 2. And because the enemies were relatively weak, the nest became the perfect environment for the party to hone their individual skills. The decision quickly proved worthwhile. A group of such grotesquely oversized ants surged toward the party, sand berserk ants. These were ordinary desert sand ants that had undergone exponential growth due to prolonged exposure to berserk energy, considered a low-level threat. Standing nearly a meter tall, these creatures had once been nothing more than ordinary desert insects. Unfortunate enough to be trapped within the nest when it formed, they had been warped and enlarged by the pervasive berserk energy. They attacked the moment they spotted the group. The Fury Knights, led by the fully recovered Sergeant Lopota, rushed forward to intercept. Fortunately, despite their increased size, the ants retained the instincts of their smaller counterparts. They lacked the refined, killing edge of true predators, making them manageable opponents. Whenever the ants attempted to group together and overwhelm the party with crude swarm tactics, the crossbowmen responded immediately, each bolt claiming a life and breaking the formation. The ants, driven purely by instinct, could only react to immediate threats. As the crossbowmen kite and thinned the clustered groups, Sergeant Lopota and the Fury Knights swept in, cutting down the stragglers with disciplined sword strikes. Though enlarged, the ants remained highly vulnerable to even the cheapest blade, let alone the enhanced and reinforced weapons wielded by the Fury soldiers. Sergeant Lopota finished off a crippled ant by driving his sword cleanly through its head. But before he could savor the victory, something caught the corner of his eye. One of the ants raised its front limb and pointed it toward another Fury soldier. It was an unfamiliar motion, nothing resembling any behavior Lopota had seen from the ants before. Yet instinct screamed danger. Without hesitation, the sergeant moved. He surged forward, aiming to place himself between the ant and the soldier. I won't make it, Lopota realized. No, I have to make it. The sense of danger and unease intensified. Lopota knew, without question, that if he failed to intercept the attack, the Fury soldier would die. Move! He roared inwardly, pushing his internal energy to its absolute limit. Suddenly, time seemed to slow. Crack! Boom! Something snapped inside his mind. It felt as though an invisible weight shattered and fell away, and in that instant his speed surged. The increase wasn't dramatic, but in a battle balanced on the edge of life and death, it was enough. The ant fired its limb, what had once been a leg, like a hardened spike. Get down, Lopota bellowed. But the Fury Knight had just finished dispatching another ant and couldn't react in time. Lopota charged forward, shield raised. Clank! He collided with the spike mid-flight, barely managing to intercept it. The impact wasn't enough to stop it completely, but it altered its trajectory. Instead of piercing the soldier's skull, the spike veered toward his arm. Just before impact, a translucent barrier of ice materialized in front of the soldier, blocking the attack entirely. Lopota didn't hesitate. He spun on his heel and hurled his shield. Pucci. Thrown with explosive force, the shield's rim embedded itself deep into the ant's skull, killing it instantly. Immediately, two Fury soldiers rushed to Sergeant Lopota's side, shielding him from any potential follow-up attacks. The remaining Fury Knights, including the one Lopota had tried to protect, quickly regrouped, forming a tight line formation. Together with the crossbowmen providing disciplined bolt fire from the flanks, they steadily ground down the remaining ants. Before long, the battle ended. Fortunately, the sheer number of ants they had slain drove away nearby beasts, granting the party a brief moment of reprieve. Instead of resting, Sergeant Lopota walked over to Zora and bowed deeply. "Thank you, ma'am. There's no need for thanks." Zora smiled gently. "It was my duty." Then her gaze sharpened slightly. "You broke through, didn't you?" "I did." Only then did Lopota truly realize what had happened. Why he'd been able to close the distance when logic said he shouldn't have. "Congratulations," Zora said warmly. The rest of the expedition party looked at the sergeant with varying degrees of envy. He had become the first among them to advance since the expedition began, stepping into the peak of intermediate rank. Still, none of them felt bitter for long. Each was confident that their own breakthrough would come soon enough. Alex, however, wore a more complicated expression. His own advancement wasn't governed solely by mana volume. It depended on the recovery and refinement of his path itself. Shri! Before he could voice his thoughts, a sharp beast cry tore through the air. Another battle had begun above them. While the party looted the ants for valuable materials, Senu had engaged an enemy in the skies. A hawk-like berserk beast had dared to ambush Queen Senu during her flight. This was an unforgivable affront. The tips of her wings shimmered with silvery light as she flapped them forward. Spatial slash. Two crisscrossing blades of spatial energy erupted from her wings. They cleaved cleanly through the avian beast, which fell to the ground in pieces. Scree! Queen Senu let out a commanding cry, asserting her dominance over the skies. Kick, kick, kick. A response echoed back. The sound multiplied. From the horizon, a cast of hawks surged forward. In moments, they blotted out the sky above the expedition party. Any lingering elation over Lopota's breakthrough vanished instantly. Silver and the crossbowmen raised their weapons. Alex, Zora, Fun, and Mordor stepped forward, rousing their mana and killing intent in unison. The next battle began immediately. Fireball, Icicle Storm, Ice Blast, Parasitic Weakness. Mordor's debuff spell arrived first. Instead of the standard Weaken, the Orc Shaman, Swordsman unleashed an infectious variant. The curse leapt from target to target within close proximity, sacrificing power for potent infectious spread. Then the other three spells struck. With tacit coordination born of countless battles, Alex, Zora, and Fun attacked different sections of the hawk cast simultaneously. Alex's fireball detonated mid-air, blasting multiple hawks from the sky in blazing arcs of fire. Icicle Storm followed. Zora's upward variant of Icicle Shower unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp ice shards that shredded wings and punched through fragile avian bodies, gunning down cast members with overwhelming projectile density. Meanwhile, Fun released what appeared to be an oversized ice bolt from his maw. The hawks, keen-eyed apex predators, dodged it with ease. That was until the spell suddenly detonated. A burst of frigid mist exploded outward, instantly freezing the wings of several unfortunate hawks mid-flight. Their bodies stiffened before gravity claimed them, sending them plummeting toward the ground. With the cast scattered and destabilized by the mage's opening volley, Silver and the crossbowmen moved in seamlessly, picking off the remaining airborne hawks. On the ground, the rest of the party efficiently finished off the fallen beasts. Senu, however, was far from idle. Enraged by the challenge to her authority, Queen Senu plunged directly into the heart of the aerial melee. She darted through the sky with lethal grace, wings flashing as hawks fell one after another in her wake. If not for the thin, passive protective energy film surrounding her body, she would have been drenched in blood. Recognizing her as the greatest threat, 5 hawks broke formation and converged on her from multiple angles. Senna welcomed them. She surged forward to meet the challenge head-on. Seeing this, Silver swiftly notched 3 arrows and fired, seemingly at Senu. Just as the arrows reached her mid-charge, Senu executed a sudden barrel roll. Her body streamlined, slipping cleanly through the narrow gaps between the arrows. The bolts flew past her and struck the incoming hawks. 3 of the 5 were shot down instantly. Senu's roll didn't stop there. Carrying razor-sharp momentum wrapped in spatial force, she tore straight through the remaining 2 hawks, ripping them apart as she passed. Her momentum carried her onward, straight toward another swarm. The hawks reacted with uncanny precision, instinctively calculating where she would emerge and striking that point at once. Alex's heart skipped a beat. Mana surged as a spell instantly formed in his outstretched hand. But through their bond, he felt it. Senu's calm reassurance. A cold glint flashed in Senu's avian eyes. The instant she came to a stop, her body snapped open, wings spreading wide, and a spherical burst of razor-sharp energy erupted outward. Omnidirectionnel spatial rend. Each blade was a spatial rend, a stronger, more lethal variant of spatial slash, capable of ignoring most conventional defenses by cutting directly through space itself. The invisible blades carved fleeting wounds into the fabric of reality as they shot outward. Within a 5-meter radius of Senu, every hawk struck by the attack froze midair. The spatial distortions were repaired almost instantly by the natural laws of the plane, but in the process, every hawk caught within them was torn apart from the inside out. The predators that had sought to exploit her momentary pause fell lifelessly from the sky. Scree! Queen Senu unleashed a triumphant, imperious cry that rippled through the air itself, momentarily stunning the remaining hawks. That single heartbeat of hesitation was all Alex's party needed. Spells, arrows, and blades finished off the survivors with ruthless efficiency. Senu glided through the air, wings spread wide, radiating unquestionable dominance as she claimed the sky as her undisputed domain. Alex watched, finally releasing the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Then, a pulse of weakness traveled through their bond. Sleepy, Senu's thought reached him faintly. Without warning, her body tilted, and she dropped from the sky. Abyssal Conqueror's step, wraiths crossing. Alex vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared beneath her falling form, catching her midair and rolling upon impact to dissipate most of the force. The landing tore shallow cuts across his body, but Alex didn't register the pain. His entire focus was on his beast companion. He let out a sigh of relief after confirming she was unharmed. A wry smile tugged at his lips. Another breakthrough, he announced calmly. Someone else just advanced in battle. Surprise rippled through the group. However, after witnessing Sergeant Lopota's advancement earlier, the shock was tempered, especially given Senu's prior condition. Hurry, Alex ordered. Start looting before another group of beasts swarms us. The party moved immediately, extracting valuable materials from the fallen hawks, most notably their beast cores. Alex glanced across the battlefield, eyes narrowing slightly. With this many beasts already, he muttered, I can see why Asgrug is worried about this place. If such a vast number of beasts were to form a beast tide and attack Camp Red Rock, then even if most of them were weak, at least by the expedition party standards, their sheer numbers would overwhelm the settlement. The camp's powerhouses would have little they could do to stop it. Even if the tide were eventually put down, the damage caused would be nigh irreparable. Alex shook his head and turned his attention back to Senu. Her breakthrough, in truth, wasn't all that surprising. She had yet to fully digest the immense energy she accumulated while still an egg. Between the bonsai tree and the void heart core gathering power within the sanctuary space, Senu had absorbed an extraordinary amount of energy even before she hatched, so much so that it affected her birth. After emerging, the residual energy condensed within her eggshell had been devoured completely, not a trace left behind. Much of that energy had remained dormant within her body and used, largely because she rarely engaged in true combat. This battle was likely the first real trial she had faced. Beasts grow through competition, combat, and survival. Alex muttered an age-old truth. Beasts consumed enormous quantities of energy-rich materials, and the way they refined and stabilized that power was through constant struggle against other creatures. It was an advantage wild beasts possessed over most contracted companions. Alex's gaze drifted toward Fawn. Should I throw him into the thick of battle and let him struggle too? He wondered. Fawn suddenly shuddered. He tilted his head, puzzled. Why did I feel cold just now, he thought. In the desert? That made no sense, especially since he was an ice-type beast, for the most part. Alex shook his head and refocused on Senu, cradled in his arms. He crouched and gently placed the unconscious eagle onto a shadow. Her body shimmered as obscure glyphs flickered briefly across her form, and then she sank smoothly into the darkness beneath his feet. Alex let out a breath of relief. Even unconscious, the transport method still worked. Within his shadow was the safest resting place for his herald. The elite rank marked a critical turning point for nightmare eagles, and Alex suspected Senu would be no exception, despite her many deviations from the norm of her species. She was going to need every ounce of energy she could gather. Alex and the expedition party continued roaming the periphery of the Red Rock Berserk Beast Nest. One thing the group was grateful for was the reduced heat. Unlike the outside desert, the temperature within the nest was noticeably milder. Given that they were traversing an open plain with no shade in sight, this difference mattered greatly. Alex suddenly paused and subtly glanced behind him. Then he continued walking without a word. Because he had done this several times already, Zora noticed something was off. "What's the problem?" she asked quietly. "I feel like we're being watched," Alex replied, uncertainty coloring his tone. His instincts were sounding alarms, yet he couldn't identify the source. Even his spirit sight revealed nothing unusual. The ambient mana remained stable and undisturbed. "What do you want to do?" Zora asked. "Nothing for now," Alex replied. Zora gave him a searching look, but nodded nonetheless. The party advanced for another quarter of an hour when Alex suddenly sensed a massive energy signature approaching rapidly. He raised his fist, signaling the group to halt and prepare. Moments later, the owner of that energy signature appeared on the horizon. "Is that?" Alex narrowed his eyes. "It's a dune croc," Silver called out. Alex let out a quiet sigh of relief. For a moment, he had feared it was an earth drake, like the one he killed back in the Dankrot forest. Fortunately, as the creature drew closer, its silhouette confirmed it was only a dune croc. Ordinarily, Alex would have preferred to ambush such a beast. Dune crocs were notoriously troublesome in head-on engagements. However, on this flat, barren plain, there was nowhere to hide. "We really need to rain camouflage gear," Alex muttered. "Leader, please let me take this fight." Mogul's deep voice broke the momentary silence. Alex turned to him, raising an eyebrow, before his expression shifted into a frown. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Dune crocs are essentially walking armor. Your fists won't pierce through its scales." "My fists are my strongest weapons," Mogul replied firmly, "and this creature will fall to them." He bowed his head slightly. "Please, allow me to prove my resolve." Alex felt a headache coming on. Just as he expected, the recent breakthroughs born from combat and adversity had lit a fire under the expedition members. That was good, but also carried the risk of making them reckless. He hesitated, conflicted about granting Mogul's request. But before he could decide, the Class 3 beast had already spotted them. With a thunderous roar, the dune croc charged. "Fine, go for it," Alex ordered through gritted teeth. Boom! Mogul exploded forward, charging with nothing but his fists. "Be ready," Alex said to the spellcasters, positioning them to strike from afar if anything went wrong. Then he turned to Udara. "You too." The shadow dancer nodded. She was the fastest among them. If Mogul needed support, she'd reach him first. When the dune croc saw Mogul rushing toward it, its massive body suddenly leapt upward, and dove into the ground. Dune dive. This was the Dune Croc's racial ability, allowing it to swim through earth as if it were water. Mogul skidded to a halt. Unlike ordinary burrowing techniques, Dune dive left no disturbances on the surface. No shifting sand nor vibrations. Realizing his eyes were useless, Mogul closed them and focused inward. In that moment, a memory surfaced. A towering barbarian, far larger than even Mogul, loomed over him. That man looked less a barbarian and more a walking mountain. To walk the path of a Dravo pugilist, the at least 3 meters tall, giant barbarian had said, is to forsake weapons. It is to believe that your body is your ultimate blade. But you must as well understand, before you reach the peak, your body is also fragile. So a Dravo pugilist ends battles quickly. The truest essence of our way is to kill with one strike. Never forget it. One strike. A faint disturbance rippled beneath Mogul's feet. His eyes snapped open. He rolled aside, just as a massive maw burst soundlessly from the ground. Mogul pivoted on one foot. Barbarian energy surged violently into his arm. His fist shot forward, driving straight into the Dune Croc's exposed underside, just beneath its heart. One heart punch. True to its name, Mogul put everything he had into the punch. His internal energy, will, belief, and trust. Like a cannonball, his fist punched forward with terrifying force, tearing through the Dune Croc's underside and punching straight into its heart. The Dune Croc died instantly. Silence followed. The expedition party watched in stunned disbelief as Mogul felled a stronger opponent with a single strike. Now, Alex suddenly roared. Shadow dash. Yudara's figure flashed and vanished from Alex's side. At first, the party thought another beast had emerged to ambush Mogul. But Yudara didn't reappear beside him. She appeared more than 100 meters behind the group. Strangely, there was nothing there. But that made no sense either. Shadow dash required shadows as a medium. Yudara could not have arrived there without one, which meant only one thing. Reveal yourself, Yudara said coldly, her blade already drawn and placed on something, or I will slit your throat. Stop! Stop! A soft voice cried out. Like a mirage collapsing, a dark-skinned figure suddenly materialized in front of her. Yudara already had the figure restrained, arm locked around their body, and her short sword pressed firmly against their throat. On closer inspection, the figure wasn't merely dark-skinned. They were black-skinned, obsidian dark. What are you? Udara demanded. You're a dark elf, and you don't recognize your own kin? The stalker replied lightly. Yudara wasn't amused. Her blade pressed closer, enough that even the slightest pressure would draw blood. Wait. I'm a night elf. A night elf. The stalker hurriedly corrected. Alex arrived just in time to hear the exchange. A night elf? Udara frouned. Never heard of it. How can you say that? I'm technically a dark elf too. The stalker protested. So she's the one watching us, Alex realized. The presence he'd been sensing all this time belonged to this girl. She looked young, no older than 13, aside from her pitch-black skin, moonlight silver pupils, and elongated elven ears. Alex stepped closer. Why have you been following us? He asked calmly. You could tell. The night elf blurted out, genuinely surprised. Answer the question, Yudara ordered. Her blade trembled slightly. The night elf gasped as a thin line of blood formed against her throat. Loot, she shouted. It was for the loot. Loot? Alex raised an eyebrow. What loot? Your kills, the night elf replied quickly. You leave good parts behind. We figured you didn't need them, so we followed you and picked up whatever was left. That way, we ensure you don't waste your efforts, and we don't risk our lives fighting monsters. Alex almost rolled his eyes. What do you mean you ensure we don't waste our efforts? You just want the free gains, he thought. But something in her words caught his attention. We? He asked at the same time Yudara did. You're in a party? Alex pressed. The night elf froze. Oh no, she realized too late. She clamped her hands over her mouth as if she could shove the words back inside. Alex didn't let the moment slip. You're just a scout, aren't you? He said calmly. You use an invisibility ability or spell to tail us. Then relay our kill locations to your party so they can come later and loot whatever we leave behind. Her eyes widened. No, I won't tell you anything. Kill me if you want, she blurted out. She doesn't just look like a child, Alex noted coldly. She behaves like one too. An idea surfaced. There's no need to kill you, Alex said, a thin smile forming. Why would I do that? His voice dropped. I hear there are slave markets in the wildlands. A beautiful elf like you would fetch a very high price, enough to recoup our losses. The night elf's breath hitched. I wonder who you'll end up with, Alex continued lightly. And what kind of things they'll do to you. He leaned closer. If you don't want that, tell me how to contact the rest of your party. The night elf began to tremble violently. Even Yudara felt a pang of pity, and she had a soft look of reproach. She removed the blade at the girl's throat, though her grapple remained firm. Hey, Alex Fury, what are you doing? Zora's sharp voice cut in. Alex turned to see Zora and Eleanor approaching. Their expressions were far more displeased than Yudara's, bordering on outright disgust. How can you say something like that to a child? Eleanor snapped. She's not a child, Alex replied evenly. She's an enemy who's been spying on us. I'm extracting information. Hi, elf. The night elf's eyes went wide. Eleanor's veil could not hide her presence from someone sensitive to spiritual/racial hierarchy. The girl felt her hidden nature instinctively. She tried to bow on reflex, but Yudara's hold stopped her from moving. I am Alora Lunahelm. May the sun, moon, and stars guide your light, my lady. Despite Yudara's hold, the night elf stubbornly bowed as much as she could. Almost immediately, Alex and his wives exchanged a brief glance. They all understood what needed to be done. Eleanor stepped forward. Yudara released her right on cue, and she wrapped her arms around the night elf. Alora found herself enveloped in Eleanor's bountiful bosom. Warmth, pure, radiant warmth, washed over her. It felt like standing beneath gentle sunlight after a long night. Powerful yet soothing. The strongest light she had ever felt, and the most soothing. This is the first time I've met another elf during my travels, Eleanor said softly. Are the other members of your party elves as well? Yes, my lady, Elora replied, still held within Eleanor's embrace. We are members of our village's light finders. Can you call them here so we may talk? Eleanor asked kindly. Elora finally lifted her head from Eleanor's embrace and looked at Alex with open suspicion. Don't mind my husband, Eleanor said reassuringly. What he said earlier was just a joke. She shot Alex a sharp glare. A very bad joke. Alex could only chuckle wryly. How's Mogul? He asked Zora. Zora rolled her eyes. He's fine. The Dune Croc is confirmed dead, she replied. He didn't break through, did he? Alex asked, a hint of hope in his voice, though tempered by realism. Not in rank, Zora said, but it seems he achieved a different kind of breakthrough. I see. That's still good. Alex shrugged. Let's regroup, he added, already walking back toward the party with Zora beside him. It took some effort, but Eleanor eventually coaxed Elora into summoning the rest of her party. The night elf raised a small whistle and blew into it. No sound carried through the air. She explained it was her party's emergency signal. They would arrive soon. Eleanor brought Elora along to rejoin the expedition group, while Yudara remained close at her side, her posture relaxed but vigilant, just in case. Elora watched as the Fury Knights efficiently skinned the Dune Croc. They harvested its beast core, heart, spine, bones, teeth, and a few select materials, then moved on. They left behind far more than they took. So much waste, she thought, gritting her teeth. Then she turned her gaze to Alex's followers. Every one of them radiated danger. Even though she herself was a peak gold rank combatant, technically stronger than Mogul and most of the group, she felt genuine pressure from each of them. And no matter how she tried to rationalize it, she still couldn't believe Mogul had killed a Dune Croc with a single punch. Doesn't that mean he could kill me with a single punch as well? Elora swallowed. After all, if she had faced that Dune Croc head-on, she would have struggled to kill it, if she survived at all. She conveniently forgot that she and Mogul were fundamentally different types of fighters. Still, the thought alone was enough to keep her firmly in check as she stood quietly, waiting for her companions to arrive. A few minutes later, Elora's ears twitched. Almost simultaneously, several members of the expedition party turned around. 3 figures were sprinting toward them. "What are you doing? Release our companion immediately," a middle-aged male elf shouted as he closed the distance. "Calm yourself," Alex replied evenly. "We aren't holding anyone captive. We merely asked her to invite you here, so you could explain why she had been stalked." "Don't worry, Uncle Sunbow," Elora suddenly interrupted. "They have a high elf." "A high elf?" The middle-aged elf froze mid-step. His gaze snapped to Eleanor. Shock, disbelief, elation. A turbulent cocktail of emotions rippled across his face. "You," a dark elf male beside him muttered, his eyes fixed on Yudara. Such a dense dark elf bloodline. Without warning, he lunged forward, reaching for Yudara's arm. Abyssal Conqueror's step. 3rd step, Wraith's Crossing. Alex moved first. He appeared between them in a blur and seized the dark elf's wrist mid-motion. "How dare you try to touch my wife?" Alex said coldly. His crimson eyes locked onto the elf's face. "Do you have a death wish?" The dark elf stiffened, a chill running down his spine. "Please wait," the middle-aged elf hurriedly said. "He meant no harm." "I know," Alex replied icily. Otherwise, his head would already be off his neck. Alex had activated his spirit sight at LV2 the moment the elves came into view. He had already confirmed that they harbored no premeditated hostility toward his party. He released the dark elf and pushed him back. The shove jolted the man awake to the reality of his situation. I apologize," the dark elf said hastily. "I was just startled. I've never sensed such dense, dark elf bloodline, not even from our tribe's chief. And yet, she also carries other, similarly potent bloodlines, all in perfect harmony. That shouldn't be possible." "Shut up, Draze," the middle-aged elf barked. Only then did Draze realize what he had done. Yudara's cold stare confirmed it. He bowed deeply in apology and, without uttering another word, clearly afraid of revealing anything further, stepped behind the older elf. "I apologize for my party member's behavior," the middle-aged elf said. He shot a reproachful glance at his companion before turning back to Yudara with an apologetic smile. "As you can see, he is still immature and has yet to learn when to think before he speaks." Yudara did not respond. Instead, she turned her gaze to Alex, clearly indicating that the decision was his to make. The middle-aged elf caught the gesture immediately. A man well-versed in the ways of the world, he shifted his attention fully to Alex, recognizing him as the true leader. Alex stared at him coldly. However, a subtle tug on his sleeve made him pause. Eleanor's fingers tightened briefly, grounding him. His crimson pupils faded back to their usual ruby red as he exhaled slowly. He raised a hand, signaling for his party to stand down. Then he motioned for Elora to return to her companions. The night elf hesitated, visibly reluctant to leave Eleanor's side. Only when the middle-aged elf gave her a firm look did she move, albeit grudgingly, to rejoin her party. "Thank you," the elf said sincerely. Alex crossed his arms. "Who are you people?" he asked. "And why did you have your party member stalking us?" The middle-aged elf hesitated. His gaze flicked to Eleanor, then Yudara, then finally swept across the rest of the expedition party. He quickly realized this was a situation he couldn't talk his way out of. "You are already familiar with Elora," he began. "The dark elf is Daria's dark oak." He gestured toward the man who had nearly caused the disaster. Then he motioned to the final member of their group. "This is Naina Fogart." The woman, who appeared to be in her early 20s, silently gave a polite curtsy. The elf then placed a hand over his chest. "I am Urian Sunbow. We are members of our town's light finders," Urian continued. "When we noticed the beast corpses left behind by your party, I assumed you had no interest in them. So, I decided to follow your trail and harvest what you left behind." He paused, then added carefully, "I believed you wouldn't mind." "If that was all you did, I wouldn't have," Alex replied flatly. "But I don't appreciate being tracked and spied by unknown people. That wasn't our intention to spy on Yo." "It doesn't matter what your intention was," Alex cut in. What matters is how your actions can be perceived. His gaze sharpened. You seem experienced. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. If this were another party, this encounter could have ended very differently. I do, Yurian admitted after a brief pause. Alex turned his head slightly and looked at Eleanor. How do you want to handle this? He asked. Eleanor was momentarily surprised by the question. Then she caught Alex's subtle wink and the slight nudge of his chin toward the elves. Her eyes flicked to Yurian's companions, who were all watching her intently. In that instant, she understood exactly what Alex was doing. She stepped away from his side and moved forward, positioning herself to their sides, but equal distance from both parties, symbolically neutral. We need to be fair to both sides, she said calmly, addressing both Alex and Yurian. She turned first to Yurian. The reason our party left the beast corpses behind wasn't because they lacked value, but because we didn't have the means to transport everything. We chose quality over quantity. Her tone remained even. It's one thing if you stumbled upon the remains by chance. It's another to deliberately trail us, to continuously profit from our efforts. Yurian's expression tightened with visible shame as her words struck their mark. Then Eleanor turned to Alex. That said, you also can't deny that we left those corpses to the elements and scavengers. One could argue that, by doing so, we relinquished our claim over them. She paused briefly. As for following us, it's clear they had no malicious intent, aside from a measure of greed, of course. Alex nodded, appearing reluctant, but conceding the point. Eleanor continued. So here's a proposal for both sides to consider. A proposal? Yurian asked, caught off guard. A trade, Eleanor replied. She elaborated. In exchange for allowing your party to follow behind us and gain first rights to whatever beasts we kill. After we extract what we need, we'll sell you the remaining corpses at 20% of market value. She looked between them. Is that acceptable? We're here to hunt beasts anyway. Alex commented casually. If we can earn something on the side, I'm sure my people won't mind having guests tagging along. Eleanor turned back to Yurian. The elf did a quick calculation in his head. The Lightfinders operated with discretionary funds provided by the settlements they represented. They had recently received a fresh allocation, and compared to the risks involved in active hunting, this deal was generous. Besides, Yurian thought grimly, we could never gather as many usable corpses as they can. I accept, he said firmly. Excellent, Alex replied. Then you may follow behind our party until we establish camp. With that, he turned away and rejoined his companions, who had just finished extracting the valuable parts from the dune croc. Though Alex's words could have been interpreted as dismissive, Yurian showed no displeasure. There was another reason he hadn't hesitated to accept. If Alex decided to act against them, his party of 4 wouldn't last a minute against a force of over 20. He wasn't foolish enough to test that possibility. Come, Eleanor said gently, beckoning to Alora. Why don't you tell me more about yourselves? The night elf glanced quickly at the middle-aged elf. Yurian met her eyes for a brief moment before giving a small nod. He had no intention of rejecting the bridge between their two parties, especially not when they were high elf. Yudara remained beside Eleanor. Her eyes never strayed far from the elven party, lingering a moment longer on the dark elf, Draze, who looked as though he had far more to say, but was wisely keeping silent. The silver tongue strikes again, Zora remarked quietly with a knowing smile. Nicely played, acting the villain so Eleanor could play peacemaker. She glanced sideways at Alex. What now? Are we planning to target this world's elven empire by starting with a weak, naive scouting party? Weak, Alex replied thoughtfully. Maybe, but naive? I doubt it. He nodded subtly toward Yurian. That one's sharp and experienced too. And that woman, Naina, was it? The quiet one. There's something about her. Zora raised an eyebrow. Eyeing another woman. Are we Alex Fury? What? No, that's not. Alex started, then stopped when he saw the glint in her eyes. Haha, very funny. It is, Zora said, smiling. Then her expression softened into something more serious. I see what you mean, though. It's like all sound disappears around her. Want me to keep an eye on her? She asked. Not particularly, Alex replied. There's no reason to pry into their secrets unless we have to. I'm just planting a seed, a contingency. He paused, gaze drifting briefly. Sealahan is our objective, but putting all our eggs in one basket would be foolish. Understood, Zora said, nodding. I'm going to check on Mogul, Alex added. He walked over to the towering barbarian, who had just fashioned one of the Dune Croc's claws into a crude necklace. No breakthrough in rank, I hear, Alex said. Not in rank, Mogul replied, touching the claw at his neck. But I broke through in comprehension. Alex nodded approvingly. That's good. Comprehension matters more in the long run. Rank breakthroughs help once, Mogul said. Comprehension helps forever. Exactly. Alex smiled. Boss. Kavakin suddenly strode up, grinning broadly. I'm going next. Are you sure? Alex raised an eyebrow. You don't even know what we'll run into. My babies are hungry, Kavakin said, patting the axes at his sides. They crave blood. Doesn't matter what it is. My babies will cut it. Alex sighed. All right. Very well. We'll see what the nest throws at us next. Thanks, boss, Kavakin said, already turning away. Alex shook his head wryly as the war-tiger departed. Then his gaze drifted back to the elves standing with Eleanor and Yudara. His eyes grew distant, as if looking far beyond the present battlefield, toward a future only he could see. What that vision held, only he knew. After the expedition party finished stripping the Dune Croc of what they needed, Alex gestured for the elves to step forward and claim their right to the remainder of the corpse. Yirian hesitated for a brief moment, uncertainty flashing across his face. Before he could speak, Naina subtly shook her head at him, wordless but firm. She stepped forward on her own. That simple act drew confused looks and faint frowns from the expedition party. Naina's footsteps made no sound at all. Just as Zora had observed earlier, her body felt like a point where sound itself vanished. She stopped before the massive corpse and closed her eyes, her expression calm as she roused her mana with precise, almost reverent concentration. Then, the fabric of space rippled. A spatial gate opened, revealing another location beyond, one marked by unmistakable elven architecture. Before Alex and his party could make sense of what they were seeing, the Dune Croc's enormous corpse was pulled into the gate and vanished. The space sealed itself as if it had never been disturbed. Silence descended. A space mage? That was the immediate thought that crossed the minds of most of the expedition party. But Alex, and those with deeper understanding like Zora, Eleanor, and Sugud, knew better. Space mages could open gates to shorten travel, yes. But there were limits. Distance, mass, spatial interference, and resistance. According to the maps Alex possessed, elven territory lay thousands of kilometers away. Not to mention, a Dune Croc was anything but light. But most importantly, they were inside a berserk beast nest, a significant spatial anomaly. Stacking these conditions together made opening a spatial gate prohibitively difficult, perhaps even outright impossible for an elite-rank space mage. Or it should have been. But that wasn't what truly unsettled Alex. There was something else he sensed from Naina the moment the gate formed, which pupils constricted. Spatial energy. The thought sent a jolt of shock through his body. Cultivation academia on Pangaea had long reached a consensus that it was nigh impossible for humanoid, non-beast, races to innately gather and store spatial energy. Their bodies simply weren't built for it. Worse still, their spiritual force, fueled by a complex, unstable blend of emotional energies, was considered far too chaotic to control something as xenophobic and volatile as spatial energy. Does this mean Pangaea's academia is wrong? Alex questioned inwardly. I tried to absorb spatial energy myself, but it passed straight through my body as if I wasn't even there. Is there a specialized method in Verdantis that Pangaea's academia hasn't discovered yet? Fascinating. Alex's eyes glowed faintly. A smile crept onto his face. The realization hit him so hard that he forgot to rein in his expression. His emotions leaked out plainly, clear enough for Yirian to notice. Yirian stiffened. As I thought. Humans are greedy after all, he thought grimly. But then he looked closer. Alex's gaze wasn't locked onto Naina. It was fixed on the space where the gate had been. Wait, is that really greed? Urian hesitated. If it is, it isn't directed at Naina. It's directed at the gate itself. Then he noticed Alex's smile. No, this isn't greed. This is curiosity, excitement, or is it motivation? Urian frowned. What exactly is going through this human's mind? He shifted his gaze toward the rest of the expedition party. They were clearly surprised by Naina's ability, but they weren't shocked by the existence of the gate itself. It's almost as if they've seen something like this before, and it isn't even special to them. That unsettled Urian far more than outright greed ever could. Almost every time humans witnessed Naina's ability, whether directly or through deduction, their reactions were the same. They all showed covetous eyes and thinly veiled greed, with schemes following soon after. They had been ambushed before by adventurers who wanted to capture Naina outright. They've also had a noble plot to seize her under false pretense as well. If not for Naina's own insistence and reassurance, Urian would never have agreed to perform the transfer in front of another party. When the spatial transfer ended, Naina swayed slightly before turning toward him. She offered a weak smile, one that seemed to say, "I told you so." Urian quickly stepped forward to support her. Outwardly, he appeared calm. Inwardly, however, his vigilance doubled, particularly toward the sorcerer leading the group. His fingers brushed the vambrace on his arm. Hidden within it was his final reassurance. A last resort, one he never wanted to use. As long as I can return Naina home, Urian thought, any cost is worth paying. With the corpse gone, Alex, his party, and the elven group continued their journey along the periphery of the Red Rock nest. Whenever they reached what should have been the boundary of the nest, a mysterious force subtly guided their path back inward, preventing them from leaving the affected area. This feels less like a nest, Alex mused, and more like a cage meant to keep the beasts inside. Until it overflows and explodes, that is. After circling the outer regions for a while, the group began to notice something off. It looks like the beasts along the periphery have already been wiped out by the adventurers, Alex said, turning to voice what everyone had realized. His gaze shifted deeper into the nest. So, what do you all think? He asked. Should we head inward and see what the core has to offer? Of course, boss. My babies still haven't eaten, Kavikin said immediately, grinning as he hefted his axes. One by one, the other members of the expedition voiced their agreement. Alex turned to Zora. She rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. He chuckled softly, then shifted his attention to the elven party. And what about you? He asked. What do you intend to do? This was the perfect opportunity to part ways, and Urian knew it. His first instinct was to take it. Alex had shown no hostility, no attempts to probe, threaten, or even isolate Naina. Yet, paradoxically, that only made Urian more uneasy. He couldn't reconcile such restraint with everything he knew about humans. No plotting, overt greed, nor coercion. It doesn't make sense to him. But before he could speak, he noticed Elora and Daria's looking at him with clear anticipation. Naina met his gaze and gave a small, firm nod. She wanted to continue. Urian groaned inwardly. We will continue to accompany you, he said at last. Alex raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I didn't think your party planned to go that deep. If we were on our own, we wouldn't, Urian admitted. But if it's to support your party, then the risk becomes worth taking. Heading inward means stronger beasts and better resources, he reasoned in a bid to convince himself. With this group, we should be able to handle most threats, as long as we don't run into one of the nest's true rulers. We'll pull our weight, Urian added firmly. I don't doubt that, Alex replied calmly. The 4 elves were all gold rankers. Moreover, Urian himself was a peak gold rank. Considering his apparent age, that might make him the least talented member of his group, but whatever he lacked in raw talent, he more than made up for with experience. With that settled, the combined group headed deeper toward the core of the nest. As expected, they soon came across scattered corpses, both humanoid and beast. The adventurers' bodies had been looted clean, undoubtedly the work of other adventurers. Such was the way of the world here. They pushed inward for nearly an hour without encountering a single living beast, let alone engaging in battle. Alex almost began to believe they would reach the nest's core without resistance. As usual, that illusion didn't last. Rumble. The ground trembled faintly. About 100 meters ahead, the group spotted another cluster of beasts blocking their chosen path. This time, it was a mixed group of desert crabs and armored scorpions. Each creature possessed a thick carapace or reinforced exoskeleton capable of shrugging off most physical attacks. And at the center of it all, a massive scorpion stood out, its body covered in a glossy, crystal-like carapace. A crystal scorpion. Not only was the beast nearly impervious to physical attacks below Class 4, it also possessed a far more dangerous trait. Sizzle. Thick droplets of viscous liquid fell from the scorpion's raised stinger. Wherever the venom touched the stone, it hissed violently, liquefying the ground on contact. A crystal scorpion with corrosive venom. Alex muttered dryly. Wonderful. His brows furrowed as he assessed the battlefield. Then he turned to Kavikin, a teasing smile tugging at his lips as he tried to lighten the tension. So, big guy, Alex said, are your babies still hungry? Kavikin gave a wry smile at first. Then, slowly, he turned toward Alex, battle lust igniting in his eyes despite the clearly unfavorable matchup. Boss, the war-tiger grinned, lifting his axes. My babies are always hungry. My babies are always hungry. Alex stared at Kavikin for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Very well, he said. Can I leave the big one to you, then? Leave it to me. Kavikin thumped his chest confidently. Alex nodded before turning to Silver and Havel. What about you two? Are you up for the challenge? He asked. Havel shrugged casually, but the hand resting on the hilt of his sheathed katana betrayed his excitement. I'll need the steel arrows, Silver muttered. She turned and swapped quivers with a crossbowman carrying her spare ammunition, then looked back at Alex and nodded once. Alex was about to give the order when another thought struck him. His gaze shifted to Fun, who was currently nestled in Zora's bosom. Hey, Fun, Alex said casually. Don't they look like quality cooking ingredients? Fun locked his gaze onto the desert crabs for a long moment. Bark. Fun nodded. Cooking the crabs wouldn't be easy given their anatomy, but Chef Fun welcomed the challenge. Alex smiled. The moment Zora saw that smile, she knew a scheme was brewing. Do you know the difference between a world-class chef and an ordinary, forgettable one? Alex asked solemnly. Fun tilted his head. A world-class chef knows how to source his own ingredients. A true world-class chef must be able to hunt for his ingredients when needed, Alex said, as though imparting the greatest secret in existence. Do you want to become a world-class chef? Bark. Then go hunt your ingredients yourself. Alex pointed theatrically at the crabs. Bark. Fun leapt out of Zora's embrace, morphing back into his dire wolf form the instant his paws hit the ground. Bark. I am ready. Good. Alex smiled. Zora shot him a reproachful glare, but said nothing. The rest of the expedition party struggled to suppress their amusement. As for the elven party, they stared in disbelief. None of them had expected Alex to have such a joking side. Alex turned back to his three chosen combatants. Kavikin, the crystal scorpion is yours. Havel, take out the 5 small fry. Fun will provide control support. Silver, do as you wish. He motioned for the others to pull back slightly. Have fun. Fun, Havel, Kavikin, and Silver locked their eyes on their prey. I'm going first. Kavikin shot forward, taking a wide, arcing path toward the rear of the formation where the crystal scorpion had retreated, its glossy carapace shifting through the ground as if it were searching for something. Can I get a lift? Havel asked. Fun gave him a brief look before nodding. Havel hopped onto Fun's back, and the dire wolf made a beeline for the cluster of arthropods. Silver, meanwhile, advanced calmly, already knocking one of her specialized steel arrows, longer, heavier, and far denser than her usual arrows. The desert crabs and armored scorpions had notoriously poor eyesight. Instead of sight, they relied on vibrations transmitted through the ground to locate threats. As such, Fun, deliberately loud and fast, was the first to be detected. Clack, clack! Two armored scorpions snapped their massive claws together and surged forward to intercept him, while the three desert crabs fanned out, attempting to encircle their target. But Fun was far too cunning to charge them head-on. Frost breath! A torrent of icy mist blasted forth from his maw. The scorpions themselves remained unharmed, but their legs instantly iced over, freezing them in place and robbing them of mobility. Havel leapt from Fun's back mid-charge, twisting in the air before bringing his sword down toward the crab on the left, while Fun lunged at the crab on the right with raking claws. At the last moment, Havel sensed something wrong. He instinctively rotated his grip, striking with the flat of his blade instead of the edge. Clank! Sparks burst outward as the blade struck the crab's carapace. The impact sent a tremor through Havel's arms, while Fun felt the shock reverberate up his limbs as well. Man and beast both recoiled slightly, staring at the crabs with renewed seriousness. While Fun and Havel failed to bring down the desert crabs, their assault wasn't without purpose. It drew the attention of the entire group. That opening was all Kavakin needed. Slipping in from behind, the Wur-Tiger brought his axe down in a powerful arc toward the crystal scorpion. Clank! The axe struck true, yet the scorpion didn't even flinch. TCH damn! Kavakin growled. His arm trembled violently from the impact. From his wrist to his elbow, numbness spread almost instantly. That's one tough skin. However, before Kavakin could even finish appreciating the scorpion's defense, its stinger lashed forward. He barely managed to twist aside as the stinger pierced through the space where his chest had been a moment earlier and slammed into the ground behind him. The corroded earth offered no resistance. The stinger plunged in like a hot knife through butter, leaving behind a 1-meter-deep hole as the ground hissed and bubbled violently. Kavakin rolled away immediately, opening distance between himself and the crystal scorpion. I can't let that thing even graze me. The grim realization settled in. One hit, and I'm dead. The rest of the expedition party and the Elven group had repositioned themselves at a safe vantage point to observe the unfolding battles. Seeing the unfavorable situation of Alex's followers, Naina and Alora exchanged a glance before turning to Urian. Say something, Alora whispered urgently. Urian hesitated, then shook his head, but still stepped forward toward Alex. Sir Alex, he said carefully, we might be able to assist your people if you would allow us. Thank you for the offer, Alex replied calmly, but my people can handle these beasts. He continued evenly. If these were different creatures of similar strength, I might have accepted your help. But with how skewed their strengths and weaknesses are, those four are more than enough. But those attacks were only probes. Alex cut him off, his tone firm but confident. Now watch. This is where the hunt actually begins. He tilted his chin towards Silver, who had just arrived within range of Fun and Havel. Silver moved into position with practice calm. Fun and Havel had drawn the full attention of the desert crabs and armored scorpions, engaging them so thoroughly that none noticed her arrival. If their shells can deflect Havel's blade and Fun's claws, Silver assessed coolly, then they'll withstand my arrows as well. Unless she knocked a steel arrow and loosed it. Havel sensed Silver's presence the instant she arrived. He adjusted his movements, subtly guiding the crab he was engaging in her line of fire. A sudden glint flashed toward him. Every instinct screamed for him to dodge, but he forced himself to hold position. The steel arrow whistled past his face by a hair's breadth and struck the crab a few meters behind him instead. Without waiting to confirm the hit, Havel surged forward. As expected, Silver's arrow had buried itself cleanly at the base of the crab's eye stalk, right into the nerve cluster hidden within the socket. The crab spasmed violently, then froze mid-step, its massive body locked in place. Havel arrived in the next instant. He drove his blade diagonally upward into the creature's soft underbelly, just behind its mouth parts. The desert crab collapsed, lifeless. From their vantage point, a proud smile tugged at Alex's lips. Alex turned his gaze toward Kavakin's battle. People think Wur-Tigers are nothing more than brutes, he mused. But in reality, your kind has sharp instincts and the intelligence to use them. The crystal scorpion is an unfavorable prey for you, yes, but it isn't one you can overcome if you use your head instead of relying solely on brute strength. Defeat this prey and show that tigers are more than mindless powerhouses. I have plans for you, Kavikin. Validate my judgment. Prove I was right about you. After their initial exchange, both Kavikin and the crystal scorpion grew cautious. Instead of charging recklessly, the scorpion advanced only a few steps at a time, its massive claws spread wide. It moved deliberately, hurting Kavikin and steadily narrowing his available space, trying to force him into its optimal striking range. Kavikin, meanwhile, circled warily, searching for a safe angle, one that avoided both of the creature's primary weapons, its enormous pincers and its lethal rear stinger. Naturally, the scorpion rotated in tandem, denying him that opening. However, as the beast adjusted its position, Kavikin noticed several details. The crystal plates are tough, he observed, but they're not uniform since they have to allow for movement. His gaze shifted to the joints where the limbs and tail met the main body. The armor there is duller, he noted. Either the plates themselves are thinner, or there's a gap beneath them where the segments meet. His eyes dropped further to the creature's legs, those fine hairs along its feet. That must be how it senses vibrations. That's its sight. If I can destroy those, I can blind it. He deduced. Once more, Kavikin circled, probing for an opening. Once more, the scorpion pivoted sharply on its axis to face him. Either its claws were pointed squarely at him, or its stinger was angled just right to strike the moment he entered range. The claws are manageable, Kavikin thought grimly. But that stinger, that's the real problem. He clenched his jaw, weighing his options based on what he had observed. But before he could fully commit to a plan, the crystal scorpion moved first. As Kavikin continued circling the crystal scorpion, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The scorpion didn't move to block him. That deviation, however slight, caused a brief moment of hesitation. His feet stalled for just an instant. The crystal scorpion seized that opening. In a flash, its tail angled toward him and lashed out. No, you don't. Kavikin instinctively moved to dodge. But to his shock, the stinger never came. Instead, the scorpion's claw slammed toward him. A feint? By a beast. Fortunately, Kavikin's bestial instincts kicked in. He rolled beneath the massive pincer, slipping toward the creature's body. Even as displaced air sheared over his head, Kavikin slashed upward at the scorpion's leg joint. Clank! Unfortunately, the axe failed to cut through even the noted duller crystal plating. Instead, the blade slid along the armor and became wedged between two plates at the joint. Kavikin tugged instinctively, trying to free his weapon, but it wouldn't budge. However, his tussling caused the blade to bite into the connective tissue beneath the plates. Scree! The crystal scorpion shrieked in pain. The grating metallic screech nearly made Kavikin abandon his axe and retreat. Not a chance. He grit his teeth and endured the sound. With his free hand, Kavikin drove his second axe into the opposite side of the same joint, then twisted viciously. The scorpion screeched in agony. With brutal force, Kavikin tore and wrenched at the limb until it ripped free from the joint. Blood splattered across his face. Good. He grinned savagely as the warm fluid wetted his hair. He lunged to go for another leg, but the scorpion thrashed wildly in agony. Its pincers and stinger lashed out in all directions, forcing Kavikin to leap back to avoid being skewered. He clicked his tongue. Lycanthropic transformation. Kavikin's features broadened and elongated. His frame swelled as muscle surged beneath his skin, tiger-striped fur bursting forth as he shifted into his hybrid war-tiger form. The change triggered a sharp spike of danger in the crystal scorpion's instincts, snapping it out of its pain-fueled frenzy. Its stinger rose high and struck. Call of the Wild. Now, faster and stronger Kavikin didn't dodge. Rather, he charged. As the stinger neared, Cavacan dove forward, straight toward the scorpion's body. The venomous tail missed him by a hair's breadth, close enough that he felt the heat of the corrosive venom rush past his side. He rolled beneath the beast and came up at its rear. Without hesitation, Cavacan buried one axe into the tail joint. "Your tail is your deadliest weapon," he thought grimly as he hooked the blade into the gap just as before. "So let me take it from you." Once again, Cavacan twisted his axe within the joint. Only this time, he was stronger. Scree! Ignoring the crystal scorpion's shrill screeches, Cavacan yanked savagely at the tail joint, determined to rip the stinger free. The scorpion attempted to retaliate, whipping its tail forward, but Cavacan was already within the weapon's blind spot. All the beast could do was fling corrosive venom wildly through the air in a desperate attempt to force him back. It failed. Cavacan dug in his heels. "I can't back off now," he thought fiercely. "Tear for me." With a growl, he drove his second axe into the opposite end of the joint. Then he pulled. Roar! Scree! Lycanthrope and beast roared and screeched simultaneously as Cavacan tore the stinger free from the crystal scorpion's body. Scree! Venom sprayed violently as the severed tail thrashed uselessly in the dirt. Once more, Cavacan was forced to retreat as the scorpion entered a frenzy, its massive body convulsing in agony, pincers smashing into the ground with reckless abandon. Then, a baleful purplish aura erupted across the crystal scorpion's body. "It's gone berserk," Alora shouted. Her warning was unnecessary. Cavacan could see it, and more importantly, feel it. A thick, noxious stench of berserk energy flooded the air, seeping into every movement the beast made. Its previously dull red eyes ignited into a violent, malignant crimson. Worse still, Cavacan felt his own body tremble at the sight. There was something deeply corrupt about that aura. "I cannot let it touch me. Not even once." Cavacan determined. He adjusted his footing immediately, just as he was reassessing his options, aware that brute force grappling would no longer work due to risk of corruption by the beast's berserk energy coating. His eyes caught something strange. Burn marks. Scorching scars etched into the crystal scorpion's crystal carapace. The venom. Realization struck like lightning. The beast's ultimate weapon was stronger than its own supreme defense. The crystal scorpion had stopped thrashing. Slowly, it turned to face Cavacan, hatred and fury radiating from every inch of its body. But Cavacan didn't flinch. Instead, he grinned. He hooked his axes back on his waist and raised his empty hands, curling his fingers in a clear, mocking beckon. "Come on," he taunted. "Come receive your death." The crystal scorpion didn't understand his words, but its mocking intent was unmistakable. With a furious screech, it charged like a raging bull. Once again, Cavacan didn't retreat. He lunged forward, rolling beneath the scorpion's massive pincer, slipping past death by a hair's breadth, and emerged at its rear. There, he seized the severed stinger from the ground. Swoosh! The instant the crystal scorpion turned to face him, Cavacan lunged forward and drove the severed stinger straight into its open mouth. Scree! The scorpion shrieked in agony as the residual corrosive venom flooded its insides, eating through its softer internal tissues from within. The beast thrashed violently, its massive body smashing into the ground as blood and venom poured from the ruptured mouth parts and lower jaw. Thump! At last, the crystal scorpion collapsed, its movements sluggish and weak, drained by massive blood loss and internal corrosion. Left alone, it would have died on its own. But Cavacan had no intention of granting it such an ignoble end. He strode toward the dying beast, eyes cold and resolute. After confirming it could no longer lift its pincers, much less retaliate, he drew both axes from his waist holster and aimed at the exposed underside. "I will give you a befitting death," he vowed inwardly. Internal energy surged through his arms, flooding into the blades. Whirlwind! Cavacan spun, his axes carving a horizontal vortex of force that tore upward through the scorpion's vulnerable underside. Swoosh! The front section of the crystal scorpion, its head and mouth parts, was cleaved clean off, blood spraying violently in all directions. Kavakin had decapitated it. "May your death find meaning by paving my path forward," he silently offered. Roar! A thunderous tiger's roar erupted from Kavakin's throat as he proclaimed his victory to all who could hear. Then, his strength finally gave way. He stepped back and dropped to one knee, chest heaving heavily in a brief moment of fatigue. Tearing off the scorpion's leg and stinger had pushed him to his limits. The final whirlwind strike had drained what little he had left. As his breathing steadied, a dull pain flared along his sides. He glanced down. The fur above his ribs was scorched black, faint smoke still rising. So I didn't dodge it completely. The fur broke off, saving him from the corrosive impact of the venom. He looked at his axes, his babies. One was visibly warped, while the other bore fine, web-like cracks along the blade. Neither would survive another serious fight without repair. Kavakin sighed softly. Releasing lycanthropic transformation, his body shrank back into human form. He turned toward Alex and the expedition party, raising his battered axes in triumph. "Then, what are you posing for? You're late." Havel's lazy voice cut through the moment like a blade. Kavakin froze. Behind the faux elf, Silver and Finn stood amidst the corpses of 2 armored scorpions and 3 desert crabs, already finished. Kavakin stared, then laughed hoarsely. A few minutes earlier, Finn suddenly gained a bolt of inspiration after watching how Havel dealt with his desert crab. Icefang Needle. After renewing the icy restraint on the armored scorpions, Finn condensed a copious amount of mana within his maw, shaping it into a thin, sturdy needle of ice before firing it at one of the 2 desert crabs he had been keeping busy. Boom! Before the crab could react or raise its pincers to defend itself, the needle-like ice bolt pierced straight through its softer underbelly, just behind its mouth parts. The crab shuddered for a brief moment, then froze mid-step before quite literally freezing from the inside out. This was Chef Fun's preferred method of killing the desert crab. The single needle had pierced the crab's central nerve cluster, its equivalent of a spinal cord, causing essential functions such as movement, respiration, and digestion to shut down one after another. More importantly, it accomplished all of this with minimal damage to the crab's body, his precious ingredient. The Icefang needle also dispersed in a frost which radiated outward, preserving the meat in its freshest possible state. Satisfied, Finn turned to deal with the second crab, eager to claim another perfectly hunted ingredient. Alas, he was too late. Following their earlier coordination, Silver fired another steel arrow cleanly through the remaining crab's eye socket, stunning it instantly. In the same heartbeat, Havel drove his blade diagonally upward through the beast's soft underbelly. This was clean, efficient, and ruthless teamwork at its finest. The crab hunt ended in an instant. Finn clicked his tongue in annoyance. Their method had caused far more damage to the ingredient than he would have preferred. Savages, Finn thought irritably. Immediately, Finn shifted his attention to the armored scorpions, determined to finish them off before Havel and Silver could further ruin his ingredients. Icefang Needle. Repeating the same technique he used on the crab, Finn fired another dense, needle-like ice bolt at one of the scorpions. And without waiting to observe the result, he fired a second needle at the other scorpion in rapid succession. Unfortunately for Fun, both strikes failed to land. One of the armored scorpions managed to free a pincer from Fun's ice restraint and blocked the incoming Icefang needle with ease. The other reacted even more decisively. Its stinger snapped forward, shattering Fun's attack midair. And to add insult to injury for Chef Fun, Silver used his failed strike as cover. The armored scorpion's pincers were like massive shields and weapons in one, but due to their poor eyesight, the scorpions didn't keep their pincers raised in front of their faces for longer than necessary, despite relying more on the sensitive hairs lining their legs than their eyes for actual perception. Silver had noticed this pattern while approaching the battlefield. She timed her shot perfectly. The instant the scorpion's pincer guard lowered, a steel arrow streaked through the air and plunged deep into the beast's eye socket. Just like the crabs before it, the scorpion jolted, then froze in place. Havel didn't miss the opening. With Fun's attack occupying the second scorpion, Havel dashed forward, intent on finishing the paralyzed one in the same clean manner. However, there was one factor he had discounted: the armored scorpion stinger. Unlike its pincers, the stinger moved by reflex. Even though the scorpion's body was paralyzed, it still sensed imminent danger. That primal instinct triggered an involuntary response. The stinger lashed out. As Havel closed in, a shadow suddenly whipped toward him, carrying with it an overwhelming sense of fatality. There was no time to identify what it was. He only had the time to make one move. Flash thrust. Mana surged into Havel's legs as he activated the technique, launching himself forward in a sharp burst of speed. His trajectory shifted instantly, projecting him out of the stinger's path. Scree! Boom! The stinger missed him by a hair's breadth and slammed deep into the ground. Havel's form streaked past the danger zone, skirting along the scorpion's side before emerging at its rear. Because of the excessive force it had committed to the reflexive strike, the scorpion's stinger had driven too deeply into the earth. As the creature struggled to retract it, the tail joint was left exposed. A fatal opening. Flash thrust. Without giving it a second thought, Havel drove his katana forward, stabbing straight through the scorpion's protective plate and into the exposed connective tissue beneath. A copious amount of sharp blade energy surged through the blade and into the scorpion's body, tearing through its insides in a violent cascade until something vital was severed. The armored scorpion collapsed lifelessly to the ground, its blood seeping out from between its protective body plates. Seeing how Havel and Silver had dealt with their opponents, Fun immediately moved to do the same, before his ingredient could be ruined in the same way. He rushed forward, deliberately telegraphing a claw strike. As expected, the scorpion reacted instantly, raising its pincers to shield its eyes. A feint. Fun smoothly slipped to the side, angling toward a section of softer underbelly now exposed by his movement. Swoosh! But the scorpion wasn't about to let him have his way. Its stinger snapped downward in a lethal arc. If Fun committed to the attack, he would be skewered. A hint of mocking amusement flashed through Fun's eyes. Bark! I knew you'd do that. He hopped backward with fluid ease, allowing the stinger to slam into the spot he had stood a heartbeat earlier. Just as the scorpion began to retract its tail. Frost breath. Fun exhaled a burst of freezing air, instantly frosting the stinger and freezing it solid against the hot desert ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chef Fun slipped behind his ingredient target, positioning his maw directly at the scorpion's tail joint. A Sfong needle. Fun knew that, unlike Silver, he didn't have precision at range. So, he closed the distance until missing was impossible. The dense ice needle punched into the gap between the scorpion's defensive plates, pierced deep into its connective tissues, then detonated into a burst of frigid mist. The scorpion froze from the inside out. Chef Fun exhaled in relief. Bark! Another ingredient saved. He turned toward Havel, only to find the noble Ronin sprawled atop his fallen scorpion, staring languidly up at the sky. Fun wouldn't have minded the scene, if not for the blood steadily dripping from between the scorpion's plates. That much blood and internal damage meant the organs, and therefore the meat, were likely ruined. Havel's relaxed posture earned him a very human-like eye roll from Fun, likely Zora's influence. Roar! Moments later, Kavikin's thunderous tiger roar echoed across the battlefield, jolting Havel out of his brief rest. Bark! Bark! When the rest of the group approached to deal with the beast corpses, Fun rushed over to Alex, insistently protesting that his hunts should be kept, and that only the beasts killed by Havel were to be sold off. Chef Fun shared his several colorful thoughts about Havel's killing methods, thoughts that were best left untranslated. Alex chuckled and waved his hand, pulling out a storage box from the sanctuary pocket dimension. At his instruction, the two preserved corpses were stored inside. Only then did Finn finally settle down. He reverted to his cub form and strutted back into Zora's arms, as if returning his rightful position. Alora stared at the wolf with a conflicted expression, disbelief foremost among them. Is that cute little cub really the same big wolf that just killed 2 peak silver-ranked beasts? She wondered, even though she already knew the answer. Meanwhile, Naina's gaze remained fixed on Alex. His use of a spatial method had not gone unnoticed. Her interest in Alex and his party quietly deepened. Is he like Naina? Yurian mused. Is that why he seems so interested in her? Following their agreement, once the Fury soldiers finished extracting the beast cores, Naina stepped forward to transfer the remaining hull back to Elven territory. Well, almost all of it. The Crystal Scorpion's corpse was conspicuously left untouched. Is there a problem? Alex asked, noticing their hesitation. We cannot take that corpse, Yurian said. Why? Alex raised an eyebrow. This time, it was Yurian's turn to look at Alex with furrowed brows, clearly puzzled that Alex didn't already know the answer. Because its flesh has been contaminated by berserk energy, the middle-aged elf replied. However, instead of clearing things up, this only deepened Alex's confusion. Aren't all berserk beasts corrupted by berserk energy? He asked. No. Yurian shook his head. All berserk beasts carry berserk energy, and to some degree are influenced by it. Yes. But that doesn't necessarily mean their flesh is contaminated by the energy. Alex understood the words. He just didn't understand the meaning. He really doesn't get it? Yurian thought, thoroughly baffled. Where is he from that neither he nor his party knows something so basic? Seeing that Alex was genuinely confused, Yurian decided to explain. Berserk beasts primarily store berserk energy within their beast core, he said. As a result, the core is usually where the energy is most concentrated. The mutations we see in berserk beasts are caused by the unstable nature of berserk energy as it flows through their energy pathways. However, most of the time, the energy remains concentrated in the core and, to a lesser extent, the pathways, sparing the flesh from direct contamination. He continued, that changes when a beast feels its life is threatened to the extreme. When it decides it cannot escape and chooses to take its killer with it, it floods its entire body with berserk energy to fuel one last devastating attack. As a consequence, the flesh becomes saturated with berserk energy, which is essentially a poison to anyone who consumes it. Yurian paused before adding, in truth, most berserk beasts release their energy throughout their bodies before they die. It is actually quite rare to kill one while its flesh remains edible. That is why we were surprised to see you leave such valuable corpses behind, and why we took the risk to follow you. If we were the ones killing the beasts ourselves, there would be a much higher chance they would go berserk before we could finish them off. Realization finally dawned on Alex. That also explains why it felt strange, he mused. If berserk beast nests are common enough that almost every settlement has to deal with them, why would the elves still dispatch light finders just to gather meat? At first, I thought the elves had found a way to eliminate their nests entirely. But now it seems the real issue is that they cannot reliably hunt berserk beasts without triggering full contamination before death. Alex looked up at the crystal scorpion's corpse, which was still emitting a baleful purple aura of berserk energy. Even someone ignorant of its dangers wouldn't want to eat meat like that. Unless the meat is treated somehow, Alex muttered to himself. Then another thought struck him. If contaminated flesh has to be discarded, Alex asked, doesn't that mean beast cores are worthless, since that's where berserk energy is concentrated? Yurian nodded, clearly pleased by Alex's line of reasoning. Not quite. He shook his head. Just like the flesh, the value of a beast core depends on its condition. When a beast goes berserk and spreads its berserk energy throughout its body, the beast core is actually purged of that energy. What remains is a relatively clean energy source, similar to a berserk stone. He paused briefly before adding, only cleaner. I see. Alex nodded contemplatively while staring at the corpse. Countless thoughts rampaged through his mind. He suddenly looked back up at Yurian. Let me guess, you want to buy the beast core, right? He asked. If you're willing to sell it, yes. Yurian nodded. Sure, why not? Alex smiled. Really? Are you certain? The middle-aged elf looked surprised. The beast core is the only valuable part of this creature. If you give it up, there won't be any trophy worth keeping from such a difficult hunt. That's where you're wrong. Alex's smile widened slightly. He turned to Kavikin and beckoned him over with a wave of his hand. Alex briefly explained the situation to the Tiger, then asked, "Do you mind not keeping anything from your hunt?" "What do you mean, boss?" Kavikin replied without hesitation. "I already took the most valuable thing from that scorpion." Alex raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Kavikin thumped his chest lightly. "Its life is now one of the stepping stones paving my path forward." Alex laughed softly and nodded. "Very well." He dismissed the hulking Tiger with a wave. Then he turned back to Yirian. "Do you understand now?" Alex asked. "Ido." Yirian nodded solemnly. "Thank you for opening my eyes." He bowed deeply. Alex returned the gesture. "And thank you for enlightening me as well," he said. He continued calmly. "That said, if we're trading the beast core, it will be at full market value. That's the only way this remains fair to my people." "As it should be, young Master Alex." Yirian nodded in agreement. The trade was swiftly concluded. Alex wore a faint smile as he absorbed the new knowledge he had gained about the world he now found himself in. So interesting, he thought. This must be one of the charms of interplanar expeditions, stepping into a new world and uncovering its hidden rules, knowledge, and secrets. A whimsical thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. As the group continued their journey toward the core of the nest, Alex walked over to his wives and subtly motioned them aside, away from the elves. He summarized what Yirian had explained, then voiced his thought aloud. "Both contaminated berserk beast flesh and cores are considered worthless," Alex said. "But what if someone discovers a way to remove the contamination?" Eleanor's eyes lit up. "If done properly," she replied, excitement creeping in her voice. "That person could gain power and wealth overnight." "Do you have a way to do it?" Zora asked. "I'm not sure." Alex shrugged. "But there are two viable approaches, my ether kindle and Eleanor's purification spell." He paused, then added honestly, "That said, I'm hoping more that the purification spell works." "What?" Eleanor raised an eyebrow. "Are you planning to work me to death?" "No." Alex smiled faintly before explaining. "Think about it this way. If purification works, then once I get my RuneTech platform operational again, I could design a device or system that automates the purification process." The women's eyes lit up simultaneously. "Give me one beast core," Eleanor said decisively. "I'll test it as we move. You should do the same on your end." "Are you sure?" Alex frowned slightly. "That could be a waste of mana. Considering you're our healer, overextending yourself could be dangerous." "Don't worry," Eleanor replied nonchalantly. "I won't use more mana than necessary. And don't forget, my Fey Monarch bloodline improves my mana recovery while I'm under sunlight." She pointed up at the sky. "That's the sun." Alex exhaled and nodded. "Very well." He himself possessed the Ever-Spring tattoo, so his mana recovery was likewise enhanced. After finishing the discussion, Alex walked over toward Kavikin and Sugud. The elf-dwarf hybrid was staring at the Were-Tiger's axes, his expression growing increasingly horrified by the second. "What were you thinking?" Sugud snapped. "How could you use broad-headed axes to yank something out? And you dare call them precious? Your babies? Is this how you treat something precious?" Alex slowed to a halt. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. The usually timid Sugud was berating Kavikin, a hulking Were-Tiger nearly twice his size. Of course, Alex realized. A forge smith with dwarven blood. This was inevitable. With Sugud's dwarven lineage, watching a forged weapon be abused was nothing short of sacrilege. What surprised Alex even more was Kavikin's reaction. The Were-Tiger stood there silently, head bowed in shame, enduring the scolding without protest. The contrast was so absurd it was almost comical. Kavikin finally muttered. Can they be fixed? At least you still have some conscience." Sugud nodded, clearly pleased by the Were-Tiger's genuine concern for his weapons. "They can be fixed, but I'll need proper facilities." Obviously, that won't be happening until we leave this damned place. He muttered under his breath. I should have stayed back at the camp. What was I thinking, following you all here? So, the weapons can no longer be used? Alex asked. His sudden voice startled Sugud so badly that the elf-dwarf hybrid jumped like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Alex raised an eyebrow. Am I really that scary? He wondered. More so than the hulking brute you were just berating? They can still be used, Sugud replied after composing himself. But there's a high risk they'll be damaged beyond repair if that happens. Got it. Alex nodded. Keep the axes with you so he doesn't get any funny ideas. He turned to Kavakin. I'll give you a replacement for now, until your babies are fixed. That okay? Kavakin looked longingly at the axes in Sugud's hands before reluctantly nodding. He accepted the replacement weapons and quickly walked away, clearly afraid he might lose control and try to reclaim his original axes. Can you upgrade them? Alex asked. At least make them more durable. They're already durable enough for a Tier 3 weapon, Sugud replied flatly. The problem is that he hasn't been keeping up with proper professional maintenance. He's been sharpening and repairing them himself. Alex asked. Yes, Sugud confirmed. That said, if you want, I can modify them to make self-maintenance easier for him. It's obvious he doesn't like handing his weapons over to someone else. But that would require some expensive materials. Let me know what you need when we get back to the camp, Alex said. I'll see what we can do to acquire them. He paused, then added, How are you faring overall? This expedition isn't exactly the glamorous crafting work I promised. The constant fighting aside, it hasn't been that bad, Sugud admitted. Tinkering with the crossbows has been fun, and I'm sure I'll see even more work once we reach a more stable settlement. A hint of excitement crept into his voice. I already have several ideas for the modifications to the crossbows you suggested. I just need a proper forge to bring them to life. Alex chatted with Sugud for a little while longer as the team marched on. Managing his relationship with his followers was part of his duties and responsibilities as a leader, after all. As the expedition continued its advance toward the core of the nest, they encountered a mix of familiar threats and new monsters alike. Beyond the Crystal Scorpion's territory, the group entered the hunting grounds of the One-Eyed Lizard. Although the creature's name didn't sound particularly imposing, it was dripping with value, at least to Pangians. To Verdantians, however, it was considered a largely worthless beast best avoided. According to myth, one-eyed lizards were said to be lesser offspring of basilisks and cockatrices. The idea itself was already absurd. That two hostile species, ones that despised each other as fiercely as those two, would produce offspring together was difficult enough to believe. Claiming it happened with any regularity made the myth even more unreliable. Not to mention, the creature looked nothing like either of its supposed progenitors. Still, the myth wasn't entirely without merit. Like a cockatrice, the one-eyed lizard possessed a petrifying gaze, capable of turning whatever it focused on into stone, if it so desired. And like a basilisk, it was a creature of living poison. That said, neither ability came anywhere close to the terrifying level of its more illustrious counterparts. More importantly, it lacked even a trace of the draconic aura that both basilisks and cockatrices possessed. Even so, the one-eyed lizard was extremely valuable in alchemy, serving as a key component in numerous potions and poisons. Unsurprisingly, Eleanor insisted that any specimens they killed to be kept in as perfect a condition as possible. The greatest danger posed by one-eyed lizards wasn't their individual strength, but the fact that they never lived alone. These half-meter-tall, 2-meter-long cyclopean lizards moved in packs of 5 to 10. Facing them head-on and killing them wasn't particularly difficult for the Pangians. Killing them without damaging their valuable components, however, was another matter entirely. It required speed, precision, and finesse. Naturally, the one most suited for the task stepped forward. Stay safe, Alex said. Udara nodded. The shadow dancer turned toward the one-eyed lizards. She released a slow breath, then moved. One-eyed lizards possessed a very narrow fatal point, located at the junction where the head met the neck just behind the jaw hinge. A blade had to be driven upward from beneath the head at a precise angle. Too high, and a strike would damage the eyes and the petrifying organ. Too low, and it would rupture the poison sac nestled close to the head, neck junction, flooding the body with venom and contaminating the corpse. Shadow dash. Yudara rose from the first lizard shadow, blade first. Her dagger pierced cleanly through the vital point. Before the body even collapsed, she sank back into the shadow and emerged from another. This time, the shadow angled slightly behind her target, but it didn't matter. The lizard sensed her presence and instinctively twisted its head to look. The instant it did, her blade punched through its neck. Yudara didn't pause for even a breath. As her dagger exited the second lizard, her toes kicked off the ground and she blurred toward the third. The blade struck again, skewering it through the same lethal point. But the remaining lizards were quick to react. They immediately formed a tight circle, placing the wounded third lizard at the center, and unleashed their petrifying gazes. Shadow dash. Yudara vanished into the shadows. The third lizard, left behind, received the full brunt of 7 petrifying stares. Stone crept across its body in an instant. Though it was their signature ability, the one-eyed lizards were no more resistant to petrification than any other creature. Yudara rose again. This time, she deliberately chose a shadow angled forward and slightly to the side, just enough to avoid the lizard's gaze. Her dagger flashed. Another lizard dropped, struck perfectly at its vital point. Pivoting on her toes, Yudara spun mid-motion, her dagger whipping backward. Puchy! Once again, the blade found its mark, clean, precise, and fatal. From afar, it looked as though Yudara was performing a mystical dance. She moved with unearthly grace, her figure blurring in and out of existence, while the one-eyed lizards collapsed around her, as if falling in admiration rather than death. Within moments, all 10 lizards lay dead at her feet. Though one-eyed lizards were not particularly strong, reaching at most 1-star gold rank, it was still an impressive feat to face all 10 alone and kill them all, while striking only their vital points in order to preserve their alchemical value. Thank you so much. Eleanor rushed over and wrapped Yudara in a tight hug. She looked like a child who had just received a long-desired gift. The imperial princess of the Varelian Empire then knelt beside the corpses, rolled up her sleeves, and began harvesting what she needed herself. She couldn't risk the Fury soldiers damaging her prizes after the effort her sister had gone through to secure them. Eleanor worked swiftly and expertly, butchering and extracting materials from all 10 one-eyed lizards in the time it would have taken the knights to process 3. Not only was she faster, but her work was far cleaner. It was surprising, to say the least, to see a lady of her caliber possess such hands-on skill. Soon after, the group resumed their journey toward the core of the nest. We're getting close, Alex thought. As they advanced, the terrain began to change noticeably. The ground loosened beneath their feet, shifting from firm earth to soft sand. Short, rocky hills began to rise in the distance, breaking up the otherwise flat landscape. Corpses, both beast and humanoid, also became far more common. Looks like the dominant species in this nest are sand ants and dune wolves, Urian said as he walked beside Alex. The nest ruler should be a dune wolf, he added. How are you so sure? Alex asked. Because sand ants rarely lead to nest formation, Urian replied. Dune wolves, on the other hand, are among the most prolific nest formers. I see, Alex muttered. The team crested a short hill, and from its peak, they finally saw the battlefield below. A large force of non-beasts, including Asgrug's orc warriors, were locked in fierce combat against a sprawling horde of berserk beasts. The adventurer force numbers about 300 at best, Alex mused. That's less than half of the original group. His gaze darkened. Did the beasts wipe them out? Is the death rate of a dun, no, a nest, really that high? Rumble. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Suddenly, a long, serpentine figure erupted from the earth, its massive maw swallowing several adventurers who had been fighting a group of 7 sand ants. Even the ants were not spared from the creature's gluttonous bite. Before anyone could react, the creature dove back underground, disappearing as if it had never been there. Death worm. Dragon worm. Both the expedition party and the elven group shouted at the same time. It was the same beast, only known by different names across the 2 planes. "It's my turn to make a move," Zora said calmly as she stepped toward the edge of the hill. "I'll deal with the death worm. Head down and help the adventurers." "You sure?" Alex asked. Zora turned back and walked up to him. Rising on her toes, she rested her chin lightly on his shoulder and whispered in a voice only he could hear. "Don't forget," she murmured, a teasing lilt in her tone, "this empress is stronger than you, my dear knight." Alex froze for a moment. "Only for now," he grumbled. "Just you wait." Zora laughed softly, then turned and leapt from the hill. Dragon commute burst. A surge of mana exploded beneath her feet, forming an icy platform that carried her smoothly down toward the battlefield. Zora's mana was fundamentally different from that of most cultivators. It was only after their bedroom battle that Alex had fully understood why. The energy within her body and mana heart was not mana alone. It was infused with primordialine. Any mana that passed through her was immediately forced to align with it. And like Een itself, anything touched by her mana was driven into a lower energy state. Since moisture made up the majority of the atmosphere, the moment her mana was released into the air, frost and ice manifested almost instantly. "Truly, my ice empress," Alex muttered with a smile. Zora reached the spot where the death worm had attacked. Mana flowed from her feet into the ground, instantly turning the earth beneath her into a field of frost. Frost so cold that the death worm was forcibly expelled from the earth. Dragon commute burst. The death worm erupted from the ground in a frenzy, lunging to swallow the audacious intruder whole. Zora merely raised her foot. Ice surged beneath her, carrying her away effortlessly. Delayed spell. Ice ball. A sphere of condensed ice elemental mana formed above her palms. Then, using Dragon commute, she injected even more of her Een-aligned mana into it. When the death worm arced toward her, maw wide as it attempted to drag her underground, Zora hurled the surging spell straight into its mouth and drifted aside. The death worm swallowed the spell without hesitation, utterly confident in its devouring and digestive abilities. A fatal mistake. Crack. The ice ball shattered inside the beast, releasing Zora's mana directly into its body. Wherever her mana flowed, everything froze, instantly and without resistance. The death worm was frozen solid before its head could even retreat back into the earth. The battlefield fell silent. All eyes turned toward the corpse of the once dreaded death worm, now a frozen arc of death that perfectly showcased the power of the veiled woman standing before it. The Ice Empress, Zora Frost Pendragon. By the time Alex's group was still figuring out the fastest way down the hill, Zora had already slain the death worm, a confirmed 3-star gold rank beast, with casual ease. As if sensing his heated gaze, Zora turned toward Alex and flashed him a smug smile. "Show off," Alex chuckled. Zora turned away, facing back toward the battlefield, not to intervene, but to hide something from Alex's view. On her right arm, mysterious tattoos began to lighting, the Ice Phoenix Nirvana tattoos. "No, you don't." Zora immediately focused her mind and forcibly reasserted control over her bloodline. After a brief struggle, the glowing markings receded and faded back into her skin. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. Suppressing her bloodline was far more taxing than killing the death worm itself. A few minutes later, once she noticed Alex and the expedition party descending the hill, Zora began moving toward the battlefield as well. "He already has enough on his plate," she thought. "I can't let him find out just yet." Fortunately, the siphon rune engraved on her arm had done its job, draining away much of the Nirvana marking's energy. Otherwise, regaining control over her bloodline power would have been far more difficult. Alex, naturally, was completely oblivious to Zora's silent struggle. Following their plan, his attention was fixed on leading the group into the main battle, causing him to miss her earlier abnormal behavior entirely. Ahead of them, Asgrug led what remained of his orc army, along with the adventurers who were still willing to follow his commands. Both groups noticeably reduced compared to their numbers just a few hours ago. As Yirian had predicted, the Nest ruler was indeed a dune wolf. Its forces consisted primarily of dune wolves and, surprisingly, sand ants. Beside the dune wolf king stood the sand ant queen, accompanied by 3 massive sand ants, likely her mates, each acting as sub-rulers, lead ant colony into the battle. Roughly 50 dune wolves formed the Nest ruler's elite combat force, while the sand ants served as expendable fodder. The sheer number of ants made it difficult for the orcs and adventurers to focus on the true threat, the dune wolves. Swarms of sand ants surrounded and pressured entire platoons of orc soldiers, creating openings that allowed the dune wolves to rush in and ambush them. Individually, each orc was stronger than a dune wolf and capable of killing one outright. However, with the ants constantly interfering, they were unable to focus fully, turning what should have been manageable fights into deadly traps. Enough! Asgrug's roar thundered across the battlefield. The mysterious glyph on his back suddenly flared to life. He leapt into the air and brought his iconic Orcish spiked warhammer crashing down onto a dense cluster of sand ants. Boom! His energy was expertly controlled, pulsing outward in a circular shockwave that crushed and shredded ants in all directions. Asgrug didn't stop. He slammed his hammer into the ground 4 times in rapid succession, each strike sending out a cone of baleful energy that tore through yet another wave of sand ants. But for every ant he killed, more seemed to crawl forth to replace them. Still, Asgrug did not relent. He smashed ant after ant, deliberately drawing their attention to himself, buying his orcs and the adventurers under his banner precious breathing room to confront the dune wolves. Unfortunately, the dune wolf king was far more cunning. Seeing her colony being slaughtered, the sand ant queen turned toward the wolf king and clicked her mandibles rapidly, emitting sharp, chittering sounds, clearly requesting support. How? The dune wolf king ignored her. Rather than reinforcing the ants, he ordered his wolves to pull back instead, forcing the ant queen to commit even more of her brood to the front line, wearing down the Nest raiding force, and Asgrug in particular. Asgrug's gaze locked onto the dune wolf king. This beast was an enigma. Despite the Nest being periodically culled, it had somehow survived long enough to reach the peak of 3-star combat master, and yet it remained cowardly and calculating. Though a berserk beast, the strongest within the Nest, it never fought head-on. Instead, it used its underlings to bleed its enemies dry, forcing them into exhaustion before ever exposing itself. Asgrug had lost sons, brothers, and even his disciple to this beast's insidious tactics. Even he would have fallen already if not for the strength rune tattoo branded on his back. The temporary surge of power it granted had created the narrow openings he needed to survive. But that power came at a cost. With his current activation, he was now down to a single use. These damned ants. Yet despite burning through his trump cards, Asgrug was no closer to slaying the Dune Wolf King. The endless tide of sand ants stood firmly in his way. He had long since lost count of the number of ants he had slain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he alone had killed over 1,000 sand ants. Never would the orc, so close to stepping into the realm of a combat saint, have imagined that he would be held back by ants. Enraged, Asgrug once again raised his warhammer high. Channeling a copious amount of energy into it, he slammed the hammer forward, striking the air itself in the direction of the Sand Ant Queen. Air drum. Boom! A massive cannon of compressed air roared toward the Sand Ant Queen. Asgrug intended to end it in one swift, decisive blow. Once the queen was dead, the ants would lose their leader, and with it, their coordination. But Asgrug's vision would not come to pass. Multiple sand ants reacted instantly, throwing themselves into the path of the attack and sacrificing their lives to blunt its force. By the time the strike finally reached the Ant Queen, it had weakened significantly, and even then, one of the 3 massive sand ants beside her intercepted it, taking the blow in her stead. "Arg!" Asgrug roared in frustration. Though he failed to kill the Ant Queen, the attack still carved a swath through the battlefield, clearing enough ants to allow the orcs and adventurers a moment to regroup. Or so Asgrug thought. From its elevated vantage point, the Dune Wolf King stared down at him, its gaze brimming with beastly mockery. Both figuratively and literally, it looked down on the orc leader. The Wolf King tapped its front paw against the rock. The Sand Ant Queen shuddered. "Shri!" She screeched sharply, summoning even more sand ants into the fray. Seeing the renewed tide of beasts, even the unruly adventurers fell into line, forming up beside the orcs and awaiting Asgrug's orders. As if answering them in kind, the beasts reorganized as well. Sand ants surged forward to form the front line, while the dune wolves shifted into flanking positions, ready to strike. Asgrug knew he needed to form teams capable of holding the dune wolves in place long enough for the main force to crush the sand ant front lines, or if possible, eliminate the wolves outright. For that, he would need to commit his orcs. However, if he did so, there was no guarantee the adventurers wouldn't break ranks at a critical moment and attempt to flee. And I can no longer afford to waste the tattoo's final use, Asgrug thought grimly. He knew the truth. This force could no longer realistically clear the nest. Unless reinforcements arrived, their best, and perhaps only, option was to retreat. Just as he was about to issue the order, boom! Shri! A massive explosion erupted within the ant horde. 3 blazing fireballs detonated in quick succession, engulfing the center of the formation in a purgatory of flames and shrill, ear-splitting shrieks. The ant horde was violently torn apart. Swoosh! Putch! At the same time, bolts and arrows streaked through the air, piercing into dune wolves that had been preparing to flank the orc adventurer formation. Several wolves dropped mid-charge, their momentum broken before they could strike. The sudden reversal caught everyone off guard, including Asgrug. Only then did he notice the newcomers entering the battlefield. They numbered close to 25, and at their forefront stood a group of soldiers clad in armor bearing a crest he recognized all too well. "Looks like you could use some help, Tribe Chief," the leader of the group called out. "Indeed, young Master Alex," Asgrug replied. The beasts paused, watching the new arrivals warily as Alex and his party advanced to merge with the orc adventurer formation. Alex came to Asgrug's side. "The dune wolves are cunning and dangerous," Alex said calmly. "How about letting my people handle them? Your main force can focus on breaking the ant front." "That would be greatly appreciated," Asgrug said. "I'll lead the main party to quickly eliminate the ants, then join you to finish off the wolves." "No," Alex shook his head. "You're already down to your final charge, aren't you? You have a far more important task." He pointed toward the elevated rock formation where the Dune Wolf King watched the battlefield. "You need to bring down the nest ruler," Alex said solemnly. "You're the only one here who can." "I know," Asgrug said gravely, "but it's cunning. It won't let me get close." "Don't worry," Alex smirked. "Leave that to me." He tilted his head back and whistled. Whistle. A massive shadow suddenly swept across the battlefield. The sky darkened as a huge avian beast dove downward, charging straight toward Alex's position. "A beast incoming," an orc shouted. "Don't resist," Alex suddenly said to Asgrug. "What?" The diving bird abruptly pulled up, then seized Asgrug in its talons and carried him skyward. In a blink, the avian beast rushed toward the Dune Wolf King's position and released its grip. Asgrug dropped from above. Though shocked by the sudden turn of events, he reacted instantly. Boom! Asgrug's warhammer came crashing down toward the Dune Wolf King. The wolf barely managed to evade in time, but the blow pulverized the hilltop instead, shattering rock into dust and flying shrapnel. The impact blasted the Sand Ant Queen and her 2 remaining mates off the elevated position. Using the recoil of his own strike, Asgrug leapt from the collapsing rock and landed firmly atop the hill, coming face to face with his nemesis. Finally, Asgrug roared, hatred blazing in his eyes. "You beast! Let's see you run now." Alex watched the hilltop from below. Everyone is exactly where they need to be, he thought. His gaze then lifted toward the sky, to the avian beast circling above the battlefield. It was none other than Queen Senu. She had awakened, and she had successfully reached the elite rank. Nature is fickle and unpredictable. From its crucible, countless strange and bizarre creatures are born. Many become prey. Some rise as predators. Yet even among predators, there exist those who stand head and shoulders above the rest, beings so powerful that they can hunt other predators if they wish. Not for sustenance, but for sport and dominance. These beings, these creatures, are known as apex predators. While common folk casually throw this title around for almost any dangerous beast they encounter, the truth is far harsher. Only a select few creatures can truly lay claim to it. They are not merely beasts capable of reaching the legendary rank, but those that stand at the absolute pinnacle at any time within their class or rank. Among avian creatures, no list of apex predators would ever be complete without mentioning nightmare eagles. In the bestiaries of the Dankrot Forest and the greater Varelian Empire, it is written, if there is even a suspicion that a nightmare eagle has reached the elite rank, anyone below veteran rank should flee or hide immediately. Make no mistake, this warning does not imply that nightmare eagles are only dangerous at the elite rank. Rather, it exists because only those below veteran rank require such guidance. Anyone at veteran rank or above needs no warning at all before instinctively fleeing from a nightmare eagle of equal standing. For nightmare eagles, the elite rank is a decisive evolutionary threshold, the line that separates potential from extinction. Those with sufficient potential advance and rise as apex predators. Those without it fall and perish. Without question, Queen Senu, Nightlight Herald of the Raging Lightning Blade Wolf King, was one such being with overwhelming potential. Following her evolution, Senu's size surged explosively. She now stood over 3 meters tall, with a beak-to-tail length of 5 meters and a terrifying wingspan exceeding 10 meters. And that was merely what could be seen. Spatial step. After delivering Asgrug, Senu reappeared above Alex and the expedition party, shuttling through space itself in a manner eerily similar to a mage's short-range blink. She hovered menacingly above the orc adventurer formation, vast wings beating against the air. Her gaze locked onto the Sand Ant Queen. To Senu, the bloated monarch looked less like royalty and more like a plump, writhing worm. A perfectly sized snack. The pressure of that gaze made the Sand Ant Queen shudder involuntarily. "Scree!" She shrieked furiously, ordering her royal guard to strike down the creature that dared look upon her as prey. Immediately, her royal guard, the Sand Ant's elite troops, unfurled their wings and surged into the sky, charging straight at Senu. Senu's eyes narrowed, icy cold. A frosty glint flashed through them as she regarded the foolish creatures daring to challenge her within her own domain. Scree! Regality! A crushing royal aura burst outward from Senu. Her enemies felt an overwhelming suppression press down on their bodies, while her allies, the expedition party alone, felt their morale and strength surge. It was a terrifying dual-aspect dominion, perfectly expressing her light and dark elemental affinity, reinforced by her innate spatial alignment. The flying ants wobbled midair, barely able to maintain flight under the pressure of the self-proclaimed Queen of the Sky. Yet merely plummeting back to the earth like fallen Icarus was far too lenient a punishment for their insolence. Spatialhon. Senu's wings snapped outward. 2 crisscrossing crescent blades of spatial energy tore through the sky. Moments later, severed ant limbs and shattered bodies rained down upon the sand ant horde below. Thud, 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 click, click. One of the massive male ants stationed beside the ant queen suddenly stepped forward, raising its mandibles in what could only be interpreted as a challenge. Senu gazed down upon the ant from far above. Dazzling strike. A blinding beam of concentrated light shot from her eyes, piercing directly into the ant king's gaze. Its body froze mid-motion before collapsing to the ground, unconscious, overwhelmed by the sheer luminescence of the attack. The battlefield fell silent. All the ants froze in place, staring up at the terror incarnate hovering above them. In that moment, instinct carved understanding into their collective consciousness. This was an apex predation, and the terror they felt now was why this being, and other like it were called, nightmare eagles. Alex glanced skyward and shook his head. Everyone is a show-off. With every movement, Senu seized absolute control of the battlefield's airspace, dictating its tempo through sheer presence alone. With Asgrug holding the Dune Wolf King at bay and Senu's intervention halting the ants' advance, the opening had finally appeared. Scout team, left flank. Guard team, right flank. Move, Alex ordered through the comms. What about you? Yudara asked from beside him. I'll be more effective dealing with the ants, Alex replied. Then I'm staying with you, Yudara said. No, I need you with the scout team, Alex countered. No, master. Yudara's voice was firm. I am staying. Alex frowned briefly, then relented when he saw the resolve in her eyes. Mordor, you're with the guard team. Understood. The orc nodded. Alex turned to the elven team. Can I have you go with the scout team? He asked. Of course. Urian nodded without hesitation. Good, but I'll need one of you to stay behind and assist Eleanor. Elora stepped forward, but a look from Naina stopped her. The mysterious elf subtly tugged at Urian's sleeve with obvious intent. Urian hesitated, then sighed inwardly and nodded in reluctant agreement. Alex expected them to move immediately. Instead, the group lingered, all of them looking at him with unmistakable concern. A vein twitched at Alex's temple. What are you waiting for? He snapped. An invitation from the beasts? Move. Now. The hesitation vanished. The expedition force split cleanly into two teams and surged toward their designated objectives, the elven party following closely behind the scout team. Alex shook his head once before turning back to Eleanor and placing 3 beast cores into her hands. It worked. Eleanor's eyes widened. Yes, Ether Kindle can remove the berserk property, similar to how it protects my body, Alex said quickly. Fall back and establish a treatment zone. I can't spare manpower. Can you handle it? No problem. Eleanor nodded without hesitation. She and Naina withdrew toward the rear lines. Alex turned toward the orcs, his gaze settling on a familiar face. Hargul, he asked. The orc shook his head. Hargul is my brother. I am Harum. Noted. Alex met his gaze steadily. I need you and your unit to follow my lead while your chief engages the nest ruler. Can I count on you? The chief trusts you, human, Harum said. We will follow. Then he added bluntly, but can you lead orcs? Alex paused. Then he exhaled slowly. First the team, then Yudara. Now even an orc captain thinks I'm weak, he thought. Click, click. The beasts had recovered. The sand ant queen, driven in a fury by Senu's dominance, abandoned all restraint. Her command rang out. The ground erupted. An uncountable tide of ants burst forth from beneath the earth. Flying ants alone blotted out the sky. As for those on the ground, counting them would require effort no one had time for. The color drained from the faces of the 300 or so orcs and adventurers present, including Harum at Alex's side. Just in time, Alex snapped his neck from side to side. It's been a while. Looks like I need to remind these people who they follow before they start thinking I'm just a weak noble. He raised his hand toward the advancing swarm. Delayed spell, triple fireball. Boom! Another massive explosion tore through the antline. But unlike before, there was no hesitation. The ants surged forward immediately, flooding in from behind to fill the gap left by the blast. Alex turned his head slightly. Try to keep up, orc, he said calmly to Harum. Abyssal Conqueror steps. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. With his draconic baton already in hand, Alex vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing deep within the ant vanguard. The moment he arrived, the plate of happenstance pulsed. Recycled energy from his spell flooded back into his body. Alex's eyes flared. Dragon Cumite burst. Boom! He slammed the 2-meter-long rod into the ground. A violent pulse of power erupted outward, shredding every ant within range into fragments. Time slowed. Through the heightened perception of his truth-seeker eyes, Alex scanned the battlefield, instantly identifying the strongest presences near him. Abyssal Conqueror steps. First step, ghost step. His figure flickered. Alex danced through the gaps in the ant formation, ignoring unranked and bronze-level ants entirely. His focus was on the silver-ranked ones, the sub-leaders of the bunch. The draconic baton shrank in his grasp, compressing into a long sword-length weapon. He thrust. He cut. Each strike claimed the lives of an ant worthy of his attention. At one point, Alex halted amid a cluster of ants, targeting the silver-ranked one directing them. Instead of attacking him, the surrounding ants backed off, instinctively retreating. A fatal mistake. They mistook him for a pure warrior. But he was a mage. Firebolt. Fireball. With distance opened, Alex unleashed spell after spell, explosions tearing through the retreating swarm. When they closed in and denied him casting time, he redirected the recycled energy into his baton and crushed them at close range. Long range, close quarters. It made no difference. With the plate of happenstance continuously recycling his waste output, Alex tore through the ant horde like a walking calamity. From the perspective of the battlefield, it looked as if he could wipe out the entire swarm alone. Is he a sorcerer or a warrior? The adventurers and orcs couldn't help wondering. As expected of the Silver Fong, Drake's Slayer, the Fury soldiers felt a quiet, familiar pride. Watching Alex casually release another firebolt, instantly killing an ant that stood out from the swarm, Kavakin couldn't help but think. Is boss really handicapped? Alex pressed the ant horde so hard that they finally abandoned the orcs and adventurers entirely, redirecting their full attention toward him. Sensing the shift, Alex immediately abandoned the delayed spell, triple fireball, he had begun forming. He was about to chant a new spell, one he had only recently learned, when the temperature around him suddenly plummeted. Ice Ball. The ice attribute variant of the spell he had just given up detonated nearby. A blast of frost spread outward, and while the damage itself was moderate, its secondary effect was devastating. Every ant it touched by the frost had its legs frozen solid, grinding their movement to a halt. Then, a specter flashed between the immobilized ants. Steel whooshed while bodies fell. The figure vanished almost as soon as it appeared. From above, multiple spatial ren strikes struck, slicing apart the flying ants bloating the sky and any ant below unfortunate enough to survive the previous assault. A white blur shot past Alex. An ant that had somehow survived all 3 attacks lunged for him anyway. Crush! Its head froze instantly, then shattered under icy claws. I had that perfectly under control, Alex said flatly, turning to the new arrivals. There's no need to sulk just because we ruined your moment to show off while killing small fry, Zora replied, riding atop Fun's back, her lips curled in amusement. Yadara emerged silently from the shadows, coming to Alex's side. There's no need to take risks anymore, Master, she said calmly. You've already rallied the adventurers and the orcs. Let them do the heavy lifting. You're no longer just a fighter, Zora added. You're a commander now. Behave, Alex. Alex's first instinct was to argue. Then he stopped. As irritating as it sounded, Zora was right. Asgrug was fully engaged with the Nest Ruler. There was no one else left who could oversee the battlefield as a whole. Charging back into the front lines would narrow his vision, dull his awareness, and slow his ability to issue commands. As Yudara said, his power had already been established. Now, the orcs and adventurers would follow. Senu dropped down beside Alex, her figure now towering over him. "Master, I can carry you now. Get on." Her excitement came clearly through their link. Alex looked at her strangely, but mounted her back anyway. The moment Senu flapped her wings and lifted them into the air, Alex noticed something unexpected. There was no wind pressure, no turbulent draft. "That's wrong." His eyes narrowed as he noticed a transparent film extending from Senu's feathers, enveloping him as well. He found the energy signature was something eerily familiar. Spatial energy? A jolt ran through him. She's not flying through the air, she's moving through space itself? That's incredible. How are you flying like this? Alex couldn't help asking. Confusion rippled through their link. "I'm just flapping my wings," Senu replied. "Isn't that how all birds fly?" Alex nearly facepalmed. She doesn't even realize what she's doing. How infuriating. He decided not to pursue the matter further, for now, and shifted his focus to the battlefield below. The orcs and adventurers were locked in fierce combat, holding a line against the endless ant tide. Thanks to Alex's rampage, morale on the humanoid side had reached its peak, while the ants' coordination faltered. The Sand Ant Queen was struggling to maintain control. However, this advantage is deceptive. Alex's eyes sharpened. They still have overwhelming numbers. He mused. The only reason they haven't crushed the line is because the queen refuses to fully commit. His gaze shifted toward the hill. Even now, the Dune Wolf King refused to engage Asgrug directly. It attempted to disengage repeatedly, only to be forced back into combat again and again. At least that much is going right, Alex mused. As long as Asgrug keeps it busy, the Wolf King can't coordinate the packs. Then his attention turned to the flanks. While Alex dominated the ant front line, his followers and soldiers had already reached the wolves on both sides. The hill won't be decided quickly, neither will the front line. The flanks are the key. His gaze hardened. Whoever breaks there wins the battle. "Get me closer," Alex said. Senu dipped her wings and glided toward the left flank, where the scout team unleashed a steady rain of arrows and bolts into the wolf packs. Alex inhaled. Dominion. Regality. The aura of his Solmir true name erupted outward. For a brief moment, the wolves paused. Then they bared their fangs, hostility burning in their eyes. Alex chuckled softly. As expected, he muttered. If it were that easy, this would already be over. Nonetheless, the pressure of Alex's aura combined with Senu's overwhelming presence was enough to disrupt the wolves' coordination. The scout team seized the opening immediately, cutting down half a dozen wolves in rapid succession. With their formation shaken, Havel and the elves slipped in from the flank. Havel's blade flashed, piercing through another two wolves. The elves also dropped a few other ants before they were forced to retreat, with cover fire from Silver and the crossbowmen, as the remaining wolves attempted to overwhelm them. Not perfect, Alex assessed, but more than enough. The scout team would finish this flank on their own. He patted Senu's back lightly, and she banked away, soaring toward the opposite flank. This side of the battlefield was far more stable and far bloodier. With Mordor's hexes weakening the wolves, Mogul and Kavikin led the guard team in brutal close-quarters combat, cutting down the beasts with relentless efficiency. No need to interfere directly here, Alex thought, but they should still feel our presence. Fly over once, he instructed. Queen Senu swept low across the right flank, her 10-meter wingspan casting a vast shadow over the battlefield. The wolves froze for a heartbeat, pure instinct overriding reason. That single moment was all the guard team needed. Blades fell, another wolf dropped from each member of the guard team. Much better. Alex turned his attention back to the main battle line. Several ant clusters had begun spreading out, attempting to use their numerical advantage to encircle the orc adventurer formation. So much for beasts being mindless. The orcs and adventurers had responded well. A dedicated 10-man retrieval squad moved through the battlefield, dragging wounded fighters back to Eleanor's rear-line treatment zone, where they were stabilized and sent back into combat. The ants had noticed. Several groups peeled away, angling toward both the retrieval team and Eleanor's makeshift medic stand. Smart, Alex thought, but not going to happen. Zora rained down low-tier but highly efficient spells, breaking apart ant groups and thinning their numbers, while Yudara flowed through the gaps like a living shadow, cutting down any ant that slipped past the spell barrage. With those two there, the ants won't reach the medic stand, Alex concluded. He was about to shift his focus when he noticed something off. His gaze snapped back to Zora, then to the rune tattoo on her shoulder. That energy, Zora, realization struck him like a blade. Before he could act or speak, Yudara's voice came through the comms. Master, these ants are becoming a nuisance. Should I assassinate the ant queen? Master, these ants are getting annoying. Should I assassinate the ant queen? No, Alex replied instantly. Her presence is the only thing keeping the ants under control. If she dies, they'll become more aggressive and far less predictable. He issued a new order without hesitation. Attack her, but don't kill her. Try to incapacitate her and pull her away from the battlefield. The ants will frenzy, trying to recover her and withdraw from the fight, Yudara realized. That will create an opening for the adventurers and orcs to cut them down. Exactly, Alex confirmed. But you'll likely need to eliminate her mates first. Understood. Yudara wasted no time. The moment Zora acknowledged the plan, taking over full responsibility for the backline alongside Fun, Yudara moved. The distance was too far for a direct shadow dash, so she leapt from shadow to shadow across the battlefield, weaving through chaos until she reached her target. Her figure materialized beside the Ant Queen's mate, the one rendered unconscious by Senu's dazzling strike. Yudara dispatched it cleanly, ending its life before it could even stir. She vanished again and reappeared beside the sole remaining mate, finishing it just as swiftly. This time, however, she didn't make the kill clean. The dying ant convulsed violently, its death throes sending sharp vibrations through the ground. The Sand Ant Queen froze. For several seconds, her mandibles remained locked in place as she stared at her fallen mate. Scree! A piercing shriek tore through the battlefield. Every ant halted. Then, as Yudara stepped forward with unmistakable lethal intent, the queen released another cry, one that sent the entire colony into motion. Unlike the monarchs of many other species, the Sand Ant Queen had no means of defending herself. That role belonged entirely to the colony, and especially to her mates, the remainder of whom Yudara had just slain. Her cry summoned them all. Ants abandoned their fights against the orcs and adventurers, swarming toward the queen in a desperate attempt to protect her. The response was far stronger than Yudara had anticipated. She hadn't even struck the queen yet. Cut off its limbs and get out of there. Alex's voice barked over comms. Yudara moved instantly. She darted back and forth around the ant queen, her blade flashing as she severed limbs with each pass, crippling the massive insect without delivering a killing blow. But by the time she finished, the swarm was nearly upon her. Worse, there were no safe shadows left to retreat through. Move! She heard Alex's voice just as Senu's massive figure swept down, her body casting a vast shadow beside the ant horde. Placed almost perfectly, just the edge of the range of Yudara's shadow dash. From there, Yudara leapt into the shadow of an approaching adventurer and vanished to safety. With Yudara's escape secured, Alex turned his attention back to the Sand Ant Queen. Her injuries were grievous, but not fatal. She screamed in such agony that it overwhelmed the colony's pheromone signals and nervous network, throwing the entire ant horde into chaos. Fortunately, nature had hard-coded survival protocols into the species. Several ants higher up the colony's hierarchy, easily identified by their larger bodies, forced their way through the swarm. They hoisted their crippled queen and dragged her back underground, retreating toward the nest's depths. With the queen removed from the battlefield, the ants' involvement was effectively over as most of the colony flowed back beneath the earth like a reversing tide. But not all of them retreated. A handful remained above ground, whether out of confusion, rage, or blind loyalty to the queen's last command, it was unclear. But in the larger picture, they no longer mattered. As far as Alex was concerned, they were ignorable. But same could not be said for the orcs and adventurers below. Perhaps out of anger and pent-up frustration, the warriors descended on the ants that failed to receive the retreat signal, cutting them down mercilessly. By the time the last of the stragglers were dealt with, Alex's gaze had already shifted to Asgrug and the Dune Wolf King. Calling what was happening between them a fight was generous. The wolf was a coward, an intelligent one, but a coward nonetheless. Even when cornered, it chose evasion over confrontation. Time and again it attempted to disengage and flee. Time and again, Asgrug prevented it. The orc chieftain understood this truth clearly. This was likely the last chance he would ever get to kill the beast before it slipped away and grew even stronger. Howl! A sharp cry rang out from the right flank. Alex understood the signal instantly. One of the wolves, facing the expedition party's guard team, was calling for assistance or permission to retreat. Howl! The Dune Wolf King, it's Alpha, responded. The command was clear. No retreat. Instead, it ordered its pack to disengage and strike for ambush attack instead. It was a time-tested tactic among wolves. And without hesitation, the pack obeyed. Sand grip. The remaining wolves unleashed their racial ability in unison. The ground beneath their enemies suddenly softened like jelly, swallowing the expedition party members' boots before hardening instantly, locking their attackers in place. In the same breath, the wolves surged forward, executing a perfectly timed ambush. It was a tactic they had refined countless times within a nest, executed flawlessly, and yet, this time, it failed to kill anyone. The moment the wolves lunged to strike the immobilized members of the expedition party, blades flashed and arrows loosed. Steel and mana tore through fur and flesh in a single coordinated counter. The wolves fell. Their once prized special move, one they had relied upon to slaughter countless foes, had become the very cause of their destruction. Within moments, every wolf lay dead. Every wolf, except one, the Dune Wolf King. Just as its claws descended toward the bound Asgrug, the orc chieftain's eyes flashed with ruthless clarity. Bam! His warhammer struck first, smashing into the wolf's side. Emo's hide. The Dune Wolf King reacted in time, activating its sole defensive ability. A thick, compressed plate of sand formed instantly around its body, absorbing the bulk of the blow and dispersing the force. A wolf. However, it didn't celebrate its successful brush with death. No, it cried with grief. Through the invisible pack bond, the Alpha felt every death, each severed presence echoing through its mind. Its gaze snapped back to Asgrug, burning with hatred. Asgrug recognized the gaze, and a crazed grin spread across his face. It hurts, doesn't it? He said, teeth bared. An eye for an eye. You and your pack killed my tribe, so my tribe has killed yours as well. He raised his spiked warhammer, pointing it directly at the Wolf King. And I'm not done yet, Asgrug growled. I'm going to kill you too. Grr. The Wolf King lowered its stance, muscles coiling as it bared its fangs. Its eyes flicked across the battlefield, measuring the distance and contemplating an escape routes. But then, it surprisingly chose to fight. A baleful purple aura erupted from its body. This was nothing like the berserk energy of the crystal scorpion. It poured off the wolf like molten miasma, thick, viscous, and profoundly corruptive. Asgrug's grin vanished. His expression hardened. You're not the only one with a trump card left. The final charge of the strength rune tattoo, engraved on his back, ignited. Roar! Both orc and beast roared as they charged toward one another. The Dune Wolf King was faster. It burst forward in a blur, claws slashing down, each one dripping with viscous, corruptive berserk energy at a speed Asgrug should not have been able to evade. However, Asgrug was a veteran. The moment he realized he couldn't match the wolf's speed directly, he stopped watching its limbs and focused instead on its shoulders. The instant its shoulders showed the wolf committing to its attack, Asgrug skidded to a halt, pausing just outside the range of the claw swipe. The strike passed so close to his chest that he could almost smell the berserk energy coating its claws. Asgrug reacted instantly. He drove his spiked war hammer into the wolf's side. The impact sent the beast flying. Once again, Ammo's hide absorbed most of the damage, but not all of it. The Dune Wolf King staggered as it regained its footing. If it had been in its right mind, it would have recognized the danger. It would have retreated. But berserk corruption had clouded its instincts. Snarling, it lunged again. Claw after claw after claw. Asgrug moved preemptively, reading the attack before they arrived, and narrowly avoiding each strike. Then, one claw came in at an unexpected angle. Asgrug had no room to dodge, so he chose to parry instead. The shaft of his hammer slammed downward against the claw, forcing his side. In the same motion, he drove the hammerhead's body into the wolf's exposed midsection, knocking the wind from it and pushing it back. Before the beast could recover, Asgrug brought his weapon down with all his might. Boom! The strike narrowly missed, but the shock wave did not. The Dune Wolf King was blasted backward like a rag doll, spinning and smashing across the ground, scraping and tumbling before finally coming to a stop more than 20 meters away. It tried to rise. It failed. Asgrug approached the fallen beast, his steps heavy. "This is for my disciple, for my brother, and for my sons." His hammer fell. Crunch! The Wolf King's skull shattered like a smashed watermelon. "Art!" Asgrug roared into the sky. The cry carried grief, rage, and a deep, aching melancholy that words could not contain. The mighty orc dropped to one knee before the corpse of his fallen enemy. Though no tears fell, the pain radiating from his back was unmistakable. Although he had killed the one responsible, it did not bring back those he had lost. Still, Asgrug did not linger in mourning. Leaning on his trusted war hammer, an heirloom passed down through generations of his tribes or tribe chiefs, he pushed himself back to his feet. His grief had not vanished. It had merely been pushed down, compressed, and buried deep within his soul, not to shackle him, but to drive him forward, just as those he lost would have wanted. "I have honored you by putting down the one who killed you," he thought. "Now I honor you by living on, using your memories to keep moving forward, as I must, until we meet again." Something within Asgrug seemed to lift, and as if to mirror that change, his body shed the last remnant of all that had come due to his desperation. The Strength Rune Tattoo. The spent tattoo finally reached the end of its lifespan. Its light fractured, then shattered entirely, disintegrating into fine dust that was carried away by the desert wind. As the glowing particles vanished into the horizon, leaving his back bare again, Asgrug felt a change within himself. The door to combat Saint, which had seemed impossibly distant just the night before, now felt close enough to touch. A complicated smile tugged at his tusked mouth as he turned away from the corpse of the nest ruler. Below, the battle had ended as well. The last sand ants still above ground were swiftly exterminated by the combined orc and adventurer forces. Asgrug raised his war hammer, ready to declare victory. Then the world changed. In the final moment before its death, which Asgrug hadn't seen, there had been a crazed look in the Dune Wolf King's eyes, one that promised mutual destruction. Even in death, the beast was not finished. Cracked! A pillar of potent, baleful energy erupted into the sky, tearing through the fabric of space itself. A massive rift opened overhead, and from it poured an overwhelming torrent of berserk energy. Space rippled violently. The nest trembled. It felt as though the entire spatial phenomenon or structure, whatever this nest truly was on the verge of collapse. Asgrug turned sharply. Before him stood the source of the calamity, the corpse of the Dune Wolf King. His expression hardened. If this much berserk energy continues to flood the nest, Asgrug realized grimly, then not only will every creature, beast or otherwise, be corrupted, but the nest will break. And when it does, this filth will spill into Camp Red Rock and beyond. His grip tightened around his warhammer. "I cannot let that happen." Asgrug tried to move toward the Dune Wolf King's corpse. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not move any closer. It was as if the wolf's body no longer existed within the same space, positioned instead in another layer of reality entirely. No. As Grug roared inwardly, he roused every last remnant of energy left in his body, forcing himself forward, determined to reach the nest ruler's corpse and stop whatever was happening. Alas, it was futile. His feet would not advance. A tremor of dread ran through him. For generations, the copper-skinned orcs had protected Camp Red Rock. Countless settlements and travelers relied on their tribe to survive this stretch of the unforgiving wildlands. Yet before the phenomenon unfolding before him, Asgrug could do nothing. Scree! Just as despair threatened to claim him, an eagle's cry tore through the sky. Asgrug looked up. There, framed against the heavens, he saw a human youth riding atop a massive eagle that radiated a terrifying duality of majesty and savagery as they dashed straight toward the spatial tear. Alex! Cries of shock and horror rippled across the battlefield. Once again, Alex had chosen the most dangerous path without hesitation. The moment the spatial tear had opened, Alex had noticed berserk energy and spatial energy were flooding in from a higher dimension, pouring violently into the nest. And he could guess what would happen if left unchecked. If you pump too much air into a balloon, there is only one outcome. It would burst. And in this case, before the balloon, the nest itself could explode. The sudden change in the ambient energy composition would kill everyone inside it first. We need to channel the energy somewhere else, Alex realized instantly. There was no time to hesitate. He reached into the sanctuary pocket dimension, pulling out a single object. Then he gave the order. Senu, dive. Without the slightest hesitation, Senu obeyed. Her trust in her master was absolute. Man and eagle plunged into the abyss of the spatial tear together, racing headlong into the unknown. Their bond was so complete that they moved as one. Senu's innate spatial coding expanded and fused around them, enveloping Alex entirely as they entered the turbulent rift. This violent spatial turbulence was the very reason Asgrug had been unable to approach the Wolf King's corpse. Yet for Alex and Senu, protected by her spatial nature, it posed no immediate obstacle. The real challenge lay ahead. They reached into the heart of the storm. And there, Alex revealed his final trump card. Contingency hashtag Omega_Parasite. The Void Heart Core. In Alex's raised hand was a crystalline heart, the Void Heart Core. The moment it was exposed, its absorption ability activated. Free energy in the surroundings, spatial energy and berserk energy alike, was drawn toward it passively. In response, a tattoo-like runic formation ignited across the crystal's surface, accelerating the absorption process. The more energy the heart devoured, the brighter the formation glowed. And the brighter it glowed, the more violently it fed. The Void Heart Core drank energy like a ravenous beast with a bottomless stomach. Shockingly, its absorption rates soon matched, and then surpassed, the torrent of energy pouring down from the higher dimension. If left unchecked, it might even begin drawing energy directly from the source itself. Alex felt a chill crawl down his spine. Ether Kindle had already surfaced across his body, shielding both him and Senu from contamination as berserk energy was pulled toward the Void Heart Core. Even so, he could feel the strain. If the main body of Ether Kindle was being pushed to its limits, just protecting them from the runoff energy, then what about the splinter embedded within the Void Heart Core's runic formation? That fragment would be dealing with the full concentration of energy, not merely the residue leaking into their surroundings. Alex's only comfort lay in the Void Heart Core's original design. Its internal storage spaces were constructed to contain elusive spatial energy. If it can contain spatial energy, he reasoned, then it should be able to contain berserk energy as well. As long as the energy remains contained, purification can be carried out later, slowly, safely, and under controlled conditions. What reassured him further was the presence of spatial energy itself. According to his design, the more spatial energy accumulated within the Void Heart Core, the stronger the looping confinement phenomenon would become. That same energy would reinforce the containment structure and expand the internal storage space. In other words, the absorbed spatial energy strengthens the cage, he mused, while berserk energy remains trapped inside it, awaiting future purification. Then a new thought struck him. Wait, that also means more spatial energy for my long-term use. Realization dawned in Alex's eyes. As it turned out, his reckless decision became a boon rather than a disaster. Well, that's as long as the energy cuts off soon, he thought grimly. There's only so much expansion that can occur in such a short time without consequences. Fortunately, it seemed fortune truly did favor the bold. The torrent of energy flowing into the vortex above the void heart core began to diminish rapidly. Alex could have sworn he heard a surprised voice. Then, the energy stopped suddenly. It was almost as if something or someone had cut it off. Alex didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled the void heart core back into the sanctuary space. "Get us out of here," he shouted urgently. "Spatial step." Sensing the alarm in his tone, Senu abandoned all concern for energy consumption. She used the fastest movement technique at her disposal, folding space violently as she blinked away from the spatial tear just moments before it collapsed. As they crossed the boundary, Alex's body jolted. A gaze settled on his back. He didn't dare turn around. Instinct screamed at him what kind of existence was watching. Alex and Senu burst out of the spatial tear, and it sealed shut behind them. The entire nest shuddered violently, then fell still. The ambient energy density dropped noticeably, at least to Alex's true seeker eyes, but that was the least of his concerns. His mind reeled, locked onto one horrifying realization. Divinity? How in hell did a damned nest ruler open a pathway to a Navi's divine kingdom? Alex cursed inwardly, his thoughts spiraling. He had almost come face to face with a Navi. If he had been trapped inside that space, if he had turned around and laid eyes on the being watching him, he would have been converted into a believer instantly, without resistance nor choice. He was still immortal. How could a mortal possibly resist the will of a being that stood at epic rank or higher? Cold sweat drenched his back as the realization fully settled in. He had come terrifyingly close to a fate worse than death. Alex didn't mind dying, but to become a mindless puppet of a false deity? He would rather die 1,000 times over. As Senu flew overhead, many people collapsed to the ground, some kneeling, others sitting and panting heavily as the delayed realization hit them. They had stood on the brink of absolute annihilation. Asgrug looked up at the human sorcerer with a deeply complicated expression. To say the outcome of this raid was thanks to Alex's involvement would be a gross understatement. They wouldn't have survived. They wouldn't even have understood what killed them. And to think I boasted that I would reward him his due, Asgrug thought bitterly. This isn't a favor that could be repaid so easily. Alex's party had helped eliminate the nest's greatest threats. Eleanor had saved dozens of orcs and adventurers who would have otherwise died out on the battlefield. And Alex himself, he had risked everything, and somehow, against all odds, saved them all from certain death. In the aftermath, many of the survivors approached Eleanor, asking about the Navi she served. Caught unprepared for such attention, she did nothing more than smile, offering no answers. The survivors interpreted her silence as restraint, as mercy. They believed she feared using the situation to force her faith upon those who might later regret it. Rather than her silence dampening their resolve, it instead only strengthened it. In a world where deities competed relentlessly for followers, a clergy, and by extension a deity, that refused to seize such an opportunity was rare, perhaps even unheard of. When Alex finally landed and dismounted from Senu's back, he reassured his wives that he was unharmed. Only then did Asgrug step forward. "You have made a great contribution to this raid, young Master Alex," the orc chief said solemnly. "I honestly do not know how to reward such efforts." He paused, then continued. "So instead, I ask you to name your price. Anything you desire, so long as it is within my power, I will grant it." Alex raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to give me a blank request like that? He asked lightly. Do you have any idea how terrible the things I could ask for are? I am aware, Asgrug replied without hesitation. But it is a risk I am willing to take. Such is the worth of your actions in my eyes. Alex studied the orc chief for a moment. Then he smiled. Very well, he said. Here's what I want. A few hours later, the non-beasts departed the nest, carrying with them news of glory and heroism. There was no doubt that in the taverns that night, countless tales would be spun, embellished, exaggerated, and retold, galvanizing all who cared to listen. And with that, the infamy and growing epic of Alex and his expedition party began to stir. Just before the two groups finally parted ways, Asgrug turned to Alex once more. Young Master Alex, are you truly certain this is all you want? He asked. Alex patted the middle-aged orc's arm lightly. Don't think too much about it, he said calmly. I'm not undervaluing your assessment of my efforts. My request might seem worthless to you, but to me, it has value. Immense value. Then he added with a chuckle, honestly, if I'm being truthful, I feel like I may have cheated you. Alex's request had been simple. All the berserk beast cores recovered from the nest core. To the orcs and adventurers, the request made little sense. Berserk beast cores were considered nearly worthless due to the heavy concentration of berserk energy within them. Still, as the request came from the one who had saved them all, they complied without hesitation. They handed over every berserk beast core recovered from the final battlefield, some even retracing their steps to retrieve cores they had previously abandoned. Feeling uneasy about the trade, many of them went a step further, adding in clean beast cores they already had on hand. Because of that, it was no exaggeration for Alex to say he had gained far more than Asgrug realized. And beyond material gain, Alex also gained something else. Thanks to their misunderstanding, he had earned a far greater standing among both the orcs and the adventurers, one that might prove extremely useful in the future. With everything settled, Alex led his expedition party back to their inn. Everyone was exhausted after the chaos and tension of the day. However, the night was far from over for him and his wives. Zora in particular. Once they entered their suite, which was now free of charge, thanks to Asgrug, Alex locked the door behind them and had Zora cast a silencing spell over the room. Only then did he turn to her and ask quietly, Do you have something you want to tell me? Do you have something you want to tell me? Alex asked. Zora remained silent. Something boiled up from the depths of Alex's mind. Before it could overflow, he prompted Omni-Rune. A portal opened behind Zora without warning. Without another word, Alex stepped forward and pulled her into the portal with him. The gateway closed and disappeared, leaving Yadara and Eleanor frozen in place. The two women looked at one another, confusion written plainly on their faces. What they did understand instinctively was that Alex was genuinely angry, and that was something they had never seen before. Inside the sanctuary, Alex paused for a brief moment, forcing himself to breathe. He pointed toward one of the seats in the resting area. Seat. The word came out sharper than he intended, cold and commanding. Zora raised an eyebrow, but still did as he asked. Alex sat across from her. Well, he said, his crimson eyes locked on her icy blue ones. Alex believed he was being calm. He didn't realize how much restrained madness simmered beneath his supposedly calm exterior. It was only then that Zora truly grasped the gravity of the situation. I didn't expect you to notice yet, she said quietly. Alex's fingers tightened. I can see energy, he replied coldly. How could I not notice when my wife is freezing from the inside out? Your bloodline power is spiraling out of control, and you didn't think that was something I should know. It was only upon hearing his own voice that Alex realized how far from composed he actually was. The fury coiling in his stomach was hot and violent. Why, he asked. I didn't want to add more to your plate, Zora said. I didn't think it was the right time, especially not while we were still in battle. Alex leaned forward slightly. If we weren't in battle, he said slowly, or if I hadn't noticed before it ended, would you have told me by now? Zora hesitated for a fraction of a second. Most likely not, she admitted. If I did, you'd worry, and in your worry, You take risks you shouldn't. Alex's breath hitched. Unnecessary risks? He repeated. The words nearly tore themselves from his throat as he struggled to keep his temper in check. Seeing his reaction only made Zora harden her stance. Yes, unnecessary risks, she said firmly. Between your nature and your bloodline, I know you won't be able to control yourself if I told you. I've already made peace with my fate. I don't want you trying to save me if it means you lose yourself in the process. She met his gaze without flinching. To me, your life is more important than mine. Alex's eyes turned completely crimson. He stood at the very edge of reason. From the depths of his being, faint whispers stirred, urging him to give in, to lash out, to let the rage loose. The infernal nature buried within his Führer bloodline was meddling. This was exactly what Zora had been afraid of. Alex closed his eyes. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tight they almost broke the skin of his palm. He forced himself to ignore the noise from his infernal origin and focus on his breathing, slow and controlled. Zora, on her part, waited in silence. A couple of minutes passed. When Alex finally opened his eyes again, they were still crimson, proof that he was far from calm. But the madness had retreated just enough to keep him in control. He looked at the woman sitting across from him. In that moment, a storm of emotions surged through him. Anger, frustration, fear, but above all else, love. Get yourself together. Alex, he admonished himself. You're pushing 40 already while she's at least a decade younger than you. You're supposed to be the mature one. So act like it. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and let out a slow breath. I understand why you made the choice you did, Alex said at last. But understanding doesn't mean I agree with it. Let me finish. He raised a hand, stopping her gently but firmly. Let's not turn this into an argument and lose sight of the real issue. I will always have many things on my plate. That's the reality of being a man, a noble, and a leader. His voice was steady now. But no matter how heavy those burdens become, I will never not set them aside for my family. He looked her straight in the eyes. That's what it means to be a husband, a father, a family man. He continued quietly, but each word carried weight. All these so-called responsibilities, power, ambition, the peak of the world, they're meaningless if I can't uphold my responsibility to my family. His voice sounded gentle. What's the point of standing at the top if there's no one there to share the view with? Alex looked at her, his expression softening. You said that, to you my life is more important than yours, he said quietly. Do you think I feel any differently? To me, your life is more important than mine as well. He continued, his voice steady but sincere. You know me better than almost anyone. You can't honestly tell me you haven't realized this already. Everything I've achieved hasn't been for myself alone. It's been for my family. I am where I am because of my responsibilities, he said. Responsibility doesn't break a real man. It forges him, and no responsibility shapes a man more than the one he bears for and to his family. Alex rose from his seat and moved closer, then lowered himself to one knee before her. He took her hand in his left, cupping it gently with his right. So, wife of mine, he said softly, my responsibilities are to provide for you, protect you, defend you, and to do everything within my power to give you a happy life. And that includes solving your bloodline problem. His grip tightened slightly, not possessive but resolute. These aren't burdens that weigh me down, he continued. They're responsibilities that make me better. They shape me into the man you chose, into the man you want me to be. Then his gaze hardened, becoming solemn. So, if this ever happens again, he said firmly, and you keep something like this from me, if you keep me from my responsibility, you aren't lightening my load. You're denying me the chance to become better. He searched her eyes. Do you understand? His words struck Zora to the core. She rose from her seat and threw herself into his arms. Alex, still half kneeling, was caught off guard, and the two of them tumbled to the ground together. Zora didn't care about the bruises or the sting of impact. Her arms locked tightly around his neck as she lay against him, holding him as if she might never let go. There were so many things she wanted to say. How sorry she was, how afraid she was of her looming fate, how many hopes she had buried because she was too afraid to believe in them. But no matter how hard she tried, the words wouldn't come. Yet when she looked into his eyes, she knew she didn't need to say them. He understood, just as he always had, seeing past her composure, past her strength, straight to the fragile heart she kept hidden. She didn't need to explain, but there was one thing she had to say. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Alex stared up at the faux sky of the pocket dimension as he gently caressed the woman lying against him, his hand moving slowly along her back to comfort her. "Apology not accepted," Alex said suddenly. "I'm still very much angry." Zora's body stiffened. She pushed herself up slightly, bracing against his chest as she searched his face, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. But before she could say a word, Alex's hand moved to the back of her head and pulled her down. He kissed her. Zora froze for a split second, then melted into him, responding instinctively. When they finally parted, Alex spoke again. "But I'll get over it," he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Zora noticed then that his pupils had returned to their usual gem-like ruby red. She nodded silently and rested her head back on his chest, letting him stroke her hair as she listened to his heartbeat. Steady, grounding, strangely calming. "My bloodline power is overwhelming my mana," Zora said quietly. Alex didn't interrupt. "I've been using my mana to dilute it," she continued, "but it seems that my mana is no longer enough. And if I try to advance, to increase my mana capacity, I fear I'll only end up strengthening my bloodline as well." "I see," Alex murmured. "That's quite the conundrum." "I wish I actually understood what my bloodline power is," Zora added. "Maybe then I could control it better." Alex suddenly stiffened. "Wait." He gently lifted her from his chest, so they were face to face. "You don't know what your bloodline power actually is?" he asked. "You don't know why it turns everything to ice?" Zora blinked. "I just assumed it was a trait of an ice phoenix," she said. Alex stared at her, incredulity written plainly across his face. "Huh, you know what it is?" Zora raised an eyebrow. Alex nodded. He shifted, so both of them were sitting upright. "It isn't ice," he said slowly. "It's een, or more precisely, een-aligned property." "Een," Zora echoed. "What is that?" Alex paused. For the first time in a while, he found himself genuinely stumped. How was he supposed to explain the concept of yin and yang without revealing his nature as a transmigrator? For a brief moment, silence stretched between them. Then, an idea struck him. In a civilization long past, Alex began aloud. "More like a civilization from my past life," he added silently. "They had a theory of creation." Zora listened attentively. They believed everything originated from one. What that one truly was they couldn't define. But they believed all existence came into being because that one split into two. These two were called yin and yang, the fundamental duality of existence. Alex continued, his voice steady. "From these two, all things emerged. Each split further, giving rise to what we now recognize as elements: earth, water, fire, air, lightning, nature, wind, and so on." He paused briefly, ensuring she was following. "According to the scholars of that civilization, everything can be traced back to this duality. Male and female, hard and soft, hot and cold, high and low. All things exist as a balance between yin and yang." Zora's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. "For example," Alex said, "a man is considered yang dominant. Masculinity, firmness, heat, assertiveness, these are yang-aligned traits. Women, on the other hand, are considered yin dominant. Femininity, softness, receptiveness, gentleness, these are yin-aligned traits. But dominance does not mean exclusivity." He looked at her meaningfully. "A man must possess yin to exist properly, softness, restraint, empathy. A woman must possess yang, strength, decisiveness, resolve. One cannot exist without the other." "A balance," Zora murmured. "Yes," Alex said. "A deliberate, necessary balance." Zora hesitated before asking the question that clearly weighed on her. "What happens," she asked quietly, "when that balance is broken?" Alex's expression hardened. "Nothing good," he replied grimly. "According to those scholars, Whenever the balance is disrupted within a being or entity, it inevitably brings harm. Sometimes for being alone, and sometimes for everything around it. Zora's expression turned solemn. So, she said slowly, you're saying my condition is caused by my yin overwhelming my yin-yang balance. I believe so, yes. Alex nodded. Think about it. You said it yourself. Your Frost family mostly gives birth to females. Following this concept, that strongly suggests your bloodline carries exceptionally high yin. High yin increases the likelihood of female existence and birth. Zora's brows knit together as understanding dawned. Now, Alex continued, if we accept that merely being born into your family already places you near the upper limit of what a human body can tolerate in terms of yin, even if that level was still stable, what do you think would happen when we add in your bloodline atavism and awakening? Zora inhaled slowly. The Ice Phoenix, she said, is a being of extreme cold, extreme yin. She looked up at him. I inherited a powerful bloodline tracing back to the Ice Phoenix. That means I inherited its yin nature as well. Her voice steadied as the pieces fell into place. If my body was already close to the limit of balance, then adding the Ice Phoenix's yin would shatter it completely. Alex nodded. Exactly. You inherited the yin of an Ice Phoenix, but you are not an Ice Phoenix. You are human. A human body cannot withstand that level of imbalance. He continued calmly, it seems you've been unconsciously using mana to counteract your bloodline's influence, tilting the balance just enough to keep some semblance of balance. But that solution has reached its limit. Zora lowered her gaze. However, Alex said, smiling faintly, the answer is clear now, isn't it? Zora frowned slightly. What do you mean? We have two options, Alex replied. Either we find a way to drain the excess yin from your body, or we balance it. Balance, she repeated. By introducing yang, Alex said. Even if it doesn't completely solve the problem, it can stabilize you, delay the progression, and buy us time. He added thoughtfully. Personally, I prefer the latter approach. Draining yin outright would likely weaken you, and your strength isn't something I want to sacrifice unless we have no other choice. Truthfully, Zora wouldn't have minded losing some of the power brought about by her excess yin. But if she could keep her strength and survive, that was clearly the better outcome. She looked at Alex, eyes sharp with renewed hope. Then how, she asked, do you propose we balance yin with yang? We can find an opposite extreme yang source for you to absorb, Alex said. Given the quality of your bloodline, that would mean something on the level of an ancient dragon heart, or perhaps a true fire phoenix heart. Either should be capable of balancing your yin, at least temporarily. Zora stared at him in silence. He had just casually listed items so rare and valuable that entire planes would go to war over them. Another option, Alex continued calmly, is cheaper but exponentially shorter lasting. Zora narrowed her eyes. Which is? The natural union of yin and yang, Alex replied. Male and female. She frowned. What does that mean? Intercourse. He said it plainly, without hesitation. Zora froze. Are you serious? Deadly serious. Alex nodded. Between my elder dragon heart, the Solmir half of my bloodline, and Ether Kindle, my body leans even more heavily toward yang. Even the Führer half of my bloodline, while technically yin-aligned, is fundamentally different from your Ice Phoenix yin. Her eyes widened slightly. I see, Zora murmured. The internal clash between your Yang Solmir bloodline and your Yin Führer bloodline. That's why you failed to manifest during your family's awakening ceremony. Alex smiled, impressed. Yes, the dragon heart provided the balancing force they needed to coexist, barely. A kind of uneasy truce. He refocused. The yang within me can suppress your yin flare-ups. At the same time, my own yin can absorb part of your excess, easing the strain on your body. Zora looked at him sideways. Are you sure you're not just saying all this to get me into bed? She almost couldn't believe the solution was so convenient. Alex smirked. You're my wife. If I wanted you in my bed, do you really think I need to fabricate something this elaborate? As if to prove his point, he reached out and pulled her closer. Since you're unconvinced, he added solemnly, We might as well test the theory. Zora caught herself before laughing. We can't. Yadara and Eleanor are outside. They're probably worried. You dragged me in here looking like you were ready to murder someone. Don't worry, Alex said smoothly. This is just a test. I'll be quick. Not waiting for her response, Alex closed the distance between them and pressed her back against the sofa. What followed was not gentle, nor was it restrained. Zora, despite her half-hearted protests, did not resist him in the slightest. True to his word, Alex didn't drag things out, at least not by his standards. Their bedroom spar lasted just about half an hour. Afterwards, Zora didn't bother dressing immediately. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the sofa and closed her eyes, entering a brief meditative state to examine her condition. A moment later, her eyes snapped open. It worked, she exclaimed, disbelief and delight lighting her features. She lunged at him and kissed him deeply. Alex reacted instantly, gripping her shoulders and pushing her back just far enough to create distance. What's wrong? Zora asked, confused. Get dressed, Alex said with a strained smile, while I still have the self-control to let you leave. Zora's eyes flicked downward, then back up. Realization dawned. She scrambled to her feet, scooping up her clothes and retreating a few steps, though the way she dressed was anything but hurried. Every movement was deliberate, unhurried, and entirely unnecessarily sultry. Alex closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, counting. Once she was finally dressed, Alex activated Omni-Rune. A gate shimmered into existence beside them. Go on ahead, he said. I'll follow later. You're not coming now? Zora asked, surprised. Someone broke my heart today, Alex replied lightly. I need a moment to sulk. The joke landed harder than he intended. Zora immediately stepped back into his space and hugged him, her expression apologetic. Alex sighed and gently stroked her hair. I'm kidding, he said softly. Mostly. I just need a bit of time to think. Maybe I can come up with a better way to manage your condition, for both the short and long term. Zora nodded. All right. She turned toward the gate, then paused just before stepping through. A second later, she looked back at him, eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh, Alex, yes. You really are a silver tongue. She stuck out her tongue and vanished through the portal. Alex burst into laughter. For a brief moment, the weight on his chest lifted, but only for a moment. Once the sanctuary was quiet again, his expression slowly hardened, his gaze sharpening into something grave, calculating, and deeply focused. After all, the problem wasn't solved. It was merely delayed. Alex contemplated a solution to Zora's condition. At the end of the day, he kept arriving at the same conclusion. There was only one thing he could realistically do, short of hoping for a miracle. Rune-Tech. Alex raised his palm, and something that hadn't happened in a while occurred. A spell formation manifested above his hand. Too bad it's useless outside, he sighed. Because the sanctuary's governing laws were based on those of Pangea, Alex's access to Rune-Tech had been fully restored here. Unfortunately, that restoration came with a caveat. Its practical application was extremely limited. He muttered to himself, if I really think about it, Rune-Tech can be divided into 3 branches. He paused, then corrected himself. For if I consider Omni-Rune its own branch. No, he shook his head. That's not right either. Omni-Rune shouldn't be considered a branch of Rune-Tech. I'd rather see it as Rune-Tech itself, the manifestation, the foundation, and the platform upon which everything else exists. After all, nearly every Rune-Tech function originated from, was connected to, or was governed by this original Primus Greater Rune. Alex lifted a finger, listing them off as he continued his internal monologue. Spellcasting, formation construction, and artifact crafting. And lastly, Rune-Tech. Spellcasting and formation construction within the sanctuary are effectively meaningless on Verdantis. Things might be different if I had a portable formation core, or if I could create one, but that's not currently an option. He exhaled softly. Rune tattooing is the only branch of Rune-Tech I can develop here and still deploy on Verdantis. That conclusion had already been proven in practice, thanks to Asgrug. The rune tattoo scroll Alex had crafted prior in Pangea had bound flawlessly to the Orc Chief's soul innate rune slot. The tattoo had functioned exactly as designed, increasing Asgrug's physical strength for 3 separate 10-minute intervals. And once its uses were exhausted, the tattoo had quietly disintegrated, without harming the user in the slightest. Verdantis laws hadn't interfered at all. That denotes something important to me, Alex murmured. It's not that Verdantis is hostile to runes, nor is it rejecting them. I simply don't understand them. A faint smile tugged at his lips. That's good. Very good. It bodes well for my emulator come universal translator plan. His thoughts drifted back to Zora. Fortunately, it also means rune tattoos remain a viable solution for her condition. Even if I still haven't made any real progress acquiring sigil, or talisman crafting knowledge. Between direct tattooing and the scroll binding method, there wasn't even a moment of hesitation. The choice was obvious. Just to be safe, I'll bring Zora into the sanctuary and draw the tattoo directly, Alex mused. The same way I did her current siphon rune tattoo. He frowned slightly. I'm not letting her suffer through the scroll binding process. The sanctuary was Alex's most closely guarded secret. While the expedition party had almost certainly realized he possessed some kind of spatial method, after all, he casually stored and retrieved items with a wave of his hand. None of them, save for his wives, knew the true extent of it, and Alex fully intended to keep it that way. That was precisely why he hadn't mentioned the sanctuary when explaining his past situation to the party back then. Which means, he continued, if I'm going to grant rune tattoos to anyone else for now, it'll have to be through scroll binding. The thought left him less than pleased. He vastly preferred direct tattooing. It consumed fewer materials, optimized itself far better to the bearer's body, and, most importantly, it was significantly less painful. Not to mention, Alex muttered, eyes narrowing slightly. If I could draw rune tattoos directly on Verdantis, that would mean I'd already achieved a working level of sigil and talisman mastery. Rune-Tech had to remain rune purist in nature, but that didn't mean it couldn't import knowledge and ideas from other glyphs and glyph methods. Even a foundational programming language like Fortran allows paradigms to be imported and layered, he reasoned. There's no logical reason a magical programming platform as complex as Rune-Tech wouldn't allow the same. There existed a distinction between glyphs in his mind. Runes were direct, rigid, machine-like power glyphs, precise, absolute, and highly efficient. Sigils, on the other hand, were fluid and artistic, variable and expressive. Runes excelled when interacting with inorganic systems. Sigils, however, were clearly more compatible with organics and living entities. If my deductions are correct, Alex murmured, then I should be able to isolate the core paradigms from talisman making that allow sigils to express themselves so naturally. And once isolated, I can translate those paradigms into Rune-Tech. In essence, teaching runes to mimic sigils' expressiveness and adaptability. If I succeed, he concluded quietly, it would dramatically improve rune compatibility with living beings. That single breakthrough alone would push the rune tattoo branch of Rune-Tech forward by an entire generation. Alex saw rune tattoos based purely on rune and array mastery paradigms as little more than external augments. There was a hard ceiling to how much such rune tattoos could enhance a user. Not because the runes themselves lacked power, but because of compatibility constraints. Runes were inherently rigid, while living beings were not. Organic systems were defined by constant variation, responding dynamically to environment, emotion, stress, injury, and countless other factors. When something as inflexible as a rune framework was imposed on such a system, conflict was inevitable. That conflict was the true limiter. If Alex could import paradigms from sigils, however, he believed he could loosen those constraints, but by teaching them to respond these dynamic changes. If rune tattoos could vary their behavior in line with changes in their organic background, Alex murmured, then they wouldn't just be external augments anymore. They would become something closer to internal bioaugmentations. And that distinction mattered, because it created a dilemma. Do I begin work on Zora's rune tattoo now, he muttered, or wait until I acquire sigil knowledge and refine the system? Immediate action versus future potential. The answer had been easy when it came to the rest of the expedition party. That was another reason Alex hadn't mentioned the sanctuary or the true state of rune tattoos to them. None of them needed such power urgently. Waiting for a superior iteration had been the logical choice. Zora, however, was different. Yes, regular intimacy could slow the rate of her flare-ups, and while Alex certainly didn't mind that solution, he refused to let it be the only one. I'm not going to make my wife dependent on that alone, he said quietly. If I'm going to push her to take the risk of progressing, then I need to give her something solid to fall back on. As soon as he framed the problem that way, the answer became clear. She needs the rune tattoo now. Even if it wasn't perfect, it would further ease her condition and, more importantly, provide a buffer, one that would allow her to advance without constantly fearing a catastrophic backlash. Still, Alex frowned. Even with a conclusion that made sense logically, he didn't move immediately. He could tolerate using an imperfect solution when no alternative existed, but when he knew a better one was within reach. That hesitation lingered. Then, an idea surfaced, and Alex's eyes slowly began to light up. Rubbing his chin, now covered in stubbled hair that had regrown over the weeks since their arrival in Verdantis, Alex continued his musings. Even if I'm forced to implement the tattoo as it currently stands, he murmured, that doesn't mean I have to completely waste one of Zora's rune slots. He tapped a finger against his jaw. All I need to do is ensure the tattoo occupies as little rune slot capacity as possible, and more importantly, that it's expandable as part of a composite rune. Alex's eyes lit up. If I can achieve that, then this rune can become just one component of a much larger composite structure. The other parts can be created later, using the improved method once I acquire sigil knowledge. That way, he continued, any inefficiency introduced now won't be locked in and can be mitigated later on. Of course, Alex recognized the increased complexity of what he was proposing. Designing a rune that was minimal, stable, and forward-compatible was far from trivial. But difficulty had never stopped him before, and it wasn't going to stop him now. With a workable direction in mind, Alex walked over to his modular rune table and began setting things up. He removed his beta bracer and placed it on the table, activating its holographic projector screen and converting it into a full workstation. A digital projection of a female human body appeared above the surface. Omnirune, Alex prompted, displays Zora's siphon rune. The AI mage assistant immediately complied. The siphon rune appeared overlaid onto the projected body, then drawing from its direct link to Alex's mind, and by extension, his memories, the projection subtly shifted. The generic model reshaped itself. Bone structure, musculature, energy pathways, everything adjusted until the figure became an almost perfect recreation of Zora. It was a comprehensive model, reconstructed with the highest fidelity possible based on what Alex had observed through his truth-seeker eyes while tattooing her siphon rune. In essence, it was a near-perfect digital twin. With this, Alex had what he needed to virtually design, test, and simulate a rune tattoo tailored specifically for Zora. His gaze focused on the siphon rune already embedded in the model. Only now did he fully appreciate something he had overlooked at the time. When he bound the rune, he hadn't used the rune slot's full capacity. Back then, he hadn't yet fully understood rune slots, or the role they played in the optimization of rune tattoos. Zora's rune slot had a total capacity of 10 units, using Alex's base unit system. The siphon rune occupied only 8. That left 2 units unused. Alex considered the unused capacity for a moment, weighing whether he could repurpose it for his current needs. A fully realized strength rune tattoo occupied a capacity of 3 units. In his current design philosophy, the new rune tattoo he was working on would need to fall within that same range for the broader composite rune tattoo plan to remain viable. That meant he had to operate within a tight constraint of 2 to 3 units. Coincidentally, that matched the remaining capacity in Zora's upper arm rune slot. Yet, after only a short deliberation, Alex discarded the idea and returned to his original plan, using a new rune slot instead. The reason was simple: functionality. The rune tattoo he was designing imposed strict placement requirements. Binding it to the upper arm rune slot would fundamentally compromise its intended operation. More importantly, the siphon rune already occupied that slot. Although the two runes differed in execution, they shared overlapping functional domains. Their similarity alone made them incompatible within the same rune slot, regardless of remaining capacity. Then there was the final and most delicate consideration: the Nirvana markings. Unlike rune tattoo designs for other people, working on Zora required accounting for the unknown variable, which was her Ice Phoenix Nirvana markings. Alex still had no understanding of their internal logic, structure, or trigger conditions. Any unintended interaction between a rune tattoo and the Nirvana markings could cause a flare-up. That was precisely why the siphon rune had been placed where it was, close to a major cluster of Nirvana markings, almost at the point of contact. Its purpose was suppressive by nature, designed to siphon excess energy at the source. This new rune, however, served a very different role. It could not risk coming into contact with any Nirvana marking. As such, Alex decided on a much safer placement: Zora's lower right arm, ideally on the back of her palm, or at most, just beyond the wrist line. That location offered optimal separation, stable energy flow, and minimal interference. Still, Alex muttered, glancing back at the unused upper arm capacity, I can't just leave that rune slot space wasted. He paused, eyes narrowing slightly. Perhaps I can leverage its position to solve another problem at the same time. With that thought set aside for later consideration, Alex finally turned his full attention to the actual design process. At its core, designing a rune tattoo wasn't fundamentally different from designing any other engineered system. First came the objective, then came the components required to fulfill it. For greater runes, Alex had simplified the process into 3 primary elements: activation/control, energy source/supply, and functionality. Everything else, optimization, compatibility, scalability, was built on top of those 3 foundations. For activation and control, this rune will be an active only on-demand type, Alex decided. Zora must be able to decide when to turn it on and off. Most of his earlier rune tattoos were passive constructs, always running as long as mana or energy was supplied. That approach was efficient, but unsuitable here. This rune had to be something Zora could consciously control, even if only in a binary on-off manner. Alex would have preferred to incorporate finer control parameters, threshold regulation, or graduated output, but all of that came at the cost of rune slot capacity. And capacity was something he simply didn't have to spare. The energy supply, Alex muttered, narrowing his eyes, will have to come from the siphon rune, specifically from the energy siphoned away from the Nirvana markings. However, that immediately raised a complication. When Alex first designed the siphon rune, he had worked under a flawed assumption that the Nirvana markings merely absorbed ambient mana. By severing that supply, he had believed he could largely neutralize the markings' influence. Reality, however, had proven otherwise. The Nirvana markings didn't just absorb mana. They converted it. What they produced was inaligned energy that was then gradually stored within Zora's mana heart. As a result, cutting off ambient mana alone only slowed the process. It didn't resolve the root issue. The excess EN was still being generated. That realization had been humbling. It reminded Alex that no one, no matter how powerful, possessed complete knowledge. Not even an ancient dragon like Uthvasgal had recognized the true nature of Zora's condition. A simple truth, but a sobering one. Alex didn't dwell on it, though. There's only one solution, he said quietly. The siphon rune must do more than reduce mana to the Nirvana markings. It also had to actively reduce inaligned energy produced by them before they are delivered into Zora's body. That was where the remaining capacity in Zora's upper arm rune slot came into play. In effect, Alex would be designing 2 interlinked runes simultaneously. I'll modify the siphon rune so that it interfaces directly with the mana pathways surrounding the Nirvana marking cluster, he reasoned aloud. Its new priority will be to selectively siphon the in-aligned energy produced there, preferably all of it. He paused, visualizing the flow. And then, the siphon rune's internal storage will be linked via a runic pathway to the new rune tattoo on Zora's lower arm. That stored energy will serve as the energy source for the new rune. In other words, the very force threatening to overwhelm Zora would be recycled and repurposed to restrain itself. As for why Alex didn't simply route the energy through Zora's own energy pathways, the reason was straightforward. That was the very problem he was trying to solve. By modifying the siphon rune to also extract aligned energy, the rune itself would become a reservoir of the same Alex was attempting to remove from Zora's body through this carefully constructed workaround. If that energy were then transferred back into her body through her innate pathways, it would defeat the entire purpose of the system. Thus, the energy had to be stored externally and utilized without ever re-entering her natural circulation. With the energy supply method settled, Alex moved on to the functionality component. The primary function of the new rune tattoo, he muttered, will be to draw aligned energy from the siphon rune and use it to empower any spell Zora casts. Naturally, Alex chose a solution that enhanced, rather than diminished, Zora's strength. The simpler alternative would have been to have the siphon rune dump the extracted energy outright. But that approach carried significant risks. Uncontrolled release of true cold energy was a disaster waiting to happen. It would turn Zora into a walking epicenter of freezing chill, her surroundings perpetually locked in an icy hell that leached warmth from everything nearby. Worse still, it would make it impossible for her to remain around others safely. And beyond the danger, it was also an incredible waste. A significant portion of Zora's power, beyond her natural talent, came from the excess mana and enhanced potency generated by the Nirvana markings. Simply siphoning and discarding that energy would cripple her combat potential. So Alex chose a different approach. His method would remove the immediate danger posed by the Nirvana markings, the surplus energy overwhelming her body and freezing her from within, by relocating that energy outside her body. At the same time, it would allow her to continue using that power in much the same way she already did. Only now, it would be buffered from her body, allowing safe and perhaps even more controlled use. Just to be safe, Alex added quietly, I'll also need to expand the siphon rune's storage capacity and reinforce its confinement structure. With that, a complete blueprint began to take shape in his mind. This project wouldn't just create a new rune tattoo, it would also upgrade an existing one. The upgraded siphon rune tattoo will siphon both ambient mana and unaligned energy produced by the Nirvana markings, Alex summarized. These combined energies will be stored within an enlarged, reinforced internal reservoir. And the new rune tattoo, let's call it the spell enhancement rune tattoo for now, will draw from that reservoir to supercharge, at will, any spell Zora casts with the added potency of unaligned mana. Alex leaned back slightly for a holistic look at the blueprint. Indeed, it was elegant, efficient, and most importantly, kept Zora safe. Within the span of a few hours, Alex produced a complete outline of rune designs that matched his blueprint. With the theoretical framework in place, all that remained was the painstaking work of fleshing out the details and bringing the design fully to life. That, however, wasn't something he could finish in a single night. Satisfied with his progress, Alex decided to retire for the night. He re-equipped his beta bracer and rose from the modular rune table. Taking a cursory glance around the sanctuary, he noted that nothing significant had changed. Prompting Omni Rune, a gate opened before him, and he stepped through, leaving the pocket dimension behind. Once Alex exited, the sanctuary returned to its usual stillness, save, of course, for the quiet, rhythmic pulsing of the golden cocoon housing the nest queen as she digested the newly imbibed faith energy. and the faint rustling of fresh leaves growing on the branches of the metaphysical bonsai tree. When Alex returned to real space, he found Zora seated nearby, clearly waiting for him. Beside her, Eudara and Eleanor had fallen asleep, likely after waiting far longer than they should have. Alex raised an eyebrow at Zora. "Your sudden actions earlier worried them," she said softly. "They've never seen you so angry, especially not at me." There was a faint, endearing smile on her lips as she glanced at the two sleeping women, two more members of her growing family. "They were worried," she added, turning her gaze back to Alex. "So, I told them everything." "You did?" Alex blinked, genuinely surprised. "Why not?" Zora replied lightly. "I know everything about them, maybe even more than you do." She winked. "It's only fair they know about me as well." "I see." Alex hesitated. "I guess that's good." "It is," Zora affirmed. Then she said, "When I told them someone was still angry at me, they decided to stay up and wait for said person to return, so they could plead on my behalf." She chuckled softly. "Aren't they cute?" "So, instead of meditating to recover from today's exhaustion," Alex said slowly, "they stayed up waiting for me and fell asleep?" "Pretty much," Zora replied. Alex nodded, understanding settling in. Both Eleanor and Eudara had pushed themselves hard throughout the day. Eleanor, in particular, had cast an extraordinary number of healing spells, keeping not only the expedition party, but also the orc forces and scattered adventurers alive during the next battle. While the purified Berserk Beast Cores Alex provided replenished her mana stores, allowing her to cast that many spells, they did little to alleviate mental exhaustion, and that was far harder to recover from. It was much the same for Eudara. She had used Shadow Dash repeatedly during the Nest Raid. While the technique itself consumed little mana, thanks to her various bloodlines, the mental strain required to navigate the Shadow Realm without losing one's way was nothing to scoff at. The fact that both women had even attempted to stay awake after returning to safety, after finally letting their guards down, just to wait for him, was already a feat in itself. Zora suddenly stretched atop the seat, inadvertently flaunting her figure, before rising to her feet. "Come on," she said. "Help me get them to bed, then we can talk. You came back earlier than I expected, so you must have come up with some sort of solution." Her words carried absolute confidence in him. Alex nodded. He walked over to Eleanor, scooped her up effortlessly in a princess carry, and carried her to the bed, laying her down gently. He was about to do the same for Eudara when he suddenly felt danger lock onto him. Eudara attacked instinctively at his unexpected contact. Before Alex could even react, the attack stopped. He noticed the woman's nose twitch. "Master," she murmured in her sleep. Alex froze for a moment. He glanced at Zora, only to find her barely holding back laughter. Shaking his head, Alex went ahead and lifted the sleeping shadow dancer anyway. "Master," Eudara purred as he carried her, shifting closer and settling more comfortably against his chest, drawn by his scent. "What are you?" "Akat," Alex thought wryly. Suppressing a sigh, he carried her to the large bed and tried to set her down. Udera resistet faintly. Her nose flared again, as if she was stocking up on his scent, before finally relaxing and letting go. Alex tucked both women in properly, then returned to Zora. "I thought I was helping you tuck them in," he said dryly. "Not doing all the work myself. Have you ever seen an empress with the physical strength needed to carry someone else?" Zora countered. Alex rolled his eyes, very much in a Zora-like fashion, before taking a seat. "My plan," he said at last, "is to upgrade your rune tattoo and bind another one while I'm at it." A week passed in a flash. The expedition party had to delay their journey deeper into the Hollow Crest wildlands, remaining in Camp Red Rock while Alex busied himself with finalizing the design for Zora's new rune and the upgrade to her old one. That said, the party didn't remain idle just because of the delay. Sugud cobbled together a makeshift forge, which he used to produce modular mechanical enhancement parts for the crossbows used by the party's crossbowmen, based on his prior discussions with Alex and feedback from the crossbowmen themselves. Unfortunately, he couldn't produce new crossbows from scratch with facilities this poor. Mordor spent his days challenging swordsman after swordsman in the camp. As long as someone used a sword, the Orcish sword fanatic would hunt them down and demand a duel. Although his magical cultivation didn't improve, his sword intent sharpened significantly, nearing the next tier, making him a shaman whose sword expertise was just shy of a tier 3 sword expert. Still, there was someone whose cultivation rose. Mogul, the Dravo tribe barbarian, capitalized on the comprehension he gained within the nest and pushed his cultivation to a new height, becoming the first of Alex's followers to reach the elite rank. Mogul's advancement lit a fire under Kavakin. The hulking Were-Tiger made it his mission to raid Camp Red Rock's berserk beast nest again and again, wielding his twin babies, now repaired by Sugud, in hopes of finding his own breakthrough. Unfortunately, while the Were-Tiger left a trail of beast blood and corpses in his wake, he still couldn't find that final spark to progress. According to him, the beast in the nest had become too weak to fuel his desire for the hunt, to get his blood pumping and force the evolution of his wild heart. At first, the other members of the expedition assumed Kavakin was just saving face. But before long, they confirmed it for themselves. The beasts in the nest were indeed weaker. The cause seemed to be the reduced energy levels within the space. Both mana and berserk energy were thinner than they had been during the first raid, especially the latter. With the significant drop in ambient energy, the beasts were noticeably less aggressive and undeniably weaker. Of course, weaker was relative. While it made the nest far easier for the expedition members to clear, it didn't mean the beasts had become so feeble that just anyone could waltz in and slaughter them. Still, that reality didn't stop people from trying, especially not when someone was offering rewards for it. Eleanor placed an open bounty on corrupted berserk beast cores, offering 5 times the market price. With that, the usually discarded cores suddenly became worth the effort. After all, the beasts were going to be killed anyway. A core that would normally be tossed aside had turned into extra income. To the copper-skinned orc surprise, this simple demand caused an influx of people into the nest. More adventurers meant more money flowing into the camp's coffers, from the nest entry tax, equipment sales, food stalls, and other sources of income. It also created an abundance of meat in the camp, so much that supply shockingly surpassed demand. The camp's leadership had to step in, buying up the excess stock and preserving it through various means. Although magical technology in Camp Red Rock was nothing compared to what the expedition party was used to, the presence of mana still made their preservation methods far superior to anything from Alex's previous life. The meat would lose some of its magical and metaphysical properties over long storage. Yes, but it would still sate hungry mouths for months, and if necessary, even years. More than that, Eleanor had inadvertently taught the orcs a lesson in economics. With one simple action, incentivizing an ignored resource, she had improved supply chains and indirectly boosted the camp's overall economic growth. And it cost little beyond paying a fair price for the incentivized effort. Still, no matter how hard the adventurers and residents of Camp Red Rock tried, the biggest suppliers of corrupted berserk beast cores were the crossbowmen, thanks to Sugud's modifications. The crossbows were no longer just stronger. With the introduction of cartridge-loaded bolts, and by extension, multiple firing modes, they had become absolute killing machines, especially against weaker prey. Silver's eyes glittered every time she looked at them. At one point, the crossbowman genuinely feared she might snatch one for herself. Fortunately, that never came to pass. Not because Silver had exceptional self-control, but because Alex stepped in. The expedition leader revealed to the female archer that the crossbows were still in development, far from their final iteration, and assured her that she would be among the first to receive one once the design was complete and ready for mass production in Verdantis. Yes, mass production. Alex had an ambitious goal in mind for the crossbows. For now, however, Alex opened his stash of materials and passed Sugud what he needed to improve the archer's bow. Fortunately, some of the methods he had comprehended while tinkering with the crossbows could be translated into Silver's bow as well. While the other members of the expedition party focused on improving their strength, Alex's wives focused on increasing their knowledge of the wildlands, so they could better serve as his advisors. And while Alex busied himself inside the sanctuary, working on Zora's new rune, the three women didn't remain idle. They read through the information Rolf and Bram had provided, absorbing everything they could about the Hollowcrest wildlands. They also acted as Alex's representatives on multiple occasions, negotiating with various powers within Camp Red Rock. Zora secured a trade agreement with Asgrug and the copper-skinned Orc tribe, obtaining goods that would aid the expedition's journey deeper into the wildlands. Yudara finalized a discreet arrangement with Rolf and Bram, turning them into external agents of a newly forming intelligence network. Eleanor, meanwhile, leveraged her standing with the elves, as a high elf, to purchase precious books and parchments on sigils and talisman making. Technically, it was a renegotiation of the existing trade agreement between the expedition party and the Lightfinder group. Unfortunately, according to Yirian, the elves weren't deeply invested in talisman making. They didn't have many specialized texts on the subject, and most of what they did have were basic books already circulating across the continent. Still, while the trade wasn't as fruitful as Eleanor had hoped, it wasn't without value. At the very least, it left a strong impression among the higher-ups of the Lightfinder party's home settlement. In fact, the leaders of Yirian's village seemed almost eager to host her. That alone made the Imperial Princess realize something important. High Elves likely held an esteemed position within elven settlements in this world as well. And in a world where all elves, regardless of race, live together in harmony, that was a powerful advantage to possess. Before leaving, Yirian and his party also provided a means of communication, should Eleanor ever find herself close to elven territory. Suffice to say, even with Alex spending most of his time in the sanctuary to complete Zora's rune tattoo design as quickly as possible, the expedition party continued to move like a well-oiled machine, one that no longer required his constant micromanagement. And finally, after a week of hard, exhausting, and often frustrating work, Alex finished the design for Zora's rune tattoos. A week after first explaining his plan that night, Alex had Zora seated on a makeshift tattoo bed in the sanctuary space, ready to put into action. Like I told you last week, we'll be working in 4 phases, Alex said. The first phase will be expanding and strengthening the storage space of your siphon rune tattoo. I'll be using a new direct spatial method I acquired recently, so the resulting space will be larger, more durable, and with far better confinement than the current iteration. The second phase will be connecting the siphon rune to the major mana pathway running through the nearest Nirvana marking cluster, so it can siphon off the bulk of the Een energy produced by the markings the moment it enters your pathway. He paused, then revealed, almost excitedly, as luck would have it, during my simulations, I discovered that all Een energy produced in your body must cycle through this major pathway. That means the siphon rune will be able to do more work than I originally intended. It also meant I had to reinforce the rune tattoo more than I planned, he admitted, but it'll be worth it, as long as everything goes the way it should. When things go as planned, Zora corrected calmly. Yes, ma'am. When things go as planned, Alex repeated with a smile. He continued, for the third phase, I'll build a runic pathway that will connect the siphon rune tattoo to your new rune tattoo, the spell enhancement tattoo, so you can actually draw on the produced and confined Een energy. The fourth phase will be the binding of the spell enhancement rune tattoo itself. Alex looked at Zora. She gave him a firm nod of understanding. Once we're done, Alex continued, most of the Een energy in your body should be confined. You'll regain stronger control over your body and bloodline. He grinned, and you'll no longer be a mere ice mage. You'll be an Een mage. He exaggeratedly rubbed his chin. With that, I won't just prove the supremacy of my Rune-Tech again. I'll have created a brand new ascension class, almost with a wave of my rune pen. He chuckled, winking at her. Zora rolled her eyes at his attempt to lighten the mood. Not that she needed calming down in the first place. Are you ready? Alex asked. Zora nodded. Remove my clothes, right? Without waiting for his reply, she stripped off her clothes, leaving her torso bare. Unlike the last time, when she'd still worn a bandeau, this time, she didn't bother with anything. She left herself completely exposed from the waist up, giving Alex a clear canvas. Even after seeing her like this so many times, Alex still couldn't help being mesmerized. He had to pause, draw a slow breath, and steady himself. Shaking the distracting thoughts out of his head, he forced his attention onto the task at hand and began mixing the rune ink. Alex didn't notice the way his gaze lingered before he finally turned to the tools. But Zora did. A soft smile tugged at her lips. It was the same expression he'd worn when he first looked at her, and the same one he wore every single time. The thought that he never truly got tired of her body made her happier than she cared to admit, even to herself. Another improvement compared to the last time he worked on Zora's siphon rune was that he now had an alchemist on his side. The ink concoction was of far better quality, and it took far less time to prepare. Thanks to Eleanor's improved formula, Alex had more leeway with time, so he mixed and loaded multiple cartridges in one go. That way, once the tattooing began, he wouldn't need to break focus as often to prepare fresh batches. Once he was done, Alex entered a fully concentrated state, one where nothing existed in his eyes except his work. Just as he'd told Zora, his first step was to expand and strengthen the storage space of the siphon rune. Staring at the rune, Alex almost couldn't help shaking his head. In retrospect, the work had been crude. There'd been little deliberate planning of the storage space. It was as if he'd begged the world to create it for him, and simply prayed the world would answer. Fortunately, it had. The space had come into being. But now, with his current understanding, looking back at it almost made him feel embarrassed. Alex could already see multiple indications of decay along the confines, mostly due to the lack of proper spatial engineering during its construction, its reckless birth, and its unstable nature. But most importantly, what little design it did have had been built to contain mana and not een. Let's get to work. Alex didn't repair the damage directly. Instead, he took advantage of the flaws and the malleability they offered to slip new runes into the construct's foundational structure. Bit by bit, he transformed what had once been shoddy workmanship into something far more refined, something worthy of his current mastery. This had been one of the hardest hurdles during the design phase. Building a brand new storage space from scratch was relatively easy, but converting an existing rune structure, a tattoo, no less, came with brutal constraints, the kind that cost him Herculean effort and more brain cells than he wanted to admit. Fortunately, he'd found a way around it in the end. The damage in the rune formation created gaps, small openings where he could insert new runic building blocks into the greater rune's framework. However, the available space still wasn't enough to make the radical changes he needed. So, Alex fell back on a more recent discovery: semi-greater runes. Semi-greater runes were compressed clusters of runes, packed into a smaller form. They were on the verge of becoming full greater runes, but they lacked the final piece, an exact function and process to complete them. In other words, they were incomplete greater runes, and that made them perfect. Alex compressed the runic code he needed into semi-greater runes, then carefully slipped them into the gaps created by the siphon rune's damage. Just as in the simulation, the result was seamless. It wasn't obvious to the naked eye, but the older runes and the newly introduced semi-greater runes synchronized flawlessly, producing the phenomenon Alex needed. The runic foundation of the space anchored by the siphon rune shifted. They rearranged and stabilized themselves until the foundation settled into the new structure Alex had designed. Alex quickly brought over the void heart core, letting the crystalline heart release motes of spatial energy into the runic formation, fuel for the birth of the upgraded storage space. An hour of painstaking work since beginning, Phase 1 was finally complete. Only then did Alex realize his clothes were soaked through. Sweat clung to him so heavily it was practically dripping. He hadn't even noticed that Zora had been wiping his forehead with a napkin using her free hand. He'd been so deep in the microscopic world of runes that the larger macroscopic one had completely escaped his senses. Still, he couldn't bring himself to care. Phase 1 is complete, he announced. Do you want to rest before continuing? Zora asked, concern flickering in her icy eyes. Alex shook his head. No, let's continue while I still have the momentum. He paused, then asked with furrowed brows, "The pain is tolerable, right?" "The anesthesia is working well," Zora nodded. Alex had only recently succeeded in bringing the idea of applying local anesthesia to the tattoo area to life. Anesthesia that reduced the pain endured by the rune bearer. Eleanor had helped him develop two forms of it. One was a cream applied over the intended area before he began drawing. The other was infused directly into the rune ink itself, numbing the skin as the ink was applied and the tattoo took shape. Both methods also came with an added benefit, improving rune tattoo binding speed and efficiency. Alex nodded after receiving her confirmation. Then he paused again, carefully examining the siphon tattoo. Only after confirming that the earlier damage had been corrected and that the structure was stable did he swap the ink cartridge and begin Phase 2. Whether mage, warrior, or warlock, one's energy pathways were hidden within the body. The easiest way to conceptualize them was to think of them like blood vessels. Normally, it would be difficult for a rune drawn on the surface of the skin to reach those internal mana pathways. But Alex had a way around that limitation. Across the body were points he mentally classified as mana discharge points, places where an individual could release mana outward through their flesh. This was easiest for warriors, but it generally became easier for everyone as their cultivation rose. One could think of these discharge points as akin to acupuncture points, junctions along the mana pathway map that extended outward until they reached the skin, more specifically, sweat pores. In Alex's design, he drew runic components over the sweat pores connected to these discharge points. These components would allow the siphon rune to exert a controlled suction force, letting it draw in aligned energy flowing through the major mana pathway before it could fully circulate. While Phase 2 was far easier than Phase 1, Alex still worked with meticulous care. This, after all, involved Zora's mana pathways, her lifeline, and the foundation of her ascension path. The added runic components spread outward like microscopic spiderwebs, reaching from the siphon rune tattoo towards their target sweat pores, and by extension, the mana discharge points beneath. Click! Alex imagined the sound, a phantom sound like mechanical parts locking into place with flawless precision the moment he drew the final stroke. Illusion or not, the result was undeniable. He watched aligned energy begin to flow from Zora's mana pathways, traveling through the web like extensions and into the siphon rune itself. Alex didn't speak for a long time. He simply observed, silent and focused, monitoring the rune extensions for nearly half an hour, checking their stability over and over again. Omni-Rune simulation function could recreate reality with frightening accuracy, but Alex refused to gamble on it completely. It wasn't something he truly understood, not in the way he understood runes. His knowledge came from old concepts, half-remembered stories, and deductions from a civilization that didn't exist in this world. That meant the margin for error was real. And if he was wrong in any way, Zora would be the one to pay the price. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. The spatial shielding method he'd built into the extensions held firm, protecting them from Yin's natural tendency to drag everything it touched into a lower energy state. Fortunately, the Yin isn't strong enough to freeze space yet, he thought. This wouldn't have worked if it was. Then a wry smile tugged at his lips. Well, Zora wouldn't even be alive long enough for me to try, if that were the case. The power to freeze space itself wasn't something that should exist in a mortal body. Alex didn't even believe epic ranked beings could pull that off. Maybe only someone on Master's level, he mused grimly. After exhausting himself with confirmation after confirmation, Alex finally turned to Zora. Phase 2 is complete. Only then did he notice the beads of sweat on her forehead. His expression softened. Let's rest for a few hours. We'll continue later. Remaining still for hours on end wasn't easy, especially not when her body was fighting a war from the inside. Zora felt a flicker of embarrassment. Alex was the one doing the work, yet he was stopping because she was reaching her limit. Alex meditated to recover from the mental exhaustion gnawing at the edges of his mind, while Zora flexed her arms and rolled her shoulders, trying to bring feeling back into them. A couple of hours later, Alex moved on to Phase 3. In terms of raw difficulty, Phase 3 might have been the easiest of the four, but it was easily the most tedious. All he had to do was draw a runic equivalent of an energy pathway, linking the siphon rune tattoo on Zora's upper arm down to her lower arm, where the new spell enhancement rune tattoo would be placed, while ensuring it didn't overlap with her innate mana pathways. That part was simple. Alex had already mapped out the route during the design phase, and with his Truth Seeker eyes, he could see Zora's mana pathways clearly while working. Avoiding them was almost effortless. The problem was everything else. The pathway had to be composed entirely of tiny, near-microscopic energy-carrying semi-greater runes, each one reinforced with spatial confinement properties to ensure the aligned energy wouldn't spill out during transport. Phase 3 wasn't complex. It was just endless. A grind from start to finish, with no shortcuts. Alex began his work, drawing the runic pathway inch by inch. The strip itself was only slightly longer than Zora's forearm and about a finger wide, roughly 30 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide. Yet completing it demanded a Herculean amount of effort. His calculations during the design phase estimated that he would need to draw around 50,000 runes to finish it. For the sake of his sanity, he stopped counting after the first 1,000. The work consumed the entire day, and only through sheer, stubborn determination did he manage to complete it. "I am never doing that again," he roared inwardly as he finished. He hadn't truly understood how mind-numbing it would be until he actually started. Most people would have given up halfway, even if he wanted to. It was only because the rune bearer was Zora that he doggedly stuck to it until he finally finished. To put it into perspective, even Zora, who did nothing but sit still and watch him work, looked mentally drained by the time he finished. As for Alex, he felt like his soul had been scraped raw. Still, Phase 3 was complete. Alex immediately retired for the day, practically collapsing onto a nearby bed. Before his eyes could even fully close, he prompted Omni Rune to open a portal for Zora, just in case she wanted to leave the sanctuary space. Then he slept. He slept through the bulk of the next day, his mind and body recovering from the sheer torture Phase 3 had imposed. But the moment he woke up, like the glutton for suffering that he was, Alex got right back to work. He wanted this done as soon as possible. Phase 4 was the spell enhancement rune itself. The rune was small, compact enough to fit neatly into the allotted rune slot capacity, but it was also absurdly complex. Alex had stuffed as much functionality into as tight a framework as he could mana. The only way he could barely meet the rune slot capacity constraints while still achieving the effects he needed. Of course, the trade-off was brutal. By compressing everything into such a small space, the difficulty of inscription skyrocketed. "I'd rather do one difficult draw than repeat that tedious torture again," Alex grumbled inwardly. The spell enhancement rune tattoo wasn't just an outlet for siphoned and stored energy. To ensure the energy truly enhanced Zora's spells, just as the name implied, Alex had to introduce a runic program that would automatically port with the spell formation of any spell Zora cast. But that wasn't all. Alex also incorporated something he called the Phantom Twin function. If Zora ever needed to dual cast using both hands, a phantom projection of the spell enhancement rune would manifest on her other palm, drawing energy through the spatial anchor embedded within the true rune. An indirect, pathless, or wireless energy transfer method. Alex was fully taking advantage of the fact that he had access to a rich store of spatial energy, enough to support all the spatial solutions he was layering into this design. The only downside was that every spatial trick he used made the inscription itself far more delicate. Still, Alex was up to the challenge. After confirming the exact location of the mana discharge point in Zora's palm, where the mana fueling her spells naturally left her body, Alex began drawing the spell enhancement rune almost directly over it. This way, Zora's mana from the discharge pathway would mix cleanly with the energy drawn from the rune tattoo. The blend would ensure that her spell formations wouldn't reject the rune's porting attempt or the energy itself. All in all, it was extremely delicate work, drawing a single compact construct that was so densely packed with functions. The spell enhancement Greater Rune Tattoo was small, but it was heavy with meaning. Even with the raised inscription difficulty, Alex genuinely enjoyed the process. Because he wasn't just drawing another rune. He was bringing to life yet another game-changing product. 6 hours later, with only a short half-hour break in between, Alex finally completed the spell enhancement rune. The rune looked plain at first glance. It was nothing more than a 6 to 8 millimeter circle on the back of Zora's palm, about the size of a small circular drug tablet. Only when viewed up close, almost right in front of one's face, did its true nature reveal itself. The simple circle resolving into a strange yet mystic-looking glyph, filled with microscopic complexity. Once the spell enhancement rune tattoo was complete, Alex released a long breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Then he began placing the finishing touches across the entire system. The siphon rune and the runic pathway shimmered with a hazy blue glow, then faded, vanishing beneath the skin as their concealment functions activated. The spell enhancement rune, however, remained visible on the back of Zora's hand. There simply hadn't been enough capacity to squeeze in concealment without compromising the core functions. Alex stared at the small, tablet-sized rune for a moment, then smiled apologetically. Bear with it for now. Once I upgrade it in the future, I'll add the same concealment function as your siphon rune. Zora shook her head. I don't mind, she said softly. This small, that is a very small price to pay. Alex nodded, though whether he truly accepted her words was another matter entirely. Circulate your mana through your body, Alex instructed, and initiate the runes. Zora did exactly as he said. Immediately, the fragile dams Alex had placed between the rune tattoos and Zora's pathways shattered open. Mana and energy surged through the newly established system like a river released from a blocked channel. And almost instantly, Alex sensed it. The energy within Zora's body began to recede. His lips curled into a satisfied, content smile. Looks like it worked. Meanwhile, in the Pangea plane, news of the interplanar travel tragedy that had befallen Earl Drake Fury's son, Alex Fury, quietly spread through the upper circles of the Varelian Empire's nobility. These were not ordinary aristocrats. They were juggernauts, figures who stood at the peak of not only the Varelian Empire, but the entire Arun continent. Being as intelligent and well-informed as they were, it didn't take long for them to put the pieces together. And when they did, their eyes turned toward the unholy alliance formed by the heirs of Wastelander and Rykard, alongside the scion of Mockholt. All attention shifted to Ashen Castle, waiting for the Mad Earl's response. Yet weeks passed, nearly a full month, and still, nothing emerged from the City of Ashes, aside from an elevated patrol presence by its guards. But instead of calming anyone down, it only made the nobility more uneasy. No one mocked Earl Drake Fury for his silence. Quite the opposite. They feared it. Drake Fury was infamous for his panache and unpredictability. His inaction didn't feel like hesitation nor weakness. It felt like patience, like a predator lying still in tall grass. And many suspected that when he finally struck, he wouldn't strike wildly. He would strike precisely at the very core of each of the three houses, where it would hurt the most. Only a few people eventually realized something even more sobering. The houses the Earl was poised to move against were not ordinary noble families. They were a dukedom and two grand dukedoms. When that reality truly sank in, even hardened nobles couldn't help but shudder. Such was the infamy of the Mad Earl. To think that everyone in power would naturally assume that a mere Earl would dare challenge three dukes. In fact, to the extent that they felt uneasy simply because he hadn't acted yet. An unease that drove many to investigate further. And in the course of their inquiries, they uncovered another detail, one that sent an even greater ripple through upper society. The Mad Earl's cub hadn't traveled alone. Alongside him were Zora Frost Pendragon, daughter of the Drake Slayer, and Princess Eleanor Ledevicus, an imperial princess of the Varelian Empire and the Illyrian Empire. The moment those names entered the conversation, the atmosphere within the noble circles changed entirely. Because now, this wasn't merely the tragedy of a noble heir. It was a spark that could ignite empires. Alas, much like the Mad Earl himself, neither the Drake Slayer nor the imperial family made any public statement on the matter. In fact, rumors spread that the imperial son had personally sent letters to both Ashen Castle and the Dragonhold Enclave. The message was simple: do not act. The imperial son had decreed that the assassination attempt against Alex Fury, Zora Frost Pendragon, and Eleanor Ledevicus was in line with the traditions of the Varelian Empire. And as such, neither the Mad Earl nor the Drake Slayer could carry out retaliation without directly defying the imperial son. Such was an act of treason. Now, all eyes turned to Ashen Castle and the main spire of Dragonhold, waiting to see what these two dangerous men would do under the weight of an imperial command. On this day, unbeknownst to the observers watching the Dragonhold Enclave, a silver, serpentine dragon entered the Dragon's Pine mountain range. It moved with unsettling discretion, slipping deep into the mountain range until it reached a secret location, one where an unseen portal lay hidden from mortal sight. With trembling limbs and a reluctance that bordered on fear, the dragon stepped through. It did not emerge until half a day later. When it finally returned, it flew out of the Dragon's Pine range like a bandit granted amnesty, fast, silent, and desperate to be gone. Only after it had cleared the mountains did the powerful legendary dragon dare to open a spatial gate, vanishing toward parts unknown. It came and left without causing even the smallest ripple, a feat almost unheard of among dragonkind, especially among those infamous for their insufferable arrogance. The silver legendary dragon reappeared above another mountain range, the Dragonmorn Highlands. It dropped like a lance from the heavens, descending into the heartland of the highlands with violent speed, before slowing at the last moment and landing within sacred territory. This was a place forbidden to all but the strongest dragons of the Pangea Plain, a domain where even dragonkind needed permission to tread. As soon as it landed, the silver dragon rose again, levitating just above the ground as though kneeling was beneath it, yet too tense to stand fully proud. It addressed those already waiting. They were 24 elder dragons, gathered in silent judgment. The Elder Council, the pinnacle of authority within the dragon clan of the Pangea Plain, and the power that made dragonkind a force feared across the entire Rune continent. Among them, a behemoth gold scale dragon, so immense the mountain beneath it could barely endure its weight, shifted. It stirred, then turned its massive, watchtower-sized head toward the silver serpentine dragon. "What do the elders say, Zilberus?" it asked. The silver dragon was indeed none other than Zilberus, the spatial dragon who had given Alex the Void Heart Core just a few months ago. After hearing what the foolish humans had done in their desperation to earn their draconic favor, for the sake of the entire dragon clan of the Pangea Plain, Zilberus had been nominated. No, more accurately, forced to present their case before the elder of the dragon clan across the universe and the myriad planes. The ancient dragon, Uthvasgal. They had hoped to capitalize on the arguably cordial relationship between Zilberus and Alex, using it to secure an audience with the ancient dragon, to explain, to plead their innocence, to make it clear that the dragon clan had nothing to do with the disappearance of his daughter and disciple. Zilberus, still irritated, and no small amount furious, at being pushed into such a dangerous expedition, looked at the golden elder dragon coldly. The Ancient One said he doesn't blame us for what happened, Zilberus announced. He considers it the fate of his disciple and daughter. The elder dragons, powerhouses of the Pangea Plains dragon clan, released a collective sigh of relief. And who could blame them? They had witnessed the strongest among them slain. A true dragon well into Class 7, killed with little more than a glance. Dragons were insufferably arrogant, yes, but they weren't delusional. They knew when to bow their heads, especially when the other side was a dragon as well. Zilbrus continued. He also ordered us not to get involved in the affairs of humans. Not get involved? A feminine voice sounded. It came from an azure dragon, one whose body was strangely smaller than the other elder dragons, yet whose wings were the largest among them. What does that mean? She asked. Does it mean we should decline the humans' attempts to court us? Zilbrus's expression eased slightly. After all, she was the only elder dragon present whom he still held any genuine respect for. I didn't dare ask, Zilbrus replied. But from his tone, I believe he doesn't want us to accept or decline humans. We're meant to simply watch them fight amongst themselves. What should we do? Another dragon voiced his concern. If we don't take a strong stance, the dragonkin and dragonoids will likely side with the humans. Then let them, Zilbrus said flatly. The Ancient One only wants true dragons, not to interfere, to simply watch the show. If the lesser dragons wish to support or oppose the humans, then that will be their problem. The elder dragons looked at Zilbrus with mild surprise. After all, he had once been counted among those lesser dragons himself. But even so, they couldn't deny he was right. The dragon clan referred to all beings with dragon blood, amphipteries, WRMS, drakes, and other lesser breeds. Yet in the eyes of the upper echelons, the true dragon clan consisted only of true dragons. As such, they were far more indifferent to the plight of lesser dragons and dragonkin than most outsiders realized. And by letting the lesser dragons pick sides, we hedge our bets without suffering any losses, the elder dragons thought. No matter which faction wins, they would have been helped by the dragon clan. Brilliant! Zilbrus swept his gaze across them coldly. A flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes. Since when did dragons become schemers like humans? He thought bitterly. How far dragons have fallen. His eyes narrowed. No wonder the Ancient One doesn't care about the clan. In truth, Zilbrus hadn't met Merlin or Uthvasgal at all. He had returned only because a residual force from the ancient dragon's lair had kicked him out, coldly and carelessly, as though he were nothing more than dust on the wind. The ancient dragon couldn't even be bothered to rouse a single wisp of will from his slumber to speak to him. Such an act would have cost a being of his pedigree absolutely nothing, which only made the message clearer. Uthvasgal didn't care for the dragon clan. Zilbrus had feared that such indifference might eventually morph into something far more dangerous for the clan, so he had delivered a false message, hoping to keep the elders cautious, restrained, and out of the Ancient One's way. However, even then, he couldn't afford to take chances. If another dragon decided to travel to the Dragonhold Enclave and seek an audience with the Ancient One, his deception would be exposed instantly. So Zilbrus gave the discontented faction within the clan a path to vent their frustrations elsewhere, something loud enough to distract them, yet harmless enough not to invite the Ancient One's attention. The fact that he himself was scheming was not lost on him. When one roams in muddy waters, it is impossible not to become muddy as well. A complicated sigh echoed through the depths of Zilbrus' mind. Elsewhere, within the Ashen Castle, a half-drow woman dressed in a military-style uniform strode through the fortress gates. Strangely, as she passed the guards, none of them moved. None of them stirred. It was as if they didn't recognize her presence or even her existence. She walked with familiarity through the winding corridors and spiral staircases of Ashen Castle until she reached the door to Earl Drake Fury's office. She entered without knocking. Seated behind the main desk was the man who had made half the Varelian Empire lose sleep and hair in equal measure, trying to predict his next move. And yet, here he was, quietly working through a stack of documents. "You know I can have your head for entering my office like this, right?" Earl Drake said, never lifting his gaze from the page. The woman wasn't intimidated. She smiled as she glanced around the office. Now, Drake, I'm pretty sure I knocked before entering your castle. Look, your men didn't say a word as I walked in." Drake calmly penned down a few final lines on the document, then handed it to the butler and dismissed him. As the butler left, he gave the woman a solemn look, almost as if trying to carve her face into his memory for later. "You really need to work on the decor of your office," the woman remarked lightly. "It was much different when Amelia was alive." "Do you have a reason to come here, Talina?" Earl Drake asked, leaning back in his seat, fingers interlaced as his gaze finally settled on her. "There must be a reason you slipped in besides testing my patience." "Like I said, I didn't slip in. You allowed me to enter." Talina smiled wider. "Do you really think little old me could sneak into the castle of the infamous Mad Earl?" She wasn't entirely wrong. She had moved through Ashen Castle without drawing the guard's attention. Yes, but only because she carried no hostility. The moment she leaked even the slightest intent to harm anything within these walls, the castle would have responded. Immediately, Earl Drake didn't humor her. He simply stared at her in silence. Talina sighed when she realized he had no intention of playing along. "I see you've grown stiffer over the years," she said with mild disappointment. She walked to the desk and sat down as though she owned the place. "Someone asked me to deliver this to you discreetly if anything happened," she continued, sliding a rolled parchment across the table. "And it has." Her smile faded slightly. "With how closely you're being watched these days, I had no choice but to step out myself." Drake raised an eyebrow, eyeing the parchment with open suspicion. "Are you still in the service of the Velrotha matriarchy?" he asked. "I told you the last time we met. I already left their service." Talina replied smoothly. "I'm working for a new employer now. This document is from them." "You?" Drake's skepticism deepened. "With your patriotism towards Eve, you expect me to believe you'd serve anyone else?" Talina's smile thinned. "Let's just say I've grown more disillusioned with age. After leaving the service, I found a new calling." She leaned back slightly. "I'm simply following it." Drake's gaze sharpened. "Is that why a grand mage on the cusp of legend is meandering around as a mere great mage?" he probed. Talina didn't flinch. "Let's just say my employer doesn't need my strength," she answered calmly. "They need my experience, my know-how." Then she tilted her head, her tone turning faintly amused. "There's no need for this dance, Drake. Open the document, and you'll understand." A pause. "Unless," she added lightly, "you're afraid I'm here to harm you?" Drake gave a short, humorless chuckle at the absurd suggestion. He reached out and unrolled the parchment. The moment his eyes skimmed the opening lines, something shifted. A flicker of shock. "Is this real?" he asked quietly. "It is." Talina nodded once. He anticipated something like this would happen. Well, not exactly like this, but he expected he'd be attacked and incapacitated by some means. Her gaze stayed locked onto Drake's. "So he left behind contingencies. This is the one that fits your current situation." Then she looked at him directly, voice steady. "I'm sure you understand now why I work for him." "Yes." Drake nodded. "And it's just like you." His eyes lowered to the parchment again, loyal to a fault. He read in silence for a long while, expression tightening in places, smoothing in others. When he was done, he rolled the parchment back up and set it aside with nothing more than a small nod. Talina watched him closely. His reaction was exactly what she expected. "You don't seem surprised," she said. "Well, he's always had a good head on his shoulders," Drake replied. "Better than mine, at least. I'm not surprised he came up with something like this." He tapped the parchment lightly, then let out a quiet chuckle. "What does surprise me is that he managed to gather the means to employ someone like you, right under my nose." His smile sharpened. "Isn't that fascinating?" "I was surprised too," Talina admitted. "When I found out he was my employer, Amelia would have been proud. That she would." A genuine smile finally found its way onto Drake's usually stoic face. Talina leaned forward slightly. "So?" she asked. Drake's smile faded back into calm indifference. "Well, since he doesn't want me interfering with his hunt, I'll do as he asked." He paused, then said evenly, and set the stage for him. Talina's eyes narrowed. "But this isn't about him. It's about making sure you don't fall into their trap, and especially not get on the wrong side of the Imperial sun." Her tone cooled. "That emperor of yours really did send you a letter not to retaliate, didn't he?" "Careful, Talina." Drake's gaze hardened. I may not hold the best impression of the imperial son, but I am still an earl of the empire. His voice dropped, carrying a quiet threat. I will not tolerate an insult to my emperor, especially not from an outsider. He stared at her for a moment. I'll overlook it once, on account of our past relationship and our current ties. Drake finished. Talina returned his stare with equal measure, then shook her head. Don't evade my question, Drake, she pressed. Drake rose from his seat and walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back. He stared out over the city of ashes, watching the distant rooftops and drifting smoke as if the answer was written somewhere out there. You may have been a spy master, he said without turning, but you don't truly understand the politics of the aristocracy. Then he turned back slowly, his crimson pupils flashing as they met her own. And you don't understand what goes through the minds of those of my bloodline. A faint, almost gentle smile touched his lips. There's more to the imperial son's writ than simply a threat of treason forbidding me from striking the ducal houses. He pointed to the parchment on the table lightly. And there's more to this document than outlining how I should strike them. Drake's voice grew softer, yet more dangerous. The intent behind the two seems contradictory, he said, but in truth they align. His smile twisted into something predatory. The Emperor and that son of mine, Drake said softly, are telling me to hand off the Matchholts, the Reikarts, and the Wastelanders. His eyes narrowed. They are prey that belongs to someone else. He let the words hang for a moment, then continued, voice calm but sharp. The Imperial Son's writ strips the justification from me and hands it to the one who wants it, needs it. Drake's gaze flicked to the parchment on the desk. And this plan you brought me is nothing more than a way for me to maintain my honor and infamy without crossing the bottom line of those two men. His expression shifted again, as if the thought genuinely amused him. Isn't it fascinating? Drake suddenly became more animated. Then he laughed, openly. I am a wolf. His voice carried pride. And I believed I gave birth to a wolf cub. His smile widened. But it seems I've been raising a lion. Talina frowned, trying to untangle the meaning behind Drake's words and the greater game being played. Drake waved a hand dismissively. You can leave. I'll follow the plan. His tone sharpened. But make sure you take advantage of it as much as you can. There's no point setting the stage for him if his subordinates can't capitalize. Talina's eyes flashed, but she didn't argue. She only nodded, then rose to her feet. Just as she reached the door, Drake spoke again. Tell me, Talina, after all these years, why do they still have your loyalty? Talina paused. She turned back slowly and replied, They lost my loyalty after that incident all those years ago. Her voice was flat, cold even. This isn't about loyalty. It's about duty and responsibility. She held Drake's gaze. The matriarchs threw away my loyalty. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Now it's been found by someone else. Her eyes gleamed with something difficult to name. Someone with the cunning of a wolf, the bearing of a dragon, and the heart of a lion. She tilted her head slightly. An interesting person. With that, Talina walked out. She left the Ashen Castle as quietly as she came. Drake returned to his desk, staring down at the document once more. The Fong, ungentlemanly warfare and plausible deniability. He murmured. He chuckled. Verdant is plain. Alex clocked out for an entire day after finishing Zora's new rune tattoo. After a quick test confirmed everything was working perfectly, he finally let down his caution. The tension drained out of him, and his body naturally drifted into deep slumber within the sanctuary. Fortunately, Alex had already raised Zora's authority level. With her Phoenix Hairpin Access artifact, she could prompt Omnirune herself, opening a portal whenever she needed to come and go. The same privilege applied to Alex's other wives as well. Because of that, Zora didn't need to wake him whenever she wanted to leave the sanctuary, and she could check on him anytime she wished. On that day, Zora, alongside Yudara, accompanied the rest of the expedition party to raid Camp Red Rock Berserk Beast Nest one final time, before the team departed the camp and the nest became restricted, allowing the beasts within to repopulate. Eleanor's bounty on corrupted beast cores had caused an explosion in nest raids. It had become highly probable that the beasts would be hunted into oblivion if the camp didn't intervene. Since Camp Red Rock now had enough meat to last years, depending on their preservation methods and rate of consumption, it became far more prudent to lock down the nest rather than strip the land bare. As they trekked through the nest's punishing desert plain, Zora casually waved her hand through the air before her, releasing a minute, almost negligible, amount of energy from her spell enhancement rune. Instantly, the scorching heat around them dropped into something pleasant, cool, and refreshing. It was an unintended use of the rune, one Zora had discovered almost by accident. The Ice Empress, who couldn't stand the desert heat, had spent more time refining this technique than actually practicing spell enhancement with Een energy. She had optimized it to perfection, using the smallest amount of energy for the widest area, the longest duration, and the least adverse effects. Alex would probably shake his head in disapproval for using his precious rune like this. She chuckled. Roar! A group of beasts sprang down from a nearby hill, launching a sudden ambush as the party advanced. Unfortunately for them, the expedition had already sensed their presence moments earlier. But instead of moving in for the kill, the group simply stepped aside and turned their attention to the blue-haired woman at the center of their formation, because Zora was using this raid as a live practice run. 5 rockmane lions charged towards them, jaws wide and claws digging into the sand. Zora didn't even flinch. She simply raised a hand and cast her usual group attack spell, Icicle Shower. If one looked closely, they would notice something different this time. A faint circular runic formation projected from the spell enhancement rune beneath the spell formation. The projected circle slotted cleanly into the outer rim of Icicle Shower's spell formation, merging into a single unified structure. And in that instant, the spell formation radiated a sense of extreme cold. Een energy surged through the projection and poured into the spell, transforming Zora's neutral mana, initializing the spell formation, along with the ambient mana rushing into it to activate the spell, into Een aligned mana. In essence, the spell morphed from an ordinary Icicle Shower into Een Icicle Shower. Multiple ice bolts rained down and slammed into the incoming beasts, creatures Alex had nicknamed Sphinx due to their close resemblance. The bolts were harder than before, sharp enough to punch through the lion's thick fur and dense hide. But that wasn't the true danger. The remnant Een energy expelling from the ice bolts seeped into the beasts' bodies and began freezing them from the inside out. A single hit was enough. The lion's movements slowed drastically, their limbs stiffening as frost crept through their muscles and organs. Zora lifted her hand again. Icicle Shower. This time, she cast the ordinary variant. Most of the attack was resisted by the rockmane's fur, but the shards that slipped through struck the frozen areas within their bodies and shattered them. The lions collapsed in a spray of ice and blood, their ambush ending before it truly began. Zora stared down at her hands. That confirms it, she thought. With half the usual mana requirement, I can cast Een-powered strikes that not only hit harder, but freeze a target faster, even bypassing their defenses. Her gaze sharpened. It's exactly like Alex said. Een is different from ice mana. Ice mana is energy, but Een is more like a principle, a concept. Elemental resistance makes a creature resistant to mana-based effects. But Een can only be resisted with another concept. Her gaze shifted to the slain rockmane lions. Rockmane lions are actually more fire aspect creatures than their name suggests. They're naturally resistant to ice attacks, especially in a harsh, advantageous desert environment like this. It would have taken twice, maybe even 3 times my usual mana in an ice bolt to produce any real freezing effect on them. Her eyes narrowed slightly, yet the same ice bolt, cast with half my usual mana and empowered by Een, achieves a far more noticeable result. Still, the drawbacks of Een weren't lost on her. It was a dangerous, finite weapon. Een was a power she couldn't afford to use lightly, something she shouldn't draw upon unless she had already decided to strike with lethal intent. She couldn't truly control it. At best, she could only control how much she released. But that didn't change the core issue. She couldn't guarantee what effect even the smallest iota of Een would have on an object, a person, or an entity. Just because one thread of Een could cool the hot desert air safely didn't mean the same amount wouldn't freeze fish solid in water and kill them instantly. Just because one person could endure it didn't mean another could survive that same dose. It was power she still didn't understand, power she couldn't reliably predict. And even if she could control it perfectly, the very rune tattoos that allowed her to wield Een were also the ones that limited her use of it. The siphon rune restricted Een production by starving her nirvana markings of mana in the first place. That meant every bit of Een she spent would take time to recover, far longer than her ordinary mana ever would. Zora couldn't help but recall Alex's warning. Remember, Zora, the siphon rune and the spell enhancement rune tattoos are, first and foremost, containment measures for your Een. As powerful as Een energy is, it's not something you can control perfectly. Even with spell enhancement, there's still a chance of failure or accidents. Keep that in mind, and don't become reliant on unstable power. Zora stared at the frozen rock main lions. Then she looked down at her hand. Slowly, she shook her head. I didn't endure Father's hellish training just to become reliant on an external power I can't even control. Her expression hardened, resolve settling into her bones. There's only one thing I can rely on. My own strength. My own rank. She turned to Yudara. I'm going to break through, she said. Here. Yudara's eyes widened. Don't worry. Zora's tone remained calm. I've been able to break through whenever I wanted for some time now. Now that my condition is under control again, there's no need to keep restraining myself. She shook her head, then smiled at Yudara, reassuring, composed. I only need 5 minutes, she said confidently. Without waiting for Yudara's response, Zora sat down directly on the hot, arid desert ground and sank into a cultivation meditation, trusting her safety to Yudara and the rest of the expedition party. Yudara immediately signaled the others, and they moved without hesitation, forming a defensive formation around her. Senu controlled the skies. Fun and Yudara stood directly by Zora's side. The rest of the expedition party fanned out, creating a containment zone. Zora had undersold just how close she was to a breakthrough. She had long surpassed the threshold for advancement. Years ago, it had taken a seal from Uthvasgal himself, the dragon's true body, to prevent her breakthrough from occurring. Now that things were stable and the situation called for it, Zora released the seal slightly. Her cultivation ballooned. Early stage elite rank, mid-stage elite rank, then finally, late stage elite rank. She could have pushed further, even into peak stage elite rank, but she felt her bloodline stir violently. This is as far as I should go. Zora reapplied the seal immediately, taking precautions against any unwanted advancement. Others struggled to climb their ranks. She struggled to keep hers in check. Indeed, people were born different. Late-stage elite mage rank. Not bad at all, she thought, savoring the sensation of her new power settling into her mana heart. Excellent. The mana requirement and casting difficulty for my spells up to grade 6 have all reduced. Overcasting has become easier too. Her thoughts sharpened, excitement simmering beneath her calm. Even the resistance for grade 7 and grade 8 spells that should be beyond my rank, has reduced significantly. Zora smiled to herself. Then she shook her head. Still, if I ever need to cast Great Mage level grade 7 or grade 8 spells, that would mean something has gone terribly wrong. Zora's eyes snapped open. A sliver of her aura leaked out. Nearby, the Fury soldiers, especially Sergeant Lopoda, shivered as the pressure washed over them. For a moment, they genuinely thought Zora had jumped from an early-stage elite mage all the way into Great Mage territory. Wait, she's still elite rank. Lopoda's eyes widened in shock. I could have sworn I felt the aura of a Great Mage. Then he remembered. Zora was the adopted daughter of the Dragon Slayer, Merlin Pendragon, a prodigy with terrifying magical talent. The realization settled into him like a cold weight. You really are something, big sis, Yadara said wryly. Zora had casually risen by 2 stages in 5 minutes. And on top of that, her aura had surged into the next realm, before she swiftly contained it like it had never happened at all. I have to do this much, Zora said, hugging Yadara and gently caressing her hair, if this big sis is going to protect our party. Yadara's lips twitched, and the worst part was, she couldn't even bring herself to be jealous. Not when she knew what Zora had been through, what she was still going through. Yadara clenched her fist. I have to progress soon too. Her eyes lit with determination. She was already at the extreme peak of intermediate rank. It was a good cultivation level for her age, but it still made her the weakest among Alex's wives, her sisters. Zora's advancement didn't discourage her. It only lit the fire in her chest even more. Zora, meanwhile, couldn't help wondering what Alex's reaction would be when he found out she'd increased her ranks so drastically. He'll be speechless, right? She chuckled inwardly. Then, almost immediately, she felt a longing in her chest. She wanted to see him. Let's go back, she said. The others nodded. There was no longer any sport to be had here. The nest no longer provided them a challenge. And with Zora's advancement, staying any longer had no meaning. It would only be cruelty to the beasts. As they made their way back, Zora glanced at the rune tattoo on the back of her hand, her gaze softening. She couldn't help wondering, had its creator woken from his slumber yet? When Zora and Yadara left for the nest, Eleanor informed the 2 Fury soldiers guarding her that she didn't want to be disturbed under any circumstance. She locked the door, then entered the sanctuary. The vibrant, grassy green scenery was both literally and figuratively a breath of fresh air compared to the dry, barren desert air of Camp Red Rock. Eleanor sat at Alex's modular workstation and began working through documents, mostly finances and business plans for the expedition party. Alex had made it clear that trade would be a major part of his interplanar expedition strategy, so Eleanor took it upon herself to prepare comprehensively for it. After an hour, she stretched at the desk, leaning back into the chair and inadvertently presenting her bountiful bosom in full view. Alas, there was no one to appreciate it. Eleanor turned her head towards the resting area, where Alex was still asleep. She watched him for a moment, then glanced back at the table. A thought flickered across her expression. She hesitated for a bit more than a moment. Then, as if she'd made a grand decision, she stood up and walked to Alex's bedside. Looking at the calmly sleeping youth, Eleanor couldn't help chuckling to herself. Only when he's sleeping like this, and not oozing that manly, mature aura around him, does he finally look and feel his age. She sat beside him and watched quietly, as though he was the most fascinating thing in the world. She couldn't understand how someone could have such a polarizing presence while unconscious. It was only in moments like this that it truly clicked in her mind. Alex had technically become an adult less than a year ago. Most of the time, she was sure almost everyone else, forgot that fact and treated him like an older, more experienced man. I guess that's part of his charm. And why A sudden impulse rose in her chest. Her expression changed slightly as she tried to resist it. But in the end, she couldn't help herself. Eleanor reached out and gently ruffled Alex's hair, like an adult teasing a child. She imagined Alex being awake, how much he would have been displeased by what she was doing. Rather than stopping, the thought amused her so much that she continued. Eleanor. Alex's mutter made Eleanor jump in shock, only for her to realize it was nothing more than a sleepy, unconscious murmur. Her hands froze. Alex's brows furrowed, and he shifted closer without opening his eyes, as though searching for the warmth he'd just lost. Only when Eleanor resumed stroking his hair did the tension ease from his forehead, his expression smoothing out in quiet comfort. 5 more minutes, he muttered drowsily. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, the fact that Alex could recognize her even while asleep, and that he seemed to find comfort in her presence, made something in her chest soften. It warmed her far more than it should have. Before she could talk herself out of it, Eleanor slipped into the bed beside him and wrapped her arms around him, gently guiding his head onto her chest. It was a position he'd joked about liking before, one she'd always been too shy to allow. But now, with him half asleep and vulnerable, it felt strangely natural. "All right," she whispered, voice low and tender. 5 minutes. She stroked his hair slowly, like a mother coaxing a restless child back into slumber. And before she realized it, Eleanor herself drifted off. She woke later, after an indeterminate amount of time, feeling more refreshed than she had in a long while. She was an imperial princess, accustomed to sleeping on the finest beds in the empire. Now she was camping in the wilderness, forced to endure cheap inns and rough accommodations. Yet she had slept deeply and comfortably, and that thought left her oddly stunned. Maybe it isn't the beds that made me uncomfortable. Her gaze softened. Maybe it's just that I haven't accepted my new life as much as I thought I had. Everything about the expedition was a massive change compared to what she'd once known. There was still so much she needed to adjust to. But the fact that she'd slept this well, on a bed that couldn't compare to even the worst bed she'd used back home, told her something she wasn't ready to ignore. Looks like I really have accepted this man after all. Eleanor looked down at Alex, his head still resting against her chest. But then she noticed something. Alex's hands moved. One arm tightened around her waist, while his fingers pressed lightly, almost possessively, on her bosom as he burrowed his face closer, seeking their suppleness without restraint. Eleanor's eyes narrowed. "Alex Fury," she said softly, suspicion creeping in her voice. "You're awake, aren't you?" Alex's hands froze instantly. His eyes, still closed, snapped open. Slowly, he lifted his head out of Eleanor's embrace and shifted to lie on his side, propping his cheek on his palm as he looked at the gorgeous woman beside him. A cheeky smile tugged at his lips. "I just woke up," he said smoothly. "I wasn't expecting to open my eyes to such a wonderful view. I couldn't help myself." He chuckled. Eleanor reached for his face. The innocent softness he'd worn in sleep was gone, replaced by that devilishly handsome air he carried when he was fully awake. Yet, it didn't attract her any less. After all, he was still the same man. To Alex's surprise, Eleanor pushed herself up and kissed him. Eleanor usually kept her propriety. She responded when he made a move, yes, but this was perhaps the first time she'd made the first move herself. And just as suddenly as she kissed him, she pulled away. Even she looked a little startled by what she'd done. But Alex wasn't the type to let an opening go to waste. He caught her before she could retreat further, pulled her closer, and kissed her back, firmly and decisively, as though sealing her impulse into something real. Their lips stayed locked, heat rising between them, as neither wanted to be the first to break away. Only when Eleanor finally ran out of breath did he let her go, his forehead resting briefly against hers. His body reacted instantly, desire surging like a switch had been flipped. He was just about to press forward. Then he noticed it. The nervousness in her eyes, the hesitation she tried to hide. He could tell she would give in if he pushed. But that wasn't how he wanted to take her. "No, don't rush, Alex Fury," he warned himself. "She's already your wife. When the time is right, she'll come to you willingly." His gaze softened, but his thoughts were still sharp. And wouldn't that be far more interesting? An imperial princess of the mighty Varelian Empire, offering herself to you on a gold, no, a gem-studded platinum platter. He chuckled, but then he froze in shock, not expecting himself to think such dark thoughts. That's because of the Fuhrer bloodline, right? Right. For the sake of his sanity, he chose to blame the infernal part of his nature. He leaned in and kissed Eleanor's forehead gently, then gave her a reassuring smile. Eleanor felt both pleased and frustrated. Pleased because he wasn't pushing her, because he was giving her time to come to terms with everything. It made her feel loved, cherished, but also frustrated because she was the older one. She was supposed to be the mature one. Yet somehow, around him, she always felt like the inexperienced one. It was a strange mix of emotions. Even stranger, the polarizing combination still warmed her heart. Her cheeks flushed as she lost control of her feelings. Alex got out of bed, only then realizing he was still wearing the clothes he'd had on while tattooing Zora. "Zora probably didn't want to risk waking me," He chuckled inwardly. How long was I out? He asked. How long was I out? Alex asked. Over a day, Eleanor replied. She rose as well, then walked to the rune table to back up her documents. Over a day? Alex was stunned. I must have been more tired than I realized. He muttered, frowning slightly. Although the Everspring rune could ease mental fatigue too, if it reached a certain threshold, he'd encoded a protocol that stopped it from doing so, forcing his body to rely on natural recovery instead. After all, for mental exhaustion in particular, no method was better than sleep. Alex walked over to a nearby barrel, scooped some water, then stripped and wiped himself down for basic hygiene. When he turned around, he caught Eleanor watching him like it was a show. He tilted his head, giving her an askance look. Eleanor simply shook her head, unbothered. Alex snorted quietly, dressed in fresh clothes, and the two of them left the sanctuary together. I've been cooped up in seclusion for over a week now, Alex said suddenly. I should take some time to explore the camp before we move on. Eleanor nodded in agreement. They were just about to leave when the door sprang open. Zora and Yadara entered. Alex's eyes widened in mild shock the moment he sensed Zora's newly raised rank. That's all I get. Zora folded her arms, one eyebrow raised. Alex blinked, taken aback. He genuinely didn't understand why she looked displeased. A second later, it clicked. Ah, she's showing off to me, but my reaction was too flat. So Alex did what every smart husband in his position would do. Oh, my Empress, forgive me. He placed a hand over his chest dramatically. I was so taken aback by your brilliance that I didn't know how to properly react. He leaned forward slightly, voice dripping with shameless flattery, as expected of the Ice Empress's genius, advancing almost an entire stage as casually as breathing. Truly, the heavens are unfair. Not sure if he was safe yet, he doubled down. Where others struggle and claw their way forward with blood and tears, he wore a pained expression, as if wounded by his own inferiority, then quickly morphed into awe. Your Majesty, the Ice Empress, has to suppress her own rate of progress. Ah, the suffering of an unprecedented genius. How can mortals like me ever understand? Alex fury, that's enough. Zora stamped her foot. She rolled her eyes at him. Alex was even more taken aback. You were displeased because I didn't flatter you, and now you're displeased because I am flattering you. He sighed inwardly. Ah, women. He walked up and pulled both Zora and Yadara into his arms, one on each side. I feel like I haven't seen you two in a week, he said, then kissed them both quick and warm. You're the one who slept like a log, Zora replied. I can't be blamed. Alex lifted his hands in surrender. It takes a lot of effort to satisfy Milady Empress. He paused, then grinned. Being able to get up after a full day is a testament to my viri, he coughed lightly, correcting himself with a straight face, vitality. He winked, then stepped back like he'd just thrown a grenade and walked away from the explosion. Ah! Zora stared at him, dumbfounded. Alex immediately took a deep bow, making it look like Zora was stunned by his magnificent performance. Yadara and Eleanor couldn't hold it in and openly burst into laughter at Zora's expense. Zora rolled her eyes at all of them. Alex straightened, still chuckling. I want to finally check out the camp, he said. Do you want to come? He invited. Alex and his wives left their inn and began touring the camp. Behind them, the other members of the expedition party also stepped out for a much-needed break. As they walked through Camp Red Rock, they quickly realized there was a festive mood in the air, especially amongst the orcs. Brother, Alex called out to a random passerby. What's going on? Is there a celebration happening? Are you Stu? The man was about to lash out, but the moment he properly saw the group behind Alex, his jaw dropped. His body stiffened, then visibly shivered. His gaze flicked to Alex's wives first. Frost Empress, Shadow Death, and Blood Priestess. The man mentally listed them out, his throat bobbing. Then his eyes drifted to Alex's followers. Striped Butcher, Savage Fist, Slouching Slayer, Shooting Widowmaker. Finally, his attention landed on the Fury soldiers in their uniformed armor. The Blood Lions. Slowly, the man's eyes returned to Alex himself. Then he must be... Scorch Caller. The man muttered without realizing he'd spoken aloud. The fear on his face didn't vanish, but changed, morphing into something closer to reverence and excitement. "Sir," the man began hurriedly, hands cupping flatteringly as he spoke. "The Orc tribe is holding a celebration to honor their ancestral spirit after finally bringing down that dastardly nest lord who killed their kin." He swallowed, then continued with even more enthusiasm. "And thanks to the abundance brought to the camp by the lady's generosity." He turned and nodded respectfully to Eleanor. "The camp's been enjoying a proper boon, so the residents decided to turn the Orcs' celebration into a full festival." He explained a bit more, but once he was done, he quickly backed away, continuously bowing as if Alex might strike him for breathing too loudly, before finally scurrying off. Alex watched him leave, expressionlessly. He didn't miss the fear in the man's eyes when he first recognized the group. He slowly turned and looked back at his party, a faint frown forming on his face. What Alex didn't know was that while he'd been in seclusion, his wives and followers had become infamous figures, names that people in Camp Red Rock had learned never to offend. Somehow, one of the more persistent rumors spreading through the camp was that Brieger, one of the camp's powerhouses, had been killed because his subordinate had disrespected the women. No one wanted to follow in Brieger's footsteps, especially not now that it had become publicly known that these women were anything but ordinary. A sorceress, a priestess, and an assassin who could come and go anywhere she pleased. None of them were people anyone in Camp Red Rock could afford to offend. And that wasn't even mentioning the other notable contributions the women had made to the camp. Eleanor's aforementioned economic boon was the clearest example, something the camp's leadership readily acknowledged. As for Alex's expedition members, they had become exactly what he'd suspected they would. The adventurers had spread tales of their strength and killing power like wildfire. Those who had entered the nest during the Beast Core craze, sparked by Eleanor's bounty, had also witnessed their might firsthand. In the eyes of the camp's residents, Alex's group had become even more feared than Rolf and Bram's gang. Before Alex could inquire further, Zora shot her sisters a subtle look. Then she and Eleanor stepped forward at the same time, each taking one of Alex's arms and casually, but firmly, pulling him toward the roadside stalls. Yadara, meanwhile, glanced back at the other expedition members behind them and made a small gesture. The group immediately understood. They dispersed to enjoy the festival in their own way. Only then did Yadara fall back in a step beside Alex and the other two women. Alex and his wives strolled through Camp Red Rock, which had changed significantly for the festival. The streets had been cleaned as much as they reasonably could, and the residents wore bright smiles. Well, as bright as could be expected, considering the gloomy atmosphere that had hung over the camp when the expedition party first arrived. At first, they stopped only at stalls selling accessories, clothes, and other specialty fashion items unique to Camp Red Rock. But after Alex bought the four of them a roadside snack, something the women had initially rejected, by the way, their priorities shifted completely. They began roaming with one goal in mind, tasting everything worth tasting. Before long, they turned into quiet judges, silently rating stall after stall with an almost professional seriousness. "Fun would have liked this," Alex commented without thinking. Then his expression changed. "Ah, that reminds me. Where are Fun and Senu? Where do you think?" Zora replied dryly. "Hunting and cooking something, as usual." "Oh." Alex couldn't exactly say he was surprised. He checked his link with Senu, then used it to pinpoint her location. Asgrug's mansion. Surprise flashed in his eyes. What was she doing there? Through their link, Alex could tell Senu was fine, elated, even. So, being the irresponsible beastmaster he was, he didn't immediately head over. Instead, he simply nudged their culinary tour in that direction. They had only just reached the copper-skinned, orc-controlled district of the camp when they heard a commotion approaching from up ahead. Young Master Alex. Alex turned at the call and saw a few familiar figures making their way toward him through the crowd. Shaman. Alex stepped forward to greet the old orc. "You seem well." He chuckled knowingly. With Camp Red Rock enjoying an economic boom, It meant the orcs were seeing far more stones flowing through their hands, which also meant the old, money-loving orc shaman was seeing even more wealth himself. As expected, the wrinkles on the old man's face seemed to deepen with the sheer brightness of his grin. Alex also gave short nods of greeting to the orc brothers, Hargul and Harem, who accompanied the shaman. "Young Master Alex, we were just coming to look for you," the shaman said, his tone overly flattering. "Oh, is that so?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "The silver tongue is back," Zora whispered to Yudara and Eleanor as Alex's bearing subtly changed while speaking with the shaman. Alex had expected the old orc to bring up some diplomatic matter between the expedition party and the tribe. However, the shaman's request turned out to be surprisingly simple. "In appreciation for your help in vanquishing the nest ruler of the Berserk Beast Nest," the shaman said formally, "our tribe would like to welcome you to witness our celebration ceremony." A ripple ran through the nearby crowd. "What? The tribe is inviting a human to witness their celebration?" Someone murmured in disbelief. "I heard the last time the celebration happened, the 3 other bosses in the camp tried to attend unannounced," another person whispered. "But Chief Asgrug sent them back, and he even beat up Brieger when he refused to leave." "Brieger was a fool anyway," someone else laughed. "He thought he could use the combined power of the underbosses to force boss Asgrug to let them in. He didn't realize the others had stepped back, and he ended up being used by them." The murmurs spread in a dozen directions, but Alex had already heard what he needed. "It would be my honor," Alex replied smoothly, his tone clean and proper. Perfect noble etiquette. "Actually, I was just about to head over," Alex added smoothly. "Might we accompany you? And could you fill me in on the ceremony? What to do and what not to do?" he requested. The old shaman's face lit up. Of course, young Master Alex." He nodded eagerly. "You're going to check on your animal companions, right? They've been helping us greatly with preparing for the celebrations." Alex raised an eyebrow, but he kept his question to himself. "I'll see what's going on soon enough." Instead, he listened as the shaman began explaining the basics of the celebration and the etiquette involved. Seeing Alex and his wives moving with the orcs, the other members of the expedition party quickly regrouped and followed behind as well. By the time they reached Asgrug's mansion, where the ceremony would take place, Alex's lips twitched. Fun and Senna were already there. Both of them were in their chibi forms. Fun was animatedly directing the orcs as they poured ingredients into a massive wok set up in the mansion's backyard. At the same time, 3 other similarly large woks and pots blazed over open flames beside it, their contents bubbling and steaming with rich aroma. The culinary wolf was really stepping up his game, moving from a mere cook to something closer to a chef commanding his own kitchen. Well, sort of. Alex's gaze moved to Senu, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He'd been so busy over the last week that this was the first time he'd properly looked at her small form since her major expansion after rising to Class 3. A faint film of spatial energy shimmered around her body, like heat haze, warping the air at the edges of her outline. When Alex probed her about it through their link, Senu, just like before, couldn't properly explain what she was doing. All she knew was that she was doing it. Still, from the little she managed to communicate, Alex quickly pieced it together. Space folding? Unlike Fun, who could shrink and expand his size directly, Senu was altering her form by folding her spatial footprint into a higher dimension, compressing herself in the real dimension by displacing her true body into a layered space beyond it. It also meant she could variably displace her mass as well, storing part of it in that higher dimension at the cost of mana. Senu's spatial affinity had grown to the point where she was now essentially the darling daughter of space itself, favored by its laws and able to freely control the size and mass she presented in the real world, simply paying mana for every change. According to Senu, the transformation also demanded intense concentration. So for now, she had limited herself to only 2 forms, her old chibi form from before her rank advancement, and her enlarged form from after it. She would add more forms as she slowly mastered the ability. Alex nodded. That's actually a very good way to handle the situation. Since Senu clearly had things figured out, Her hands-off master decided to leave her to her own devices. Still, Alex couldn't deny it. He was a little jealous of her spatial talent. "Young Master Alex, you are here." Asgrug laughed as he approached from within the mansion. "Thank you for inviting me, Tribe Chief. It is an honor to be invited to your celebration." Alex replied smoothly. "Nonsense. The honor is ours." Asgrug responded without hesitation. "We wouldn't be having this celebration if not for you and your party." He spread his arms wide, his booming voice carrying confidence and pride. "You are the hero of Camp Red Rock." Both men exchanged a few more flattering words back and forth, diplomacy wrapped in warmth, before Asgrug finally excused himself. After all, he had a celebration to preside over. Soon, the event began. The orc shaman stepped forward and led out a group of orcs carrying a strange structure. The expedition party quickly realized what it was. An altar dedicated to their ancestral spirit. According to the shaman, the copper-skinned orc tribe worshipped a minotaur named Manrak. For some reason, the tribe believed they were descended from this minotaur, and so they revered his spirit, one that supposedly returned to them after the minotaur's death. Alex didn't bother correcting them. He could have told them the truth, that their so-called ancestral spirit only took the form of a minotaur because they worshipped it into that shape. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter. The orcs would believe what they wanted to believe. The shaman began to chant, his voice rising and falling like a drumbeat. He danced around the altar, circling it again and again. 1 rotation, 2, 3. By the time he reached the 9th, the altar suddenly lit up. A low, primal radiance bloomed across its surface. A group of warrior orcs stepped forward, carrying the severed heads of beasts slain within the nest. One after another, they placed them onto the altar with solemn reverence. 9 different beast heads, 9 offerings. The shaman's chanting rose another notch, becoming sharper, more fervent. The altar's radiance intensified, swallowing the heads in its glow. Then, as if the light devoured flesh itself, the heads shriveled. They collapsed into dust. "The sacrifice has been accepted." Asgrug stepped forward and announced, his voice like thunder. "Show your devotion," the shaman roared. Immediately, the orcs bowed their heads in prayer. Alex shook his head subtly. "To pray to the being you created," he thought inwardly. "How lost you are." Suddenly, Alex's truth-seeker eyes flared. His spirit sight forcefully rose to level 2. Alex froze in shock, because in his vision, a spectral being was manifesting above the altar. Threads of energy, faith, rose from each and every orc, streaming upwards like invisible incense, feeding into the entity. The being slowly turned. Then it looked directly at Alex. Its expression was solemn. Yet within that solemnness, there was something else. A faint innocence. A strange naivety hidden behind the weight of worship. Alex's gaze hardened slightly. "You must be Manrak," he said inwardly. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not one of your followers. Turn to them instead." The copper-skinned orc's ancestral spirit continued to stare at him for a moment longer. Then, as if finally deciding he was no longer relevant, it turned back to the orcs. It raised its hands. Golden energy spread outward like a gentle tide. At least, that was how it appeared in Alex's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny leaf bud extended from his hand. The leaf pulsed once, then exerted a soft pull. Stealthy, silently, and greedily, it siphoned a portion of the golden energy into itself, like a thief stealing coins from a flowing river. After about a minute, the phenomenon ended. The golden radiance faded, and Manrak's manifestation sank back into the altar, its physical vessel. Alex swallowed, his mind racing. "Golden light of providence," he muttered inwardly. "The orcs will experience a boon in the coming days." He never noticed the thieving leaf retreating back into his hand, as if nothing had happened. Asgrug stepped onto the raised platform where the altar rested and began to speak. His voice rang out across the mansion grounds, full of pride and fire, as he commemorated the warriors of his tribe, their valor, their bloodshed, and their victory in bringing down the Dune Wolf King, and securing the sacrifice for their ancestral spirit. Then he turned his words towards Alex. He thanked him publicly. He called him a hero. Red Rock Hero. Red Rock Hero. The orcs roared it in unison, their voices shaking the air. Alex almost wanted to bury his face in shame. You hear that, Red Rock Hero? Zora obviously wasn't going to let him off that easily. How does it feel? Alex refused to give her the satisfaction of a victory, so he answered her teasing with a straight face. Actually, between being a hero and being a villain, I'd rather be a villain. Eleanor and Eudora both blinked, taken aback. What? Eudora asked. Alex smiled faintly, then said calmly, because being a hero is more restrictive than being a villain. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if the thought itself pleased him. I hate being restricted, he continued. Plus, a hero is nothing but a slave to the people. His eyes narrowed slightly. An ungrateful people. If a hero makes a mistake even once, all the people he saved, every single person who sang his praises, will turn on him in an instant. His tone sharpened. But if a villain makes a mistake, no one bats an eye. Because he's a villain, right? He scoffed. Yet if that same villain does something right, the same fickle people who abandon the hero will suddenly start singing the villain's praises. Alex exhaled softly, as if the conclusion was unavoidable. Hence, I never wished to be a hero. He said it with such solemn certainty that it almost sounded like a vow. In truth, Alex was just talking nonsense. But to his surprise, the people around him actually fell into deep thought. Really? Alex blinked internally. You're taking this seriously? He was genuinely taken aback. Well, I guess I can't stop now. So, he pressed on, letting whatever came to his mind spill out. Besides, who decides who is a hero and who is a villain? One does good and the other does evil. He shook his head. Who's evil? Who's good? Who decides what is good and what is evil? His eyes flicked briefly towards the altar. The divine. A faint sneer tugged at his lips. Then in this world, who is the divine? The false and fickle Navi and spirits. Zora's brows furrowed slightly. Eudora's eyes widened. Even Eleanor looked like she wasn't sure whether to stop him or let him continue digging. Then Alex added, almost casually, thinking about it now, I can't say I want to be a villain either. He paused, then gave a wry smile. I'm more of a hypocrite. Even he wasn't sure where he was going with this. He was just inspired. I don't live by anyone's standards except my own. I decide my good and evil. But if even my own rule of good and evil ever clashes with my well-being, or my family's well-being, especially the latter, his voice dropped, the playful edge fading. Then I will forsake even that good and evil. He stared ahead, as if he could already see the situations where such a choice would be necessary. Since I do not conform to even my own good and evil, what am I then? He chuckled once, humorless. Am I not a hypocrite? Alex shook his head slowly. Hero? Villain? I am neither and both. I am simply whatever the observer believes at the time. To the orcs, I am a hero. His gaze slid towards the nest entrance, as if he could still smell blood in the wind. But to the beasts, who also have intelligence, mind you, back then, I was the greatest villain. He spread his hands slightly, like it was the simplest truth in the world. Since I am both hero and villain at the same time, there's no need to bother myself with such trivialities. I should only care about what matters to me. He looked down at his palm, then clenched it into a fist. My duty and my responsibility. My duty to those I lead. And my responsibility to my family, who I hold more dear than anything else. His voice hardened, then even myself. When Alex finished speaking, a strange satisfaction settled in his chest. He felt like he'd reached a new level of bullshitting. Then, whoosh, a wind surged beside him. A familiar pressure rolled through the air. The winds of advancement. Alex's eyes widened. Two people had broken through on the spot. Kavakin and Udera. Alex stared at them like he'd just witnessed a miracle. That works, he muttered, utterly stunned. Alex could scarcely believe his eyes. His nonsensical words had actually brought enlightenment to Kavakin and Udara, two people who had been stuck on the cusp of breaking through into the elite rank. Kavakin's heartbeat began to thump like war drums, so loud that even the expedition members around him could hear it clearly. His breathing deepened and his pupils sharpened, and inside his mind, a new truth settled into place. There is no need to overthink complicated things. Nature is neither good nor evil. It simply is. If you are strong, you survive. If you're weak, you get swallowed as food for the strong. It has nothing to do with righteousness or wickedness. It is simply the law that all life must adhere to. In that instant, Kavakin's call of the wild surged forward, breaking into the next level as his understanding of nature and what it meant to be a predator deepened. Tigers were beasts wearing the skin of men, a species forged for savagery, for battle, for the hunt. And Call of the Wild was a technique that existed to emphasize exactly that. It demanded that its user loosen the restraints of civility imposed by their human half and embrace the wildness and predatory instinct of their bestial half. But Kavakin had always favored his human side. That was why he spent most of his time in human form, unlike many of his kin. To him, surrendering to his beast was the same as surrendering to the dark side, a recipe for evil, a path that could only end in blood-soaked madness. Yet now, after hearing Alex's words, Kavakin realized something. Call of the Wild was not asking him to become a mindless beast. No, it was reminding him that nature existed everywhere, even within the so-called civilities of humanity. Humans hunted other creatures for food and resources. They also hunted each other for resources. If that was the case, then it was better to be the predator than the prey. This wasn't a matter of good or bad, right or wrong, hero or villain. It was simply nature. Kavakin's blood boiled, both literally and figuratively. His pounding heart drove it through his veins like a raging river, carrying with it his internal energy. And that energy surged forward without resistance, breaking through smoothly and cleanly into the next rank. Yadara's enlightenment was just as extreme, but in a completely different direction. Right and wrong, good and evil, rules and regulations, laws imposed by others. None of that should matter to me. What should matter are the people I have to protect. It was a simple determination, but it carried with it the potential for terrifying consequences. Yadara no longer felt the need to be bound by the laws and norms imposed by others. Her guiding light in the darkness would be her own justice. And at the heart of that justice wouldn't be some grand concept like the greater good. No, it would be the well-being of the people she held dear and the ambition of the one she loved the most. She had lost her first home in her life because of the rules and regulations of others. So, if need be, she would disregard those same rules and regulations to protect the home she had now found. A home made of people, the people she could finally call hers. Why should I care about something that doesn't care about me? The thought echoed in the depths of her mind as she embraced her darkness, pushing further down her path as a shadow dancer. Her darkness mana surged. It slammed into the final bottleneck and broke through, and with it came a new understanding. Subtle changes began to take place within her body, even unbeknownst to her. Alex watched the two breakthroughs happening right beside him and couldn't help feeling aggrieved. A subtle thread of golden light flickered around Yadara and Kavakin, then vanished just as Alex glanced over. Daddy golden energy, Alex realized. Why are you only helping the others? Shouldn't you be helping me too? I'm also at the extreme peak of intermediate rank. I also want to advance, damn it. Frustration aside, Alex was genuinely glad for them. It meant his team had become stronger, and it meant they were one step closer to achieving one of the key conditions needed to return to Pangaea. Still, Alex couldn't help but wonder. Where did the providence come from, though? He mused. I'm pretty sure Manrak looked directly at me, so it's safe to assume the threads of providence came from him. But if Manrak wanted to reward me, then providence should have come directly to me. Unless... Alex's eyes flashed. There were two possible scenarios. The first, Manrak had decided the providence was of no use to Alex, and instead shared it with his teammates. The second, The expedition party had now become an organizational entity in the eyes of whatever law governed Providence. And if that was the case, then it became possible for the party, as an entity, to earn Providence that would then be distributed to those who needed it most. Alex leaned more towards the former. Well, more like he hoped it was the former rather than the latter. Still, that hope wasn't baseless. It was grounded in simple deduction. Manrak was a weak ancestral spirit, tied to a small orc tribe of less than 1,000. Even if the quality of their faith was potent, the quantity would not be. Under such conditions, Alex couldn't see how Manrak could be strong enough to peer into someone's fate and fortune. Providence, to determine that the threads he wished to grant wouldn't benefit Alex, but would instead benefit other members of the expedition party. Even for high-ranking Navi and ancestral spirits, peering into a worshipper's providence for such a specific reason was difficult, usually beyond what their false divinity could see. Much less a weakling like Manrak peering into people without an iota of faith or worship towards him. And that's assuming the providence came from Manrak in the first place. Alex's eyes narrowed. After all, Manrak wasn't the only being who could manipulate providence. His gaze dropped to his hand. There was no bonsai imprint nor any obvious energy signature. Yet he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Such delicate manipulation of providence. Instead of a weak ancestral spirit, I can look in the eye and feel nothing. I'd rather believe this kind of intricate work was done by a genuine metaphysical being of providence. Alex had more questions than answers, but he didn't mind. Whatever the truth was, the impact had been beneficial to the expedition party. Only, some had been more beneficial than others. Since there were no negative effects to worry about, Alex pushed the matter aside for now. With the ritual completed, the orcs began their celebration proper. Food and drinks were shared freely, and most of the orcs finally got their first taste of Chef Fun's cooking. Though the meals weren't cooked directly by the culinary wolf, Fun's meticulous management of his kitchen ensured the final dishes produced under his supervision weren't too far off. At the very least, they were still about 60% as tasty as if he had cooked each meal personally. Good food and good wine meant the orcs truly let loose, embodying the spirit of their celebration. Following Kavakin and Mogul's lead, the other expedition members, save for Silver, also let loose and joined in the festivities. They showed the orcs that just because they were larger didn't mean they could outdrink a Fury warrior. And surprisingly, or perhaps not, even Sugud held his own against the orcs, not putting his dwarven half to shame. As for Alex and his wives, as the guests of honor, they were far more restrained. They simply conversed with Asgarug and the orc leadership, sharing light banter and small talk between formalities. What made the discussion even smoother was that the orcs knew to respect their guests' peculiarities. Their group wasn't served wine and pressured into drinking simply because it was the Orcish norm. Instead, Alex was served milk and honey. Yadara had the same. Zora was served green tea, and Eleanor had herbal tea brewed from a selection of herbs, flowers, and spices she had personally listed herself, one readily available in Camp Red Rock. It was a harmonious event, one that gladdened everyone involved. However, even so, there was still a thought that quietly gnawed at the back of Alex's mind. Hours later, back in their ensuite, Alex's eyes snapped open. He couldn't sleep. He glanced at his wives and confirmed they were deep asleep. Quietly, he extricated himself from the tight knot of limbs around him, slipped out of bed, and walked out of the bedroom. He moved to the living room window, looking out over Camp Red Rock. His eyes were deep in thought. Sigh. Alex exhaled softly as he stared at the midnight moon. It hung bright in Verdantis skies, surrounded by stars glittering across the black expanse. But the poetry of the scenery mattered little to him right now. Though his gaze rested on the lone moon above, his mind was elsewhere. I can't keep waiting, he thought. The advancement of a significant number of his party members within the past week or so was a wake-up call for him. It unexpectedly placed pressure on his shoulders. If I don't recover my Rune-Tech soon, I won't be able to reliably control the party anymore. I'd have to rely on uncertainties to keep the group in check, Alex thought grimly. Virtut Fur. The Fury family was one where a person ruled through power, even though he still possessed one of the strongest combat prowesses in the party. If he remained at intermediate while others progressed to elite, he would be underestimated regardless. He would have to constantly prove himself worthy of being their leader. Bonds of loyalty and trust could mitigate that reality, yes, but they were temporary fixes at the end of the day. Only personal might could keep that trust and loyalty firm and reinforce it when cracks formed. Of course, he could rely on his wives, who would always have the best combat prowess at their rank. But I refused to rely on my wives to keep my men in control. Alex's eyes narrowed as the decision settled in his chest like steel. What kind of man would he be if he did that? A weak man, or so he believed. He would rather his men mutinied than take that option. He had never presented such a side of himself to his women, and if he ever did, it would be because he had decided he wasn't worthy of them. Master, Alex suddenly heard a voice call out behind him. He turned around and saw Yadara was awake, dressed in her nightgown. The changes brought by her advancement were far more noticeable. The most obvious was her height. She had grown taller, and she had gained more muscle definition as well. Leaner, sharper lines carved into her frame without taking away her natural grace. According to Yadara herself, her breakthrough had triggered a stronger expression of the Amazon component of her bloodline, causing both the increase in height and the shift in muscle density. Thankfully, because her height had increased too, the added muscle didn't make her bulky. It only made her look more refined. Most likely, it was the influence of the other quarters of her bloodline keeping the Amazon quarter in check. Her lower body, her thighs and rear in particular, seemed the most affected, becoming even more thick, a change that was, no doubt, critical for her shadow dancer class. Of course, Alex's grim, solemn expression softened as his eyes settled on the woman. "Why are you up? Go back to sleep," he said, his voice gentle, a soft smile tugging at his lips. Instead of listening, Yadara stepped closer. With her new height, she now stood almost level with him, either the same height or only negligibly shorter. She reached up and held his face with both hands, catching Alex completely off guard, and peered straight into his eyes. "What's wrong, Master?" she asked softly, almost pleading. "Please share it with me." Alex held her hand against his cheeks, leaning into their coolness and the warmth beneath it. Sigh. A wry breath slipped past his lips. "All right," he said, smiling faintly. He lowered Yadara's hands gently and turned back to the window, staring out at the sleeping Camp Red Rock. Then he glanced back at her. "I'm getting anxious about my RuneTech path," he admitted. "Watching you, Zora, and the others advancing your ranks is making me anxious." His voice lowered, quieter now. "I've started questioning my decision, how I chose to update my RuneTech path so I can progress. As you know, my rank won't increase as long as my chosen path remains blocked." Yadara nodded slowly, listening without interrupting. Alex continued, "I'm starting to think I may have made the wrong choice." He fell silent. Yadara waited for a heartbeat, then gently pushed. "The wrong choice," she prompted, seeing him hesitate. Alex motioned for her to sit on the chair by the window, while he leaned back against the wall. "My initial ambition for what became my RuneTech platform was to create an autonomous system that could deduce all runes," he said. "And by doing that, I hope to master and command every rune. For that, the Tower Master gave me access to the Enclave's library." His eyes narrowed slightly as he remembered it. "But then I came to realize I didn't need to deduce all the runes anymore. So I pivoted. I ended up creating a system that could use existing runes to communicate with all runes, to bring about anything I wanted, anything I could think of." Alex exhaled. "I no longer needed to learn, master, and command all runes. I just needed to figure out how to use the runes I already knew to communicate with all the others. That's how RuneTech came to be," Alex finished. He paused again, as if a thought had just surfaced. But a moment later, Alex shook his head, dismissing it. "Master," Yadara tilted her head, questioning. Alex nodded, then continued. "The reason I was able to create RuneTech like that was because I had access to the Enclave's library," he said, Now, however, I don't have access to a comprehensive library for sigils like I did for runes. His voice hardened slightly. And I don't think I ever will. Huh? Why do you think that? Yudara asked. Think about it, Alex said. The number of spellcasters we've met since arriving on this plane can be counted on one hand. What does that tell you? Udara hesitatet. That spellcasters are scarce? She replied uncertainly. Exactly. Alex nodded. But this isn't natural scarcity. It's a scarcity caused, imposed, by the people in power. Udara frowned. Why does this matter, Master? On Pangea, where there are plenty of spellcasters, but the number of runesmiths and array masters amongst them is less than 1%, Alex said. Far less, in fact. His folded arms tightened as his eyes narrowed. If a plane with a large pool of potential candidates only produces a tiny fraction of people capable of using its power glyphs, what do you think happens on a plane where the inhabitants intentionally control the size of the candidate pool? Yudara's gaze sharpened as she followed his logic. The small candidate pool means the number of people who can use sigils in Verdantis will be far smaller than the number of people who can use runes on Pangea, she said. Then she realized something else. Her eyes widened. We know the powers that be on this plane control the number of people who can become sorcerers, she said slowly. But how? Her voice lowered as the answer came. Most likely, they control the knowledge needed to become sorcerers in the first place. Yudara looked at Alex, her expression becoming more solemn. And if they control the knowledge, it means it'll likely be difficult to acquire the sigil knowledge you need. Alex nodded once. Unless I bow to them, he said, his tone flat, or work for the people hoarding that knowledge. He didn't even hesitate. And that's unacceptable. Yudara's expression darkened as well, a quiet solemnity rising behind her eyes. Then she forced herself to ask, almost like she was bargaining with reality. What's the chance we're wrong, Master? She asked, still clinging to denial. What's the chance we're wrong, Master? Yudara asked. Unlikely. Alex shook his head. The elves, he said, even after helping the Lightbringer party, even though their town's higher-ups wanted to get in Eleanor's good graces, all they could provide was rudimentary knowledge on the subject. His lips curled. As for their excuse, Alex sneered. Even if it really was that simple, considering how much fervor they showed towards Eleanor, they could have had their Lightbringer parties elsewhere acquire the knowledge. He scoffed softly. The fact that they didn't proves it isn't something easily acquired. Not only that, it's not something even a big town's power would be willing to spend resources to obtain. Alex's eyes sharpened. And if even a governmental entity doesn't want to pay the price, you can imagine how steep that price is, especially when, in their view, it would have earned the settlement a high elf's favor. Yudara's brows furrowed even more. She looked at Alex with growing concern, while he stared out the window, his expression distant. What are you going to do now, Master? She asked. I can no longer just sit around and wait until I gather the knowledge I need. Alex replied solemnly. I need to return to my roots. His voice lowered, steady and resolute. I'll have to try to slowly acquire what I need using the limited information I already have. He exhaled. Then he looked at her. I won't be able to crack everything. That would be impossible. But it'll still be better than waiting. Don't worry, Master, Yudara assured quickly. We'll surely be able to acquire the knowledge you need. I have no doubt, Alex said. But until that happens, at least this way, I'll be able to use Rune-Tech again, even if only to a limited extent. His focus shifted. It retreated, narrowing into the reflection on the window's glass. Alex stared into his own eyes, a hard determination settling into his gaze. That's it. At my core, I'm a systems engineer. I've designed multiple complicated systems. I've cracked plenty of others too. Why should this be any different? He gritted his teeth. I'm not like the others. My specialty doesn't lie in something like talent. It lies in my identity and experience as an engineer. And as an engineer, I shouldn't be sitting around waiting for someone to spoon-feed me. His eyes gleamed. I'll feed myself. Suddenly, Alex smiled brightly. It was as though the fog before his eyes had finally cleared. Thank you, he said, making Yudara blink in surprise. But I didn't do anything. Yudara tilted her head. Alex only smiled wider. He stepped closer and braced his hands on the armrests of her chair, leaning in until their faces were close enough that he could feel her breath. "You listened," he murmured. "That's more than enough." Then he kissed her. When their lips finally parted, he rested his forehead against hers, his eyes never leaving hers. "Yudara, really? Thank you," he said again. A grin bloomed across Yudara's face. After Alex coaxed her back to sleep, he returned to the sofa in the living room and pulled up the projector screen on his beta bracer. "Now, let's see if this will work," he muttered. "Duplicate, then reset the simulation function's formation." Alex prompted Omni Rune. The simulation program on the bracer's screen shut down. In its place, a special runic code appeared, one that quickly assembled into a circular runic array. The code duplicated itself. The screen zoomed in, focusing on one of the formations. Under Alex's solemn gaze, segments of runes were systematically stripped from the array. These were specific codes, primitives that tied the program to Pangea's laws, memory anchors, and special alterations made to the formation over time by both Alex and Omni Rune. In essence, Omni Rune returned the simulation function back to its base form. Then, it activated the formation. Alex held his breath. Here goes nothing. He was banking on the formation still working. Even though it looked newly created, it was essentially a virtual rework of something that had already existed and already functioned. It was a stretch, but he was hoping Verdantis would recognize it as the same program and allow it to run. Mana drained from his body through his arms as Omni Rune attempted to activate the reworked formation. The screen went blank. Then, a familiar interface appeared. Alex's heart jolted. "No, not yet. I can't celebrate yet. I still need to confirm." Excitement surged through him, but he forced it down. "Cast a fireball spell," Alex prompted. Just as Omni Rune had done hundreds, if not thousands, of times before, it conjured the required runes and attempted to assemble them into the spell formation for fireball. Crack! Shatter! This time, before it could succeed, the spell formation shattered into fragments. Alex's heartbeat spiked. "Do it again," he ordered, forcing himself to stay calm. Omni Rune obeyed. Crack! Shatter! The same thing happened. Again, Alex ordered. Crack! Shatter! And for the third time, it shattered just the same. "Yay!" Alex almost screamed. He caught himself at the last moment. "Yes!" He shot to his feet, pumping his fist and roaring soundlessly in celebration, refusing to wake his wives. He jumped and silently raged like a lunatic until the adrenaline finally burned out, and he dropped back onto the sofa. Still, his head tipped back on the chair rest as he stared at the ceiling, laughing quietly under his breath. "I did it," Alex celebrated. "I can't believe it was so simple. I can't believe I didn't think of it until now." Alex had succeeded in something deceptively small, yet monumentally important. He had successfully attuned the simulation function specifically to the laws of the Verdantis plane. In other words, he had managed to emulate, the plane itself, which meant any digital test he ran inside the simulation would now behave exactly as it would in Verdantis' physical world. Slowly, his excitement cooled. His eyes sharpened. That's the easy part, he reminded himself. Now comes the grind. Alex opened the cross-referencing library Omni Rune had compiled, built from comparing runes against sigils using its records of the same spells cast on both Pangea and Verdantis. A kind of dictionary, mapping runes to their suspected sigil counterparts. Then he had Omni Rune upload the basic sigil knowledge Eleanor had acquired from the elves. As expected, some of Omni Rune's suspected pairs were wrong, but most were right. In fact, the incorrect pairs weren't due to a flaw in Omni Rune's logic. It was simply working with limited information. Now that Alex had a stronger reference base, the real work could finally begin. With the new sigil knowledge, Omni Rune was able to narrow down the suspected rune pairs for sigils that had previously been completely unknown. Now, it was just a matter of identifying which pairing was correct. And there was only one way to do that. A long, exhausting grind. testing the effects of different sigils and runes over and over in spells until they matched. 3 days later, a majestic eagle soared freely through the sky, its cries echoing far and wide and sending most nearby creatures into hiding the moment they heard it. If one watched closely, they would notice the eagle flying in a continuous circular route, always maintaining a consistent radius around the caravan traveling below. The eagle was, without doubt, Queen Senu, the self-proclaimed future ruler of the skies. Below her was the expedition party. Alex raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun's rays as he looked up at the eagle soaring overhead in her more comfortable, smaller form. After leaving Camp Red Rock, Alex and his expedition party had plotted a course onward towards their next stop on the road to Blood Iron City, the heart of the Hollow Crest wildlands. Their next destination was Dragonstone Oasis, roughly 4 days away from their current location. Alex scanned their surroundings, a faint frown settling onto his face. "What is the problem?" Zora asked. "It's strange," Alex replied. "Usually in situations like this, we would have been attacked, giving us the chance to test out our newfound strength." Zora rolled her eyes. She genuinely couldn't believe that was his reason. As a token of their friendship, 10 copper-skinned orcs, led by the brothers Hargul and Harem, had left their tribe and sworn fealty to Alex, joining his expedition party. In addition, Asgrug also granted Alex another 20 or so combat slaves, natives of the Hollow Crest wildlands. And like the orcs, they were ancestral spirit worshippers. In exchange for protecting the tribe from bandits and slave traders and providing for them, a group of males from the tribe had been offered to Camp Red Rock as combat slaves. The Red Rock barbarians were significantly different from Mogul, though. Unlike the hulking mass of pure, bulging muscle, the Red Rock barbarians were slimmer and leaner, built for mobility and endurance rather than raw power. They were more marauders than power strikers. With the addition of both the orcs and the barbarians, the expedition party's numbers rose to just under 50. And with the orcs and barbarians swearing their oaths of fealty in the names of their ancestral spirits, Alex had nothing to worry about from them. Alex's eyes narrowed. "I intentionally led our group along the main eastern trade route from Blood Iron City, the one that cuts through Dragonstone Oasis and stretches all the way towards Camp Red Rock. This place should be teeming with bandits and thieves who, following the laws of cliché, should be waiting to attempt to ambush us and steal our possessions, thus allowing us to test our newfound strength on them." His gaze swept the barren path again. Did someone forget their roles or something? Noticing Alex's growing suspicion as he kept scanning the surroundings, Eleanor let out a light laugh. "Alex, you're missing something," she said. Alex raised an eyebrow. Eleanor gestured subtly towards the group. "From afar, the most noticeable members of our party are the orcs and the barbarians," she explained. "Everyone knows orcs don't usually carry much, at least nothing of significant value to humans that would be worth fighting for." She tilted her head slightly, continuing in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. "And barbarians are the same. Most of their possessions are more likely to be found in their settlements, not on their person." Zora also spoke, pointing at the 2 carriages rolling along with the expedition. "Not to mention, any experienced bandit or thief group can tell those aren't merchant wagons filled with goods," she said. "They're transport carriages. Most of the time, groups like ours are simply not worth the effort to rob." "But," Alex frowned, refusing to accept reality. "Isn't it normal, expected even, to be attacked at least once by bandits?" He looked genuinely aggrieved. "They're supposed to offer themselves as whetstones to sharpen our teamwork, especially now that our numbers have risen." "I don't know what you're talking about," Zora replied flatly. "But the only thing that would attack us would be a pack of really stupid beasts." She glanced around the empty trail with a faintly bored expression. "And I doubt that. Even beasts can tell our party isn't worth the effort." Zora expected her words to finally knock sense into Alex. Instead, Alex's eyes lit up with fervor. "A flag," he thought. She planted a flag. Excitement surged through him as he silently straightened his posture, suddenly alert, like a man who had just been handed a prophecy. The group continued onwards for another 15 minutes. Then, without warning, Alex's solemn expression morphed into a wide grin. Senu had already sent him images of what was waiting for them ahead. "Prepare for battle," Alex announced. He shot Zora a loving, grateful look, one that only left her even more confused, then spurred Dread forward, leading the group straight into the teeth of the ambush. When the hostiles finally came into view, Alex's grin widened instead of fading. "Ah, so it's some old friends. Of course it had to be you lot who showed up to help test my party's current strength. Goblins," Alex barked. "Attack! Kill them all." Ahead was a goblin host, spilling across the trade route like a swarm. Class 2 hobgoblins packed the front lines. Class 3 goblin warriors and goblin archers formed the bulk, and at their rear, sheltered behind the mob, stood their leader, a Class 3 lesser goblin priest. The moment Alex gave the order, it was the orcs and the barbarians who surged forward first, eager to prove their worth. The Red Rock barbarians, mostly early intermediate rank, opened fire from horseback, sending crude arrows arcing into the goblin mass. The shots weren't elegant, but they were relentless. The goblins shrieked and scrambled, raising battered shields and ducking behind one another as the first wave tore into their formation. Then the orcs arrived, not bothering with their mounts. The 10 copper-skinned warriors leapt off their horses like falling boulders, slamming into the front lines with hammers, clubs, and cleavers. Bone cracked and bodies flew. A cluster of goblin warriors rushed in to cut them down, only to be met with a brutal hail of bolts from the crossbowmen and silver. The barbarians' crude arrows couldn't pierce the goblin warriors' defense, so they changed targets without hesitation, shifting their fire to the weaker hobgoblins instead. They were expert riders. In seconds, they formed into a fast-moving cavalry unit, cutting a bloody gap through the goblin ranks and tearing through the weaker bodies like a blade through wet cloth. Seeing how much damage the orcs and barbarians were already doing, the original expedition members held back, choosing not to interfere and steal their glory. The orcs crushed the stronger goblins. The barbarians shredded the weaker ones. It was clean, efficient, and beautiful. But then, one of the barbarians got greedy. His eyes locked onto the lesser goblin priest at the rear, who was left unprotected and exposed. A grand prize, the barbarian thought. With a sharp yell, he kicked his horse forward, breaking away from the cavalry charge as he charged straight towards the priest. The barbarian clearly didn't understand goblins. A goblin priest was unlike any other goblin. It was the most important member of a goblin tribe. This meant each and every goblin around it would gladly die to protect it. The moment the barbarian broke formation and charged, more than 10 goblins peeled away from their fights without hesitation, throwing themselves into his path like living shields. They didn't care if they got cut down, nor did they care if they died. They only cared about one thing: about stopping the barbarian rider. Fortunately, most of those goblins were immediately slaughtered by the warriors they'd turned their backs on, and the bloodthirsty orcs didn't miss the opening. Still, a few goblins managed to slip free, sprinting towards the rear to reinforce the priest's defense. The barbarian, however, was already drunk on the taste of glory. He didn't notice the danger until it was almost too late. 2 Class 3 goblin warriors, both stronger than him, closed in from either side, thick crude blades raised high. Swoosh! Blade lights surged. The barbarian's eyes widened. Bang! A violent blast detonated between them. The shockwave sent everything in the area flying. The barbarian and his unfortunate steed were thrown backwards like ragdolls. But they were alive. The barbarian hit the ground hard, coughed, then scrambled back onto his horse with shaking hands and fled, galloping towards the expedition's main formation. Only when he reached safety did the horse finally collapse again, the adrenaline draining out of its body like water from a cracked jar. The barbarian barely even looked at the animal. His attention snapped instead to the man who had just saved his life, Alex. Just before the goblin warrior strikes could land, 4 mana balls, had shot out from the rear and collided with the blades mid-swing. Not only did they stop the attacks, but the resulting explosion had blasted the barbarian out of the kill zone. But Alex wasn't done. He raised his hand, his gaze locking onto the goblin priest. Mogitsbolt. From mana arrows, larger than normal, fired in rapid succession, screaming through the air towards the priest. The 2 goblin warriors immediately shifted, stepping into the line of fire, cutting them down. At the same time, the goblin priest finished its chant. A wave of reddish light rippled outward. Instantly, a crimson hue coated the remaining goblins. Their bodies twitched while their eyes went bloodshot. It was as if they'd been driven into a frenzy. Their speed spiked, their attacks became sharper, more vicious, and they stopped caring about their own lives entirely. They attacked with little to no thought of defending themselves. Even when blades cut into their flesh, they didn't flinch. They simply kept moving forward, forcefully continuing their assault as if they couldn't feel pain at all. Kavakin's hand tightened around the axes strapped to his waist. Even his mount sensed his restlessness. The horse began stomping the ground, snorting hot breath, practically begging to charge. However, a single look from Alex doused that thought from both man and mount. Kavakin froze. His horse whined, then stilled its stumping. Alex's gaze shifted away, landing instead on Mordor. The orc shaman swordsman caught his gaze and didn't hesitate. He lifted a hand and casted a hex in a harsh, guttural tongue. Madness! Rather than dispel the goblin priest's frenzy spell, Mordor chose to capitalize on the mental instability it created. The moment the hex sank in, the goblins' already fragile minds shattered completely. They lost all sense of friend and foe. The orcs and barbarians quickly pulled away as the goblins turned and attacked whatever was nearest. Even the Class 3 goblin warriors were affected, though not as severely. Stumbled in blind rage, they attacked and fought at each other. Yet somehow, instinct still kept them from striking the lesser goblin priest. The priest realized the battle was slipping out of its control. It immediately began retreating, desperately trying to get out of Alex's range. When it reached what it believed was a safe distance, it stopped, lifted its staff, and began chanting again in goblin tongue. Alex's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. Cunning goblin. But he raised his hand once more. A spell formation bloomed before his palm. This time, however, he didn't simply let it form naturally. Let's throw in a little rifling etch to extend the range. Mordor, Eleanor, and Zora watched with stunned expressions as the power glyphs within the spell formation shifted and rearranged themselves. The standard magic arrow formation twisted into something different. Mana gathered and condensed. An arrow of pure mana formed within the ring of glyphs. Then, just like the formation that birthed it, the arrow itself began to change. Spiral etchings appeared along its shaft. Its head became slimmer, sharper, far more needle-like than before. Bang! The surrounding spellcasters expected the modified magic arrow to shoot out and pierce the goblin priest's skull. But instead, the entire spell formation detonated right in front of Alex's hand. Damn it! Alex cursed, waving his hand as heat washed over his palm from the spell formation's backlash. I lost concentration. He muttered, his jaw tightening. Let's try that again. This time, he didn't force it. He obediently prompted Omni-Rune to handle most of the legwork. However, before he could attempt the spell again, the goblin priest completed its casting. Immediately, clarity returned to the goblins' eyes. Their frenzy vanished, as if someone had poured cold water over their minds. They surged forward at once, charging the orcs and barbarians, who had retreated the moment the goblins began tearing into each other. A handful of goblins also broke away and rushed in Alex's direction. Perhaps they thought that if they could disrupt the spellcasters, they could still salvage this fight. The goblin priest closed its eyes, beginning another chant. It was clearly focusing everything it had on this spell. But by then, Alex had already recast his own. Boom! This time, the modified magic arrow shot out beautifully at insane speeds. The The spiral etchings along its shaft forced it into a rapid spin, stabilizing its flight. Puchy, with a stable flight and longer range, the arrow reached and punched cleanly through the lesser goblin priest's skull. Its body dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Its overconfidence in its range calculation, its undoing. With the priest dead, its final spell collapsed mid-formation. The remaining goblins froze for a split second, then clarity returned fully to their eyes. Then, without hesitation, they scattered. They fled in every direction like rats escaping a burning nest. The orcs and barbarians immediately gave chase, especially the barbarians, eager to rack up kills. But Alex's voice cut through the chaos. Regroup. His tone carried authority. Reluctantly, they pulled back before they could chase too far. Alex frowned as he watched them return. They're good troops, but they still lack a bit of discipline. He turned around, only to find several pairs of eyes fixed on him. What? He asked, flashing a sly grin. Zora didn't even humor him. She stared at him down. Don't pretend, Alex. You know exactly what. Her gaze sharpened. When were you going to tell us your Rune-Tech problem was solved? Alex chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his neck. It isn't solved yet, he admitted. Then his eyes gleamed. But I've taken the first step. A few days earlier, Alex sat on the living room sofa, fresh off his conversation with Yudara, and the conclusion he'd reached that his plans needed a redirection if he was going to recover his Rune-Tech path. But just before he began working on the simulator program, a sudden thought struck him. He wondered how new classes for awakened professionals even came to be in the first place, and why these classes continue to function even when people moved between planes. Of course, there were exceptions. Classes whose methods contradicted a plane's fundamental nature would become partially blocked, those specific techniques restricted. Still, the question remained. How do new professional classes come to be? And why do most of them work across planes? Alex had already experienced the answer firsthand. It wasn't that his class itself was being rejected. It was the methods of his Runemaster class, those rooted in Pangea's runes, that Verdantis could not understand and refuse to acknowledge. So if it wasn't the class that contradicted the plane, it was the methods and rules the class relied on. With that in mind, Alex settled on what he believed was the most logical conclusion. There had to be a universal law. No, not a law, but rather a universal order. Something that exists above individual planes and as an entity or system that guides the functioning of and maintains the between universal laws. Certain things, like the existence of professional classes across the myriad planes, had to be recorded within that greater order and not within any single plane system. After all, a person could travel between planes, yes, but they still remained within the same universe. Therefore, the influence of planes on classes would be limited to compatibility. A plane's peculiar nature could either favor a class or suppress it. If Zora found herself on an ice-aligned plane, her Ice Mage class would likely flourish beyond reason. Meanwhile, Alex's current situation was the opposite. A perfect example of the path being blocked. Not because it was invalid, but because it no longer belonged. Alex's Runemaster class still existed, but its methods were blocked by Verdantis. And because those methods were blocked, the class path itself couldn't grow, which meant Alex couldn't advance. Putting aside the matter of planar order for the moment, Alex refocused on the greater concept, the universal order. With the number of classes available, at least on Pangea, it seems the universal order is quite welcoming to new classes rising up. And if my experiences are any yardstick, then not only is the universal order welcoming to new classes, it also actively supports their development. If that wasn't the case, if there wasn't some guiding hand nudging Rune-Tech forward, Alex doubted he would have accomplished what he had, the way he had. Things would have been vastly different and far more difficult. That said, even as he concluded that the universal order acted as a guiding hand for class developers, Alex didn't believe such support was blanket or unconditional. Resources are finite, while order must be maintained. It wouldn't make sense for the universal order to support every direction a developer wants to take their class. It's more likely that development has to align with the universal order's rules or its expectations. For some reason, Alex found himself comparing the universal order to a major multinational company from his previous life. As long as a developer's work was useful to the company and aligned with its long-term ambitions, such a company would be willing to sink billions into making the project a reality. But for workers who simply told and maintained established projects, they'd never see that level of support. And from the outside, it would look almost unfair. A major advantage of my Rune Master class and the RuneTech platform is that I mostly make use of, or rather, re-engineer, existing protocols of the natural order to serve my purpose. I'm not exactly creating something new. I'm taking what the natural order, whether planar or universal, has already accepted as part of itself and retooling it for myself and my needs. Upon further investigation of the simulation function's runic code, Alex quickly discovered something. There was a portion of the code he hadn't written. No, it wasn't just that he hadn't written it, but more like he couldn't have written it. And it wasn't something Omnirune had added either, not even through gradual updates as the simulator was used and refined over time. That unknown portion carried a unique energy signature, a signature Alex believed belonged to Pangea itself. So, using the limited information he had, Alex came up with a bright, borderline ludicrous idea. He stripped away every functional addition he and Omnirune had made to the simulation function. He stripped away the memory expansions, as well as optimizations layers, anything that was added to the simulation program as a result of use, leaving behind only the base code, along with the portion that had been altered by Pangea. It also helped that the duplicate simulator formation lacked Pangea's unique energy signature, which meant it was clean, a blank key, waiting to be imprinted. And when Alex activated it, the result was exactly what he had hoped for. The formation produced a phenomenon that synchronized with the Verdantis plane itself. Then, it absorbed a splinter of Verdantis' unique energy signature. In that instant, it gained access to virtually, digitally, mirror Verdantis planar laws, thereby allowing the duplicate simulation function to simulate conditions on Verdantis with near-perfect accuracy. The success of that step introduced an exciting prospect. It meant Alex could potentially mirror and simulate the laws of any plane, so long as he visited the plane first, and the simulator received the mirroring access from the plane itself, an access that, most likely, was tied to possessing some form of providence associated with that plane. I probably succeeded because of the providence I've earned or stolen since arriving here in Verdantis. From the divine energy heist at Barnsel Fortress, to the Berserk Beast nest raid, to the likely acknowledgement of Manrak, the copper-skinned orc's ancestral spirit. Alex and his expedition party had made enough of an impact on Verdantis to earn the plane's recognition. But even then, this success was only the first step. With the step complete, Alex now had 2 simulation programs, one for Pangea and one for Verdantis. Now, let's join them together. Alex closed the beta bracer screen, then focused on the Omnirune floating within his mind space. His consciousness was pulled into the greater rune's internal workspace. Inside that mental space, Alex saw the 2 versions of the simulation formation hovering before him. His eyes narrowed. "Duplicate both formations," he prompted. Instantly, another copy of the Pangea and Verdantis simulator formations was produced. Alex swiped away the original copies, leaving only the duplicates behind. "Bring up the translator formation." Omnirune didn't need further prompting. It brought up the translator formation, duplicated it, then archived the original away. The duplicate was then placed neatly between the 2 simulator formations, like a bridge being laid across 2 worlds. Alex smiled. Connecting the AI to my mind so it can use my thinking patterns as a development model is starting to bear fruit. Omnirune's actions made it clear. It had already grasped what Alex intended. He wanted to use the translator formation as a bridge between the 2 simulator formations. However, even with that awareness, Omnirune still held back at the final step, recognizing its role as an assistant, and not the decision maker. It waited for confirmation. "Do it," Alex instructed. Immediately, Omni-Rune began testing different methods to connect the three formations together. Because Alex was doing this directly inside his mind, the entire process was fueled by his mental energy. Fortunately, whether it was the simulator formations or the translator formation, Alex had always envisioned them being ported, linked, and layered into other formations. They already contained specific porting routes and compatibility anchors. This reduced Omni-Rune's workload drastically. After a short but intense sequence of adjustments, Omni-Rune finally found the correct alignment, the right porting angles, and the right connections. Boom! The moment the formations connected, a soft explosion rippled through Alex's mind space. The space itself trembled as if reality had just been rewritten. Phew! Alex heaved a sigh of relief. The emulator grand formation is complete. He stared at the formation floating before him. The three formations had fused into one seamless structure, a single grand formation. But Omni-Rune didn't stop there. Compression. The entire grand formation compressed violently inward, folding and collapsing into itself until it condensed into a single greater rune. Alex was abruptly ejected from the workspace. His consciousness snapped back into his mind space. He looked up just in time to see Omni-Rune's floating form shift. The greater rune morphed. Its structure changed, and in the next breath, Omni-Rune had transformed into the newly created emulator rune. Alex's eyes snapped open in the real world. His heart pounded once, but hard. The moment of truth, he thought. He raised his hand. Then, he attempted to spellcast again. But this time, he did it through his Rune-Tech platform, but with one small twist. Instead of directly forming the spell's runes outside his body with mana, Alex used the remainder of his mental energy to construct the spell formation inside his mind. Since it was formed within his mind space, the spell naturally took shape as a runic formation, exactly as he intended. Then, Alex fed that runic formation into Omni-Rune's emulator greater rune form. The construct manifested inside the Pangea simulator portion of the greater rune, where it was immediately decomposed into its individual semantic rune structures. Those semantic structures flowed into the translator segment of the greater rune. There, they were translated using the rune sigil pairing library Omni-Rune had curated earlier. A moment later, the translated output was transposed into the Verdantis simulator, where it took form as a sigil structure. Finally, Omni-Rune projected the sigil structure outward from Alex's mind space. Above Alex's hand, a spell formation, built from sigils, assembled itself in the real world. Mana Ball. It was a basic, acolyte-level spell, yes, but it also represented far more than that to Alex at this moment. It was a breakthrough, a workaround to a constraint that had threatened to cripple both Alex and his Rune-Tech platform on Verdantis. With that small success, Alex snapped one of the chains holding Rune-Tech down. Crack! But just as his excitement surged, the projected spell formation above his hand suddenly shattered into fragments. Alex palmed his face. That's right. His expression twisted into a grimace. Mental state is one of the variables that determines a sigil's nature. If my mental state shifts, the effect of a sigil can increase, decrease, or even change completely. His rising excitement had altered the nature of one or more sigils mid-cast. The formation destabilized, and the spell collapsed. Runes are better, Alex grumbled, letting his bias slip out unfiltered. Runes weren't affected by mental state. They could be cast and forgotten with no fluctuations nor instability. But at the same time, that also meant runes couldn't be strengthened or weakened by mental state either. And depending on the situation, that could be an advantage in its own right. Alex then had a thought. He conjured another spell formation and sent it into Omni-Rune's emulator rune form. The runic spell formation was translated into its sigil equivalent. But the spell didn't cast. Alex shook his head. As expected, I don't understand the mental state required to stabilize the sigils. So the spell formation collapses before it can even fully assemble. Fortunately, Omni-Rune was linked directly to his mind space. That meant the AI could replicate different mental state energy patterns, adjusting them for each sigil until the correct state was achieved. It added another variable to an already exhausting grind, but at least it meant there was a path forward. Alex was about to call a night and leave Omni-Rune to handle the brute force testing when the AI suddenly acted on its own. Mana ball. Omni-Rune recast the very spell that had just succeeded through their connection. But unlike Alex, Omni-Rune's mental state didn't fluctuate. It remained perfectly stable, and so the spell formation also held perfectly. Alex's eyes widened, and he immediately cut the spell off before it could fully cast. The implication hit him like a hammer. First came shock, then pure excitement. Alex shook his head and smiled at Zora as he recalled the events of that night. The first step, Zora asked, eyes bright. How did you do it? It meant Alex's path could be salvaged intact. Alex explained everything to his wives, who listened with undivided attention while the rest of the party cleared the battlefield, picking out anything valuable and leaving the worthless scraps behind to the Hollow Crest wildland scavengers. So the modified magic arrow that collapsed. Zora narrowed her eyes. That was because you lost control of your mental state. Yes. Alex nodded. Controlling the extra variable while casting takes time to get used to. I had to rely on Omni-Rune to handle it in my stead. Sounds tedious, Eleanor commented. Only because I'm still lacking a proper guide, Alex replied. What I've come up with is a salvage method, not a perfect solution. I'll still need a comprehensive library on sigils and talisman making to refine it properly. But for now, this will have to do. With the battlefield cleared, the party continued their journey. Leader, one of the orcs said to Kavikin, is it always this boring? At times. Kavikin nodded. You can't always have excitement. Then his lips curled into a predatory grin. Don't worry. When we do have to fight, it's always interesting enough to make up for the boring parts. At the front, Alex shook his head. He couldn't help wondering if he'd made the right choice, putting Kavikin in charge of the unruly bunch of orcs and barbarians. An unruly leader, leading an unruly crowd. Still, it seemed to work well enough for now. Fortunately, due to the nature of both groups, the orcs didn't look down on the barbarians for their slave status, and the barbarians didn't feel inferior in the presence of the orcs, or even the rest of the expedition party. Whether orcs or barbarians, they respected only one thing: the strongest fist. And after Kavikin beat down every challenger and loudmouth with his fists on the first day, both groups quickly fell in line. I should tell Kavikin to start instilling proper military discipline into them, Alex thought. If he can't do it himself, he can ask Lopoda and the Fury soldiers for guidance. He shook his head once more and looked ahead. His gaze rose to the sun. Then it dropped to the shadows cast by the party. He used both to estimate the time. We're still on schedule, he mused. Let's find a place to rest, Alex called out. Cheerful grunts rose from the party. His words sounded like much-needed amnesty. At the start of the journey, Zora had been cooling the group, taking advantage of her energy. But Alex quickly stopped her. It was a waste and misuse of the dangerous yet precious energy. Besides, they were likely going to be traveling through the wildlands desert for a long time. If they didn't acclimatize now, they'd suffer for it later. Alex shook his head at the party's overly relieved reaction to resting. Not long after, Senu found a suitable spot and guided them there. Like most times on their journey through the Hollow Crest wildlands, the expedition party made camp beneath the shade of a towering rock formation. While the group set up camp and prepared food, Alex moved a short distance away. He leaned back against Dread's resting body and opened a book. Senna dropped from the sky soon after and perched on Dread's back, settling herself comfortably. If one didn't know better, it looked like Master and Beast companions were reading together. He really is a sorcerer, the orcs and barbarians thought, watching the scene. The original members of the expedition party were used to Alex's scholarly side by now. The newer members weren't. Alex's ferocity in battle, and the infamy surrounding him, made it difficult to reconcile him with the calm, bookish figure they saw now. If anything, They'd rather believe he was a young scribe than a powerful, talented sorcerer. Alex's wives, who were also helping set up camp, glanced at him with surprise. Not because he was reading, but because of what he was reading. "Master," Eudara asked, "you're reading Juror's scripture?" "Yes." Alex laughed, surprised. Then realization dawned on her. Something Alex had once said flashed through her mind. "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you shall never lose 1,000 battles." She muttered. Her voice was low, but she was close enough for Alex to hear. "Exactly." Alex smiled. Zora also walked over, leaving Eleanor behind to go through the loot the party had gathered from the goblin battle. "Then what have you learned from reading a Navi book?" she asked. Her tone made it clear she didn't approve. Navi scriptures were mediums of false deities. If one wasn't careful, one could accidentally open their mind to faith contamination. Alex, however, wasn't worried. The copy he was reading hadn't come from the temple, but from Baron Helton's private study. It had little to no chance of being a sanctified medium of Juror, unlike the copies inside a temple. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been collecting dust in some obscure corner of Helton's shelves. Not to mention his truth-seeker eyes couldn't see nor sense a splinter of faith nor divine energy. "The first thing that jumps out to me," Alex said, "is that Juror is smart, and he has a good grasp of the vulnerabilities of Navi faith." Zora frowned. "What do you mean?" "Unlike most recorded Navi on Pangaea, and the other planes visited by Pangeans, Juror—" Alex paused, then added, "and I suspect the other Verdantian Navi as well, don't claim to be the creators of humanity or the world. Instead," he continued, "Juror claims to be the creator and sustainer of light, and the concept of justice." "Why does that matter?" Zora asked, still confused. Eudara looked equally lost. That was when it clicked for Alex. Both women had been raised in backgrounds with little to no exposure to religion. It made sense they couldn't immediately pick up the subtle differences hidden between the lines. Or rather, it's because I lived through different forms of religion in my past life that I can see it. Alex mused.